all the staff that's here?
Thank you, everyone.
That's
It
why you have a
is
gavel.
October 7th.
Okay.
I just start talking rather than use the gavel because I don't like the sound of that thing. It's 8:30. It's October 7th. This is our regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. First thing on the agenda is public comment. Does anyone have? Is there anyone on Zoom with public comment? If you are on Zoom, you can click the raise hand button.
No one's raising their hand and most people on Zoom are staff. No hands raised.
Okay. I'm going to close public comment. Next, we're sitting as the local liquor licensing authority. This is a consent agenda. For administrative approval of 3 marijuana licenses. Then maybe you could summarize all of them.
Okay. I'll summarize the first 2 and then like the third just needs a mention because it's new.
Okay.
We have Nomadic and Exit 243 applying for the renewal of their medical marijuana infused products manufacturing and medical marijuana optional premise cultivation. Exit 243 renewal of retail marijuana store license. And then Happy Heads Extractions is applying for a new license, retail marijuana products manufacturer as well in Dumont. And all the departments have indicated approval for all of these.
Excellent.
Does that work?
Works for me. Colleagues, I'd consider them approved unless you have any comments.
No, I consent to that.
Okay, they're approved.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is the consent agenda. Colleagues, is there anything you want to pull off for discussion? None. I'm going to go ahead and read it. We have item A, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item B, consideration of approval of Flight for Life ticket SAR Air Transportation Program MOU. Item C, consideration of approval of memorandum of understanding between Jefferson County Public Health and Clear Creek County on behalf of its Division of Public and Environment Health for a regional harm reduction needs and feasibility assessment. Item D, consideration of approval of resolution 25-70, a resolution supporting the Clear Creek County grant application for the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Non-Motorized Trails Stewardship Grant. Item E, consideration of approval to accept the 2025 abstract of assessment. Item F, consideration of approval of resolution 25-81, a resolution authorizing the disposal of technological equipment owned by Clear Creek County. Item G, ratification of approval of memorandum of understanding for law enforcement services. Item H, consideration of approval of memorandum of agreement regarding the emergency penstock disconnect at the Georgetown Hydroelectric Projects for Bay Dam and Reservoir. That is the consent agenda.
I would like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I second.
Okay, any discussion and comments on any of these?
The only comment that I do have, and I don't know if this would pertain, did you guys get an email to do a tour of the Excel?
Oh.
It's this Friday, I believe.
Oh, great. I can do it. I don't remember seeing that email, but I'll check.
Okay, I will have him contact you guys then.
I do recall seeing the email.
Thank
Do you remember when it came out?
Maybe.
Last week, it's like a last minute kind of.
Okay.
From Taylor at Excel. I was copied on it. I think all of you were.
If you don't mind maybe putting it on top of our inbox.
Find it.
Jody, yeah, she responded that she signed up,
Okay.
but I never got the original email.
I'll
I'll send it.
for it. Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, on item C, I just wanted to, this is a GROC grant funded activity that's happening. I just want to thank Jefferson County Public Health for thinking regionally in their application to the GROC. They're going to be conducting a needs and feasibility assessment of our harm reduction needs in Clear Creek County. This is something that I've long perceived a need for. Grateful to see us collaborate regionally rather than try to go it alone. And I'm also excited to see the memorandum of understanding for law enforcement services proceed. We've long stated as a board that providing services within Georgetown on contract is a good idea, especially if the price is right. And as then we can cover our costs. And I'm just happy to see that partnership proceeding. And that's all for me. Anything else? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. So next is we're gonna spend some time this morning talking about the sheriff's office and retirement plan options. First up is a work session to discuss the sheriff's office budget. Sheriff Harris is listed as the presenter. Maybe there's someone different. It's Matt Brown.
He's on his way.
Oh,
That is.
okay.
We were too efficient this morning, huh?
No, no.
I thought 8:45.
Will all of you be joining up front as well?
Yes.
You could probably make the move.
Yep,
You are
grab some
welcome to join
chairs.
us.
How many do you need?
Yeah, I actually didn't see that. And I searched for Tyler Bryant and I wasn't invited. I'd be interested.
Morning, Patsy.
Commissioner Marlin, if, while we're waiting for Sheriff Harris, maybe Megan could do her communications update
Yeah, that's fine. I can do that.
or not? I'm just trying to save time. We put all of that to the end of the meeting today.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and let's just wait.
You want me to wait? Okay. I could,
If you're ready, but
I'm trying to think what we have.
I'm not quite ready yet, so if you.
If you give me 2 minutes, I can get one.
we'll just proceed
Okay.
in that order. Sheriff Harris will arrive. In the meantime, I think we're just gonna go on recess. Sure. Okay, we are off recess. We are here for a work session to discuss the sheriff's office budget. We do have presentations from the Colorado Retirement Association and the Fire and Police Pension Association. I believe they're set to start at 9:15. My own thought is that we could spend more than a half hour talking about this budget request, but we'll just see how it goes, and if they need to wait, they wait. So, Sheriff Harris, please proceed.
All right, well, appreciate everyone being here. Thank you for finance. Is Rachel here? Thank you for all the work that you put into this, getting it done. It was excellent. Communication was great. So our proposed budget for 26 is $9.57 million. It would be a $245,000 increase from FY 25, which is only 2.6%. So we're requesting only a 2.6% increase from last year. If you look at the rate of inflation from what Bloomberg has estimated for quarter four of 25, inflation is estimated to be 3.3%. In 2026, Bloomberg and Deloitte are estimating 2.6 to 3.3 inflationary rate. So our increase is at the very bottom of the proposed inflation rate for 26. So if you look at it in those terms, our budget is essentially budget neutral when you add an inflation for 26 from what we were at in 25. The biggest increases that we're looking for or is an increase in our training budget. I think the purpose for us increasing our training budget is it's one of the things that we just have not had the time and the energy to really focus on. So we're looking for a advanced supervisory training and more money in our academy training because we expect to hire more and more deputies this year. And an increase in our critical incident management training. We have traditionally trained either in-house or in-county or use the same type of vendors year in and year out. We're looking to explore our training to professionalize and continue to move the organization forward. And that's why there's such a significant increase in our training budget. We also are looking to potentially contract with a vendor that would come in and assess our training. I think what we do really well is what's required by post. And so to me, that's just checking the box. Like when you look at training, you want to look at it, how are you going to improve? Are we investing in emotional intelligence? Are we investing in additional leadership training? Are we preparing the organization for tomorrow? Or are we just doing what is required by post? And so I think one of the things we just haven't spent enough time and energy on is really growing the organization through a training perspective. Look at before my arrival in the past, that was one of the things that was pretty front and center, that we just didn't train as much as we needed to, as often as we needed to, nor do we have the time to train because we had a lot of overtime. So that's one of the significant increases in our budget for FY 26.
Can I add something on that?
Yeah, go ahead. You can always
Just to further explain the academy stuff, traditionally that has been covered by grant. The academy cost is $12,000 per person that goes down and attends the police academy. So I think we've been able to send one or two a year, and that's traditionally been covered by a grant that I don't know that's available this year. I think we're still exploring that. But if it's not, that's a huge expense for us to try and cover. And it'd be nice if we could send 3 or 4 to the academy.
Will you have an answer by the time we're going to pass a budget as to whether that grant exists?
Lucas, do you remember what grant that was?
So the one that we were using is no longer available, so we have to look at a different option. So I think we'll have an answer by the end of the year.
But when do we have to approve the budget?
December.
Okay.
So we'll keep you posted as much as we make progress on that for sure. That's all I have on that.
Anything else? You guys are free to interject if I'm missing something as well. So, okay.
I think that even if we find an additional grant option, we don't know if that grant's going to be approved, right? So even if we like the grant, we don't know if we're gonna get approval on that grant. So I think it'd still be good to have that money to train budget.
Okay. you know, our budget is tight. We would need to know if you were getting the grant versus just applying for the grant.
I think at this point, we're just applying because the grant we've used for the last couple of years is no longer an option for us.
Okay,
So
thank you.
If you look at the, our budget from 26 versus 25, it also includes the pay increases, the step increases. If in 25, we did not include any pay increases other than the COLA that was the county had granted for being at 25. So our staff, our sworn staff, we have a step plan that was thanks to HR that was pushed forward. But we didn't budget for that in 25. And so we had to budget for pay increases in 26. And so I think the fact that we didn't budget for those pay increases and we're asking for an increase in our training budget and we're asking for additional 3 deputy overhires and they're still coming in only $250,000 over from last year is a really good, I feel really good about what we're asking for.
Can I add a caveat on the salary line
Uh-huh.
and the benefits line? Those salary and benefits lines are not the complete picture.
Mhm.
We're still completing our review on how to insert in some of the additions, which Holly did an excellent job of working with me on.
Mhm.
So I just want to caution you that using those 2 numbers as the proposed numbers from you guys doesn't include the additions that we need to include, like the stepping grade and also the cash payouts that we anticipate at the end of the year for those who use their overtime. Those come out of the salary line. So I would just caution that those 2 numbers aren't your solid additions for salary and benefits.
Mhm.
Just in that bigger picture, your line items are absolutely, all the remaining ones are absolutely your
Okay.
request.
Can you give us a sense? So you're saying basically that the 3%, like there's a lot that isn't here and all of it is going to cause an increase in the numbers.
Correct, and
Okay.
as it is not a surprise to, and when I provide to you all the proposed budget with the revised asks, it will address there are 2 reasons why I did not put the full salary burden on the request for his requests into his proposed. The first is that I wasn't sure if the 3.0 FTEs he's asking for in new deputy overhires were going to be budgeted as salary dollars or if they're just overhires in being just FTEs. So that was what the benefit of this conversation was, that I was hoping to yield was the sheriff asking me to include 3 FTE as a full burden onto the budget, or are those just overhires that are FTE because they have a 40% turnover? So that's the benefit of having this working session with him here. So that is not included in those salary numbers. And then also the added in for payouts at the end of the year. We see, and countywide, I see these, we've never budgeted them into salaries, and there are cash payouts for their, anyone who has benefits, PTO, thank you, PTO. That PTO, the PTO payout can happen within our benefit structure. They can cash out leave they do not take at the end of the year. And that burden hasn't been reflected in our salaries numbers, so I'm trying to gather that countywide.
Okay, so does that increase the $245,000?
Correct.
That does increase that
It
amount.
could, if in fact he wants to fully burden the budget with those 3 FTEs plus the PTO payout, yes. But he also outlined that in his memo to you all as to what those dollars would be.
Additionally, the conversation that we're having today about CRA and FPPA, we need to come back to the budget line too. And make
Right,
sure that
right.
whatever happens with that, it's correctly burdened.
Okay.
That too, the benefits line.
In the benefits line. Thank you.
For what it's worth, I think I didn't show up to this work session with the intention that we were going to say, yep, this is what we're going to approve today. I think there's a lot of value to be had in us making sure that we understand the asks, why you're asking, what the cost is, make sure any additional questions we have are being researched, starting now so that they can be answered in time.
Sure.
Okay. No, and I think the overhire, I mean, if we get to the point where we can overhire, that would be a good position for us to be in. So with our regular 40% turnover rate, that's what ends up happening is you take the money that would be for salaries and you take it out of overtime, and our overtime budget ends up higher than we would like, right? And so a lot of times the folks come to me and say, well, we only have one opening, but we have two or three really good quality candidates. And I'm like, hire them. Like you can't posture as an organization. Like you have to average, this is about averaging our FTEs. It's not about what our FTE is. Like let's say if we have 63 FTEs, right? And if we have, at one time during the year, we have 65 FTEs, but as long as we average 63 FTEs at the end of the fiscal year, we're going to be on budget. And so I think that's the important part to note is when we're proposing the budget and we're looking at our FTE count, that we continue to posture that we want to overhire because we know there's going to be attrition. We know that. History shows that. The profession shows that. So we always have to be in a posture where we are trying to overhire.
And I know, like, I just want to acknowledge that was a recommendation in the KRW report.
Yeah.
I'm struggling a little bit to understand if you sometimes have only one vacancy. And I think it's within your authority to, and Peter, this is like, make sure I'm not off base here. I think it's within your authority to choose how many deputies to hire. I don't think we get to set the number of deputies you have in the budget. We just tell you how much to spend. And so where I'm struggling is if you've got, I think you have 10 patrol deputies budgeted.
Right.
So a 30% increase in the salary line item is that what you're asking for? Because if you're trying to budget 3 additional FTEs year round, to overhire, what you just said is like you could average a budget that still costs 10 FTEs, even though sometimes you have 11 on staff. And I don't know that the board wants to be or can be in your way on that. I'm struggling to justify why, in order to do that, you need a 30% increase in that salary line. And that's how I hear a request for 3 FTEs.
So I think that's a strategic conversation to have with the sheriff, right? One is a authorization to hire up to 13, which he doesn't necessarily need, right? With no increase in budget. That's what a true overhire means, is that you're counting on the normal attrition to keep you on budget. Or is it a 30% increase in FTE off, like with budget, in which case it's not an overhire. That's just an increase. At that point, it's not an overhire. It's just a staffing increase because the budget and the FTE are aligned. If you separate the FTE number from the budget, that's giving the division the authorization to overhire if they can pay for it on their existing budget, right? And that's, I think, more of what the alignment would be with a normal attrition-based overhire. Was that the budget doesn't move, budget stays the same, but there is a expectation that there will be times when potentially you're over your budgeted FTE count.
Right, which is, I mean, I think much different than HR, for example, where we tell them how many FTEs and they're not authorized to hire more than that. And what I see in your request is in the spreadsheet is $110,000 for salaries and wages in patrol. Am I looking? No, I'm not. That does not make sense.
I put those in knowing that he was intending to have the overhire without the salary line increase. That was what my hope was. That wasn't clear.
Okay.
So that's why I threw up the flag like, caution, I need clarification.
So this spreadsheet comes from you. This doesn't reflect your math. Okay, I think that helps. This helps me
Yes.
Yeah.
start to wrap my head around
Like, we need this working.
different sources of.
Right.
So I guess, I mean, the colleagues, I think the right way to phrase this question, but help me out here, is what is the cost you think you need associated with that overhire program? And I apologize if it's in the documentation.
It's not. If the overhire is just an overhire, valuing at the attrition at 40%, we would not build I would not build in those 3 FTE salaries. He would still maintain his salary line for the full 10. Hoping that he still has that 40% attrition turnover, but he would have the flexibility to have that extra 13, 14, or 13 people on staff. But if you took what we use for any new FTE is the median for any of those pay ranges.
So I guess, I mean, we don't have to answer that one today, but if when the budget comes, if we can just clarify like what the dollar request is.
Right.
It looks to me like, and maybe this is good news, looks to me like you might be able to just do it.
Well, right, I mean, to your point earlier, is, when the budget is approved, then we could hire, legally as many deputies as we can based upon, but we're trying to, we're trying to have an honest and open discussion of what our FTE count looks like, even if we do go over that, right? And to your point of, how HR has X amount of FTEs, that's what they have. We may be over, we may be under, but we're trying to have an honest dialogue of really what we look, and that's kind of why, that we spelled that out, so.
Really appreciate the transparency.
So.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, I think it's a good approach. So other comments on the overhire moving subject?
No, but I did still have a question on the training. I didn't see where any line item was, you said $12,000 per deputy, where that would be in here, because under the training for 2026, they just have the space there.
Yeah, it's in the different part of the budget. I think it's in special programs part of the budget is where the training, well, because y'all just have the one big line item, right?
Can't remember if we take that out of training and then it's reimbursed back into a different revenue line.
But it's all in that same one line item. The training was all combined last year,
Right.
Yeah. See training under special ops, it's got 0.
Or maybe it's administration. One of them has
There are
it.
the admin,
It's sheriff admin,
$50,000 budget line.
Okay.
and that's for the entire division, not just the admin.
The entire agency.
Okay.
So that's, last year they had 50, this year they're asking for 125.
Okay. And that matches, Rachel, when you put this together, were you looking at the Word document?
2 parts, yes and no. Yes, because I was trying to figure out the 2.0 FTEs that they're overhiring, but then the second part is when it comes to those additional line items, like the training line items, I let them choose their number. So if it's 125, I'm not going to validate whether or not they're assessing the correct number of FTEs per person that they're describing. So I let them drive that line.
Thank you.
I also think it's important to add that, so we're currently looking at exploring the long-term option with Georgetown for the IGA to provide policing on a longer-term permanent commitment. And so with that funding, we're looking at 3 additional bodies for patrol specific to that agreement. So on top of us already being short-staffed in the division, we're looking at taking on 3 more. So 3 of those positions would be taken on by the town of Georgetown if we enter into that agreement. So we have.
And do they fully fund that?
They'll pay for the position once they're committed to being on board for that part, yes. So part of this with training is that if we have 80, Dave could correct me if I'm wrong, about 80 non-certified applicants. So the cost associated to get those guys certified is about $12,000 a piece. So we have them sign a contract in the very beginning if they accept a position that if the event that they leave, or they will pay back that amount within 2 years for their training. So to kind of offset that. So we're trying to address the immediate need to get people hired and then long-term be able to staff. We were usually able to internally pull people from the jail to recruit from within, but given the amount of turnover we've had, we don't have that. So I just think it's important to add that with that IGA, that would fund 3 additional officers if that goes forward.
And so that's just a good note to have that I took down.
I just think just so you have that.
If we get
ink on that contract. Wow, I just thought I saw a ghost. If we get ink in the contract, then this budget will change. We'll see both revenues and expenditures go up.
Correct.
And I think are we talking about 100% of the new salaries?
So the cost analysis we did was, I mean, right now where the IGA stands from a cost perspective, they can fill in the details on the operation is midpoint 5-year average for those 3 deputies plus their equipment, plus their vehicle, plus their training. The only services we're not doing full cost recovery on is administration. Because we felt like you're doing that anyway, right? And we rather get the stability in that in the for them and for the town with the sheriff's office staffing than to recover every cent. But it's a pretty marginal amount of money that we're not charging. But the direct cost associated with the benefits, the salary, the vehicles, the equipment, the training for those additional 3 are covered by that contract.
An additional 18,000, I think, was set towards the records.
Records and the record requirements. So the nice thing is we have good data that Holly's team did a great job of tracking about every patrol hour, how many hours of records that results in. So we know if we have 3 full-time patrol officers, we will generate basically another, I think it's $18,000 a year per deputy in records costs. So that's covered too.
Okay.
So again, it's the direct costs associated with the patrol activities, the FTs and the staff, and then the administration stuff we are essentially eating.
Great.
But
Any other questions about that component of it, or should we move to the next step?
Next one. I think one of the things to increase our budget, I think we need to discuss, and was also laid out in the KRW report, was investigations. And so our investigation unit looks much different now than it did a couple of years ago. We have a significant increase in cases and investigations for many reasons. So we hired a very experienced detective from Golden, who brings almost 20 years of experience to Clear Creek County. But one of the things we were doing in the past was we were pushing a lot of the investigative follow-up on patrol. That really wasn't a best practice. So after, an incident, patrol was going out after the fact and doing additional interviews and those type of things. Those follow-up investigative leads should be done by investigations, not by patrol. And so if you put that onus on patrol, that puts the guys off the street.
Right.
Right. And so what we're doing is shifting that burden, which should be done, to investigations to give patrol more time to do the patrol work. So therefore, the span of control and investigations is going to increase, and the amount of cases is going to increase. Also, as we move forward with Flock as well, of course, our number of investigations is going to increase as well. And also, if we do move forward with the Georgetown IGA, the number of investigative cases is also going to significantly increase. So regardless of that, we don't have the approved FTE, we have a slot. We have a Detective Sergeant Joel Burley, who's been sitting in a position right now that's not funded. And we're doing that because we have the need. And so this budget looks to fund that position. And what that's going to do is open up the vacancy. We have another sergeant vacancy in patrol that we need to fill, right? Because one of the issues that we saw originally was that we didn't have enough supervisors in patrol, and that we wanted them as close to 24-hour coverage as we possibly could. So the budget increase in this line item really is just asking for what we've already been doing and what we need to do. There may be, when you look at the KRW report, the number of investigations we had at the time were significantly less. The process with how we handled investigations was different. And they were also very top heavy, where they had a lieutenant in investigations. So we're looking for first line supervisory review and investigations, and that's kind of what we're already doing. We just want to budget it.
Who is the experienced detective you hired from Golden?
Ryan Beal.
Sure, may I comment on the?
Of course.
Investigative sergeant? I don't think I can emphasize enough how important that position is. Because as you said, once that position, if it is funded, that frees up a 4th patrol sergeant that I can actually utilize in my division. We really need that position filled. The sergeants are stretched very thin right now, of course, because we're understaffed. We're working 12-hour shifts, some of these. We can get that fourth sergeant, we can get that supervisory coverage over a greater period of the day. In addition to that, I will add that with the IGA with Georgetown, and currently it looks positive, looks like a good thing, like it very well may happen. I wanted to have a point of contact within our ranks that Georgetown can hold or police issues in the town. And that poor sergeant allows me to assign someone more effectively to be able to handle those sort of duties. It doesn't mean they'll be completely dedicated to Georgetown. Quite the contrary, they'll have duties throughout the county, but there will be a point of contact. So having four sergeants, my position, I think is very important.
So I'm looking at recommendation number 2 in the KRW report, colleagues. If you've got that open.
I think
They don't, there, at the time, there were 3. Are we using the word investigators or detectives? Are they called?
Either or, they're either or.
Detectives.
Yeah, detectives, fine.
Detectives? Okay. There were 3 detectives in that department. They were suggesting, because there were 9 total open cases at that time,
that one investigator could handle that, and
they be supervised by a sergeant, which I see that's part of your plan, but I also see that you want 2 investigators under that sergeant.
That's right.
So what would be helpful, if you can answer it now or later, is how many open cases do you have?
Between 20 and 25.
You have between 20 and 25 open cases.
That's right. And we're talking about in 25, a homicide, a crazy number of burglaries, up off 103.
I thought you caught that guy.
We did, we caught him,
There's a ton of
but there's a lot of,
investigators.
yeah. So there's a lot, he committed, we believe he committed a lot more burglaries than we originally thought. And so,
I think if you reflect back to when the KRW was done, if you look at the status of patrol was like had a lot of seniority. It had a lot of guys with a lot of experience. And so they were filtering those cases and doing a lot of the investigation work on their own. And if you look at currently where we're at, our most senior person has about 2 years of experience. So when you factor that in and really looking at any agency's view, our patrol guys were doing way too much on managing the cases, and we've seen that not be effective. So we're just trying to get to where basic practices, where the deputies take the initial report, get everything that they can in the field, and then have someone to overlook that, to have that solvability piece more effectively. Because the amount of time it takes for a deputy when they're on days off to then follow back, to go to a case, to manage that, it just extends that period in which to come to some kind of outcome. So the cleaner version of that is just being able to filter and have that case management through investigations, for investigations to be able to solve it there, do any kind of follow-up. So I think that looking at the best practices to be able to hand it off to a detective to review.
How many is there like an industry standard for how many cases a detective should be able to handle?
I mean, it depends where you go. I mean, you could be in Aurora and you could be 40 cases down and 10 of those be homicide cases, but their division's much bigger and structured. So it's based off call volume. So
if you look at, 2 detectives right now, one of them has 10 burglary cases, 6 sexual assault cases, 5 major high profile cases, including luring of a child, officer involved shooting, drive-by shooting, serial burglary investigation. And so that's just one, right? That's just one detective. That's a large caseload for one detective.
That's a local detective.
That is our guy. Yes. And so, that is just, we don't obviously publicize everything we have going on, nor do we have a conversation in this room, nor do we put it on Facebook and social media, but we have a lot more going on in this community than it may be appear.
Okay. I mean, that would be like, to the extent that you can provide any documentation about, to help us understand other agencies and the kind of caseloads that they put on there.
well, our investigators,
It's going to keep using.
our investigators are really reactive at this point, right? That's just dealing with what calls are coming in. So the ability to be able to have an investigator to be proactive to handle some of these angles is awesome. What Ryan brings to the table, and Joel being able to have that. So you can have a guy dedicated to being able to handle the reactive calls, but then also being able to address the bigger issue of what's going on in the community and how to be able to serve that need. So
You know,
we're
as-
dependent upon
Yeah.
CBI, other agencies, to be able to help with those, and their resources are getting stretched fewer and fewer. So that's something that we encounter as well.
If you look at the shooting and the homicide that we had of Mr. Peavy, some of the issues that we had internally and the lack of follow-up had to do with our command structure and fact that we were putting a lot of onus on folks in patrol to do follow-up investigative work on that when they're not on shift, right? And so you look at structurally, it's not sound. And so we need to go forward to this model with a supervisor, 2 detectives. And like I said, as we move forward, potentially with an IGA with Georgetown and with implementation of flock, when that happens and we get a few more flock cameras, we're going to get a lot more hits on stolen vehicles and burglaries and thefts. And so we expect the number of our investigations to increase significantly.
Other questions on investigations?
I'm sorry, was the flock included in the budget items? I didn't.
Yeah, well,
That's being funded this year,
but it's
25.
it's funded this year. That's right.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. Through a part of it through a grant.
Part of it's in capital.
But we don't currently have them installed, right?
We have 2 installed.
Oh,
One will be
okay.
installed by the end of this week, and I think we have 7 cameras total that we are having installed.
And we have them on I-70 too, or is that not?
They aren't directly on I-70, but
But
we will have
exit, right?
incoming traffic, both coming into the county on the west side and the east side covered.
Thank you.
Basically, any inlet into the county or outlet will be covered.
And are you, it says here 39,000 ongoing and less offset by SIPA grant.
What are the odds that that ongoing cost is covered by the SIPA grant?
That question?
Which technology project is that?
Block.
Oh, Block. Block, I think, is going to be offset by the SIPA grant. Isn't it?
Yeah, as far as it looks today, it sounds like it. They made us kind of narrow our ask on that SIPA grant, and we've solely focused on 2 years of coverage is what our ask was in that SIPA grant. I think that's another thing. It's still being processed. We don't have a firm answer, but
In the capital improvement plan, we revise the detail. It moves them into, because it's not a part of the line items within the operating budget, they're part of the capital improvements with like after charges. You should receive additional sheets that did go around requests. And those provide the detail about the ask from the E911 fund for patrol vehicles, and it does include the detail about the flock cameras.
I found it. Thank you.
Thank you.
While we're on the new software, I mean, I'm just gonna sort of offer some reactions and you can correct me if I'm wrong. DigiTicket is a way to be able to write more tickets and have people pay, right, without having to add staff. Is that correct? Like there's a revenue component to that.
There is, it gives our deputies the ability to, without cell service, to be able to write tickets and enforce traffic violations in areas of the county that does not have cellular service. You correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, so that is not, I remember in a previous update.
There was some software around basically allowing people to pay online, pay their tickets online.
Well, that's already done.
That's
That's implemented. Yep.
yes.
Thank you. And the Lexapol is something that is related to
Policy.
development of policies like use of force policies.
Yeah, we've updated over 200 policies in the last year since the implementation of Lexapol, and as well as it goes over procedural, as a policy manual, and separate to that is a procedural manual.
Is that software that you use to create policies or to like, you need it forever?
I can answer
Yeah.
that. So they give you a sample policy for a suggested policy for, a whole variety of things. Then we have to create what makes sense for Clear Creek County. We also have to check state law and make sure they've captured what new legislation has implemented. So we're constantly revising that. And as they said, we created and revised over 200 last year. But that's ongoing. Every time there's a new legislative session, those have to be updated, or there's a new best practice for police work. And then there's the procedures that we're working on now, all of the divisions procedures within Lexipol. And that's just, so the 17,000's a ongoing annual license for Lexipol for us to continue to use it. And that's across detentions, patrol, administration, the whole department.
Right. And then I think it's important to note, without it, right, you go back to the old model where you have a binder or you have an electronic version of a policy and procedure and it doesn't get updated, and who updates it, and it becomes outdated. And so this is a way for us, I mean, it's actually a fairly small expense for the value that is adding.
So it's an ongoing.
It's an ongoing
even
cost.
Policies are in good shape. They help you keep updating.
Keep them up to date.
Other questions, colleagues, on the technology section? Um, What's happening right now in medication? Are you overspending that line, or are you underserving?
So, yeah, we've seen an increase in inmates coming into our custody that are have high acuity issues, complex medical issues that we're responsible to take care of. So it's tough when we just don't know the type of people that we're going to be booking in, and that range of medical acuity, it just varies, and we have no control over what we have. And we've just seen it increase this year.
Do we bill for that when someone's getting medical services in the jail? I mean, I know they're not there voluntarily, so.
So we can. We typically do not.
What's the return on that if you do bill?
Right, so regardless, we're gonna be responsible. We get that bill from the hospital. We do pay Medicaid rates on it, but it's still expensive.
And you can bill Medicaid? Are you set up to bill Medicaid?
Yes.
I don't want to get too far into the weeds. I'm curious. I assume you are you exempt from the new paperwork requirements when you're in jail, or are you just automatically not on Medicaid now?
So, yeah, I think it's after 48 hours, their Medicaid is removed. But we are in the process of, we're required to get them re-enrolled upon release, but I don't know if that's probably not neither here nor there for this conversation.
So while they're in jail, they're not covered by Medicaid.
Correct.
I'm just scrolling through this Word document as a starting place.
Could I ask the jail question? What is the sheriff's office position on jail versus leasing out prisoners to another jail?
Yeah, and I've said this once or twice before, and I think I want to stay consistent on it. I think my position is let's let the data drive the right decision, right? And so we don't know until we have an independent assessment of the value that the jail provides, not just economic, but to the community, to the courts,
yes,
and judiciary, from the citizens. There has to be a cost benefit analysis that's done. And so I'm not a proponent of keeping the jail, and I'm not a proponent of actually doing away with the jail. I'm a proponent of actually looking at the RFP that we put out, of selecting a vendor to do the assessment and let the vendor decide their recommendation. So, and then Colton has his hand up,
So we got responses. You'll see the tracked vendor for the cost benefit analysis on the 21st.
Thank you.
And whether we have a jail or not, that doesn't absolve us from paying those type of medical care fees.
Oh, okay.
So
So even though we're sending our guys off for somebody else to handle, okay, thank you.
yes. And likely, right, an assessment will capture all of that, right? All those nuances that may not be seen,
Right.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm satisfied. I really look forward to that conversation. I don't see very many things that we're discussing that have the kind of cost savings potential that this one does. And we might be actually talking about seven figures, right? So I just want to thank you for your commitment to being objective and your staff, the people that are still going to be here in 2 weeks, for being objective and constructive in that process.
Are we losing more people than Matt in 2 weeks?
No.
No.
Okay.
Well, one patrol.
Well,
But none of us.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No, the command staff is staying the same.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to make any. So
Everyone with me. I'm just kidding.
I know.
Item 8, photo radar traffic enforcement. Let's talk about implementation. Do we think that we'll start to realize revenues from tickets that are written by those cameras next year? Or is next year just investment mode?
Sure, I think I could probably talk about that.
Okay, if I could, right? So I think there's a general desire to have that, but there needs to be a lot more exploration on the costs. Because this was the cost that we put forward was we may have underestimated kind of what it is. And so we don't know, but I think I'll let Captain Rubin chime in, but we had to, it's still in the exploratory phase. But Captain?
Yeah, I think, what do we estimate, about 52,000?
52,000, yeah.
So here's the reality of photo radar, and it's not known by a lot of people, but it's a fairly complex and involved process. It's not just setting up a trailer or a box with a camera on it. There is so much involved with the back office protocols, interaction with courts. There's legalities to it. It's a very intensive operation. So just to give you an example, I checked with the vendor that Denver is currently using, and they're not the only one I'm going to be checking with, but just as an example, in a phone conversation I had with her yesterday, and she's not giving us precise numbers, but she's estimating properly run this with a back office procedure that takes care of everything. We're talking about $15,000 per month to operate photo radar. Now, I may be able to come up with a vendor who can reduce that amount. I've got to call into the Glenwood Springs Police Department because I think they use one of the smaller vendors. But I think we should anticipate that this process is not as simple as it might seem. Tickets have to be issued legally. You have to, if you look at you're proposing or promoting public safety, that's one thing, and that's great. So if you can slow people down and give people some relative safety, that's great. If we're looking for a system that's going to be offset by the number of citations issued and the fines generated, I'm not sure we have that here. I'm not sure we're going to generate, let's say it was $10,000, not $15,000 a month. I don't know that we are going to get enough citations from photo radar generating per month to cover that. I could be wrong, but.
And we're not allowed to put those on I-70.
Absolutely not. No.
There's limitations to where you can have them.
Statutorily, there's limits to where you can put it. Residential areas next to a park, to a school zone, this kind of thing, that photo radar is really designed for. Now, CDOT is probably going to be putting some in maybe around the construction areas where they have their workers out there. It makes perfect sense. But no, there are limits to it. So if we had a number of complaints on Highway 103 and we wanted to
State road.
put it there, hey, great, we might be able to slow people down if word gets out. I don't know that we're going to generate $10,000 in fines to cover it. So it would have to be a conscious decision that we're going to promote public safety regardless of whether this generates income to offset it. Now, I'll get you a better number, hopefully, that's what we're looking at for a real program.
Okay, so we can't put it on I-70, but we can put it on the State Road 103?
If it's next to a residential area.
Okay.
Or,
School.
and schools, things of that nature. And of course, the statute needs to be researched, and the vendor we would select would be very much involved in guiding us as to where this thing has been used in the state of Colorado.
I think what Captain Rubin is saying is it's going to be more, the value added is probably more in deterrence than it is in an economic value. So there's got to be a cost benefit analysis done. It may not be worth it economically. Plus, we're not supposed to, it's not supposed to be a revenue generator, right? That's a consequence of it. But is it a deterrent effect? And we get calls all the time, especially up 103, frequently, especially in the summer, right? Motorcycle early in the morning where we can't get. And so we have to determine whether the value of the deterrent effect is worth the investment.
There's something else to add to this that can be costly is you have to have an employee within the sheriff's department who manages this program. It doesn't run itself. So we have to have somebody who's reviewing these citations to ensure that they're legitimate enough to send out. If you get a photograph of somebody speeding at, in a school zone, if the face is not identifiable, it's really not a ticket we can work with. So it doesn't go to that, doesn't just, send it out to the owner and hope that somebody's going to pay it. We really need to be able to have that face identified. If
Right,
there's a
and
conflict, that's-
some of the motorcycles racing on 103, one of our constituents up there said some of them don't even have license plates on.
That's right. Or they're bent up so you can't read them, which is probably intentional. They don't want to be identified. So there are some other costs associated with this that we just need to make sure we're taking into consideration. And after taking into consideration all those costs, if it still isn't value, so be it, but you just need to know.
Okay, can we put up signs that say photo radar enforced?
Well, you.
Without doing it?
Without.
Long to figure out if there really isn't.
Okay.
Now, photo radar itself requires signage every time it's deployed
Mhm.
within a certain proximity to the camera itself. That's required.
Okay.
So my initial reaction to the $52,000 request for the equipment is that we might need to understand the program itself better.
Correct.
I know, like, in the board goals document, we said that we wanted to support the sheriff's office in exploring this. I just want to respond to, I don't think anybody on the board, and I'm glad to hear none of you, think that we're writing tickets as a cost center, right? Like to generate revenue. That's not what we do. However, if we can offset the cost of the program, I think that is what would make it viable. Given our budget, I don't know that we have the space to increase expenditures, or we'd have to look carefully at what else we would need to stop doing, right? I know, like, I hear more about speeding issues on the road than I hear about, like, chronically unsolved cases. But that might be the kind of trade-off we're talking about as I look through all of your budget requests.
Right.
So just some initial feedback. We can always mid-year do a supplemental if we decide we have a program that we've designed, that we know what the revenues are supposed to be and we know what the costs are supposed to be. And
I mean, to your point, if you're asking me, and then I think you're asking the troops here, if it's a difference between should we invest in a photo radar system or should we invest in investigations, it's a no-brainer. It's investing in investigations because those are real crimes. And those are people and those are victims and those victims deserve justice. And so it's no question for me. But when you look at Captain Rubin's figures, you're talking about $175,000 potential increase, and we're only proposing 52. So we probably need to revisit this, moving forward, whether it's worth it. But it's certainly not worth it at the cost of investigations.
If I may also add, the license plate reader system, I don't know that you all decided to move forward with that. It was approved in the budget for this year. And it is part of the conversation around the flock and the LPR because they were both license plate reader. They were both a part of the request for the grant. And the request for the grant, we could choose to go with the LPR or go with the flock. Flock is part of what we can be reimbursed. So if in fact we decide not to implement the flock or some of the parts of this equipment request, we could potentially lose the grant. I would just say that we have the opportunity to fund it with $76,000 within the grant. We also had the LPR allocated this year. If we're not going to spend it this year, we can move those dollars forward. Those are the kinds of things that are still a possibility. So I would just say the potential, if you're looking at investigations standing on its own, you may not want to include the LPR because, the flock in that conversation, that tech ask in that conversation, because it does have a larger impact on the amount of money you get in your grant request.
And we've already are moving forward with Flock.
Yeah, Flock is LPR.
The LPR.
That's the same thing.
basically.
They're the same.
License plate reader
Okay,
is
so
not the same
they
as
were
photo radar.
correct. That's the distinction I was trying to figure out
Yeah.
with these dollars. So I just don't want to lose the
Yeah,
grant.
we won't use any of our grants for the photo radar stuff.
Okay,
Just
Yeah,
block
yeah.
slash LPR, which is one and the same.
yes, okay, great.
Okay, I think, I don't know that I have anything else to add to the photo radar. I'd love to see it happen. If we're able to make a project out of it and figure out all these factors. My colleagues, correct me where I'm wrong, but I think we'd be very interested in knowing the costs and benefits of that program. And if it's in time for budget season, all the better. I know that that's a month away.
Okay, so, sorry. I'm still wrapping my brain around this. Photo radar is for speeding.
Correct.
Flock cameras are for identifying bad guys coming into our county.
Correct.
Right.
Roundabout way, yeah.
High level.
High level way.
A very high level discussion.
High level, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
An investigative tool for crimes committed in the county.
Got it. Thank you.
We already talked about the sergeant investigations. We already talked about the overhire. I have a question about. I feel like I ask this question every year. So, geez. Do sworn staff get both COLA and the step plan?
No. And so sworn staff, yes. Okay. Well, they weren't, but we budgeted for 26, right?
On the deputy level.
Yeah, sworn deputies, yes.
On the deputy level, with the steps now being implemented, they receive that step increase. No other sworn, like if you're a sergeant or above, would see that because there's not a step plan that currently exists for sergeant and above.
So, yeah, they, on an annual
ask
basis, so the way
includes
I
everybody,
budget
though.
it,
Right.
I budget their salary today with a 3% increase. And then the step plan is engaged as a sworn employee after that, in that calendar year.
And that's for patrol and jail deputies. So basically, they're guaranteed to move up in the range every year. I'm always trying to think about equity with the rest of the organization, and I'm curious, I think I know the answer to this. The staff that report through you, Colton, are they guaranteed to move up in the range every year?
Only COLA.
They only get COLA, so they basically stay in the state. And then every couple of years, when we do a market study, we move the ranges, and that's kind of effectively how they're getting their pay is kept competitive.
If we can afford it.
Okay.
When we look at our sworn staff and we would look at our civilian staff, our sworn staff are paid lower in the range than our civilian staff. Civilian staff don't get right now any step increases. Sworn staff do. But if you look at our civilian staff versus our sworn staff and where they fall within their pay range, our sworn staff have traditionally fallen much lower within that range.
I thought you said that the pay ranges for your staff collectively are on the higher end.
Well, now, because of the comp plan that we put in place that Carol Ann worked on with us, now we're competitive. We weren't competitive. For a long period of time, we weren't competitive at all.
Okay.
But now we're very competitive as far as salary is concerned, entry level salary, yes.
Okay.
Could I make a comment about step and grade, so globally? For instance, state of Colorado, it allows hiring of an officer from another agency into a similar position, so it gives credit for years of service. So you can hire someone 5 years somewhere else, they go into year 5 slot here. So it's a way to attract experienced officers from other agencies.
And
And it's almost all law enforcement agencies have that, almost all of them now.
that sounds a lot like how we hire, right? When we have a more experienced person, we hire them further into the range, correct?
I mean, the reality is, do you want me to speak to this? And correct me if I'm wrong, okay? We, on the county staff side, we have, quite frankly, if I'm gonna be direct as possible, a policy of only offering people 10% over
It's
bottom.
written in our guidelines.
We lowball. That is not the same as offering someone a defined 5-year slot that's benchmarked across the range.
And if someone has to, makes a request for above 10%, there's a process we go through additionally where I analyze their overall budget spending for the calendar year to make sure that they'll hit their number, their entire budget, not just their salary lines, in order for them to make that over hire above 10%.
But hopefully now with the way that we're budgeting vacancies at mid, that will give us a little bit more flexibility with our hiring practices in the future. Doesn't change the guidelines that state what the acceptable practice is, but we do have controls in place now to allow for more flexibility with that. I do want to say though, regarding the step plan, though, like Holly mentioned, this is very common practice for sheriff's office, for them to have the COLA increase that the county agrees to every year, but then also to move the non-certified and certified deputies up a step when they reach their anniversary date. And that was something that we attempted to correct about 3 years ago when I first got here, because it hadn't been being done. And I think this is the first year where it's actually worked into the budget where they can start doing that, because that is how standard practice is for sheriff's offices for deputies to move up a step when they reach their anniversary date.
And if I could add a few things to that, in keeping with the sheriff's vision, we are doing everything we can to professionalize this organization and to make it as attractive as we possibly can for applicants from other agencies. One of the ways you do that is to be competitive and hey, this is a really long drive from the metropolitan area where many of our applicants will be coming from. We want to stabilize this. In fact, the more we can keep our people so that we have more than 2 years experience with a senior person, the better. That in conjunction with, a retirement program such as FPPA, which makes us even that much more attractive because some certain jurisdictions already have FPPA and they can move to here and still have that. So in doing things such of this nature, then maybe we don't need overhires as much because we have stability and we're not losing people when we're confident to fill it. That's the goal. And these step increases are, though functionally, I think just what everybody gets them, they are based on performance. So if you are a poor performing deputy at the end of our review period, you're not going to get that step increase if it's documented that your performance is not meeting expectations.
It also helps address pay inequities as we bring on, as strategy has been to bring on more seasoned. It gives us the opportunity to address pay inequities when we're moving our current deputies up in the steps appropriately on their anniversary date and bringing in seasoned deputies at the appropriate steps where they're coming in from.
Thank you. Other questions on that topic? I wanted to talk about records. I was looking through, I did kind of a deep dive, refreshing myself on the KRW report. At the time KRW was written, there was one person in records. They were recommending adding another. It looks to me like you have 3 in your budget. Are those all filled?
You have one vacancy.
Oh,
Glad to speak there. So over time, a lot of this has been due to legislation, new legislation reporting. Every year we get 3 or 4 or 5 new laws that require reporting, who you contact, how many contacts, all of those things. So that requires time from a person. We needed a supervisor, which was why we implemented the records manager mid-year to supervise records. And also the most recent addition of the CCIC coordinator of the TAC, that was kind of a leftover from when we lost the communications division. We had a dispatcher go into a records position, but they were really doing all of the stuff that we lost when we went to JeffCom.
What's CCIC?
Colorado Crime Information Computer. I think.
Background, criminal activity, background reports.
Yeah.
So I can speak to that a little bit. CCIC, Colorado Crime Information Center, is our legal database that connects with the FBI's National Crime Information Center. It's the law enforcement database where all warrants are entered, IBRS reporting, next constant base reporting system. It's every agency has to have this to be compliant. And when we lost dispatch, it fell onto records as kind of a gap, and there was many holes in that. Without a dedicated person to that, we failed a couple times, and new CGS requirements have made it important that we reestablish that. When we did lose dispatch, one of the concessions was filling that second records role as well to help cover the gaps that the 8 people in dispatch vacated. So there's records got big impact on that, and they help administratively keep us more in compliance with state laws, which change way more. So
A ceiling.
And really records is the communication pipeline back and forth to the courts, district attorney, and the public for releases, for discovery. That's just a constant moving target. And that's why when we looked at the Georgetown contract, Colton identified how much records work is involved with one officer. It came out to 18,000 per officer of work that is related to records, payment of tickets and communications with various state and local entities.
So you have 3 FTEs in records. One of them is a supervisor.
1 supervisor, 2 records, we're in the process of hiring another records. And then that's it. Then there's administrative staff that I supervise.
One of the state changes, right, was the ceiling of records. So CBI is getting upwards of, I might be misspoken, but upwards of 10,000 inquiries a month. And we're currently dealing with about 100 a month. So that with the changes in the law and requiring to report and do those, that's been a significant increase due to that.
Things are having to be automatically sealed now than they were before. I think they had about 500 this year. I off the top of my head, I'm trying to remember how many records.
It was a lot
requests.
initially. It slowed down a bit, but right out the gate, it was heavy.
And just a little caveat on body worn cameras, a legislative requirement. Whenever those are released, they have to be redacted. So software and sitting there and making sure that people's faces are blurred if they're not involved, and names and all kinds of information. So it's not just blocking out a paper report anymore with a Sharpie. It's now going through just the paper reports plus the body worn cameras.
Okay. Alex, other thoughts, other questions about these requests? I just want to, I have a question just about the jail evacuation plan. I'm pretty sure that the report was false when it stated there was no evacuation plan. There is an evacuation plan in the jail, correct?
Yep.
Okay, just,
Yeah.
every time I read that, I just want to make sure it's on the record that was false.
I'm not sure how that got through the final report.
I think during the report period, we actually had an evacuation of it. So I don't know either. So it's one thing we've actually had multiple times happen, so.
I want to ask you about the EOC. They talked about the need for a permanent EOC. I know we have one, and I think I saw an MOU come past our desk to be able to use the Fire Authority EOC. I think did you invest extra money last year in creating an EOC in the old dispatch center?
No,
we did with different things to outfit it, but it's been taken over by IT currently, so that's all been halted. But the goal is to have that as a secondary IT once that space is vacated from our current IT team because of the flooding.
The purpose wasn't to create a secondary EOC, it was to create a training room for us to actually do training, to host training. And so the communications you've probably heard is it could be used as a secondary EOC, but that wasn't, okay. That's not the intention of the room, but in the event we needed it, it could be used, but that's not the purpose of why we spent that money.
Some of the infrastructure up there still supports having that because before it was dispatched, that's what it was. So, but that shit would be pretty cost heavy cost to get it going again, but no, it's really to have a training room, facilitate that and be able to do secondary stuff. So.
Is it reasonable to think with the staffing that you have in records, you're able to meet recommendation number 6 about digitizing? Has there been, what's the progress about digitizing records? Is there still the
I apologize, I can't hear what you're saying.
digitizing records? Is there progress on digitizing records with the staffing you have in records now? Is there like potential to make progress?
So we've digitized a lot of things and made things electronic over the last year. But I think what they were talking about is a trailer of historic records. I'm not sure we have the manpower to do that at this point. That's a huge job, and it would probably have to have some type of a quote from a company that maybe does that. And I think there's also some environmental issues possibly in the trailer that may need to be dealt with.
That's what the report states.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I only have one more question. I didn't give you this in writing in advance. I see an accountant on your org chart. No, going back quite a few years, but at one point we had aspired to having kind of centralizing accounting services in finance.
So we briefly explored this at the beginning of last year, and we can all kind of probably pitch in on this. To say in a blunt way, it was a complete failure. There's a lot of things that accounting position does that I don't think their
You can.
staff is.
Statutorily handle
No, that
the
too.
fiduciary accounts, which is really what was taking place. When I arrived there was the fiduciary accounts are the responsibility of the treasurer. And the treasurer gives approval for the process managed in order for other offices to do that. The finance team is not the treasurer. We did not have the systems in place within the team to ensure those fiduciary accounts. And those are dollars managed on behalf of someone else. So those are the inmate accounts. And those inmate accounts need to be managed and are managed with confinement and with the accounting team. And it's a person in the sheriff's office under the direction of the treasurer. And that's the reason the failure took place. It had more to do with our methods within finance are not to be the acceptance of revenue. That is really the role of the treasurer, and the treasurer has maintained that role and has overseen the work with Holly and her team to ensure that she's in agreement with how those dollars are managed. We didn't have that relationship before. So that's the other part of my arrival here, was increasing the relationship and improving the relationships between Treasury, the Sheriff's Office, and then the larger county with the finance team to ensure that not only are we operating in the things that we need to be doing, but also those who are responsible for it are handling it in the way that they're comfortable. And we just didn't have that between the three agencies before.
Just because I don't know, Holly, I've got the org chart in front of me. What is your role?
I supervise the accountant, the receptionist, administrative assistant at the front desk.
So are you the administrative services
Oh, yes.
director?
I'm sorry,
Okay, thank you.
and records.
Well, if there's 40 hours worth of work to be managing those fiduciary accounts.
She
It's not,
also manages all of the expenditures for the entire team. The accountant does. So she works with us in finance, but she's the one dogging the revenues, the grant money getting in, there was a fee structure. There was an entire set of revenue that she caught this year that wasn't done last year.
Payments to other agencies from collections that we make on tickets to, gosh, she had all of the travel expenses, training.
She's watching the expenses and ensuring those distributions.
Right.
Yeah. So she works very closely with our accounts payable technician.
that's good enough for now. Harris, I've been sort of just like going through my list of questions. Sorry, Sheriff Harris.
What else do you feel like your presentation got?
No, we're good. I think that's a good high level discussion. I don't think we really missed anything except for the discussion on FPPA and the CRA, which we'll have after here.
Yeah.
And so I think it could be a good segue for that, unless you all have any other questions for me.
No, I mean, my high level takeaway is where there are revenue components to these requests, it'd be nice to see them called out. And my other high level takeaway is it's when I see a 2 point, sorry, let me get to the bottom of this. I think once we hear from finance about what was mentioned at the top of this, we're gonna see that we're looking at a pretty big proposed increase. And I'm just not sure how to pay for it.
And so like, I wanna just end with an open-ended question.
If there's something you're doing in the sheriff's office that you've talked a lot about reviewing contracts that have not been reviewed for years, I'd love to hear which contracts have been canceled, which contracts could be canceled.
Basically,
If I
how do we
could,
pay for this?
if I could, right? I think if you look at historically what wasn't invested in, right? We're part of the reason we're here is because we didn't invest in infrastructure, we didn't invest in people, we didn't invest in salaries, we didn't invest in a pension, right? And so that's part of the reason I'm here, right? And so we, in the front end, we cut where we could, right? We move forward with this mindset of, hey, listen, this is the taxpayer dollar, and we're going to be more judicious in how we spend money and fueling and everything, and fueling and credit card use and everything. We put internal controls in place. We looked at some contracts with eForce. We looked at whether there was a duplicative nature in Digiticket versus eForce, and whether we could do it or we couldn't do it. So we look at these things when we have these very elaborate discussions. But I think it's important to know is that we didn't invest properly in the sheriff's office for many, many years. And that's why we're here. And so we could look at saving money. I don't know if there's anywhere else to save. I really don't. Even going forward on this leasing contract, which Colton was really a big proponent of, is that will save us maintenance over time, right? It may be a big expense up front, right, with the leasing program, but what that does is it's going to save the maintenance costs over time. And so I don't know if we're in any place to say that, hey, there's money hidden somewhere, right? And there's not, because we're investing in things we haven't invested in before, right? And as legislation changes, and as Holly was talking about, we had to invest in a body worn camera redaction software. Look at our IT, right? Look at the servers, right? For years, we put together a patchwork approach, right? We continue to put Band-Aids on issues that need systemic root cause fixes. And so when I got here, my approach was, no, we're not putting Band-Aids on things anymore. We're going to fix problems so we can sustain for the long term. And I don't think that there's anywhere else to honestly save a lot of money. I don't. And I think this discussion in the county is certainly more of a revenue issue than it is a spending issue. And when I go to the public and I talk to people and they say, well, we're spending too much. No, we lack revenue. That's the reality. And I've asked these people to look under every rock they could to save money. But if we want to continue to invest in the sheriff's office and move this organization forward, and for us to keep moving, right, we have to keep investing, we have to keep progressing, and we have to keep moving forward. We may not have that money to do it, all these things, right? And it could be a discussion as where do you want to cut? But we certainly shouldn't cut salaries, and we shouldn't cut pensions, and we shouldn't cut people, right? Because in order to make the engine run, we need people, and we need good people. And that's what we've invested in. We've invested in good people. We're hiring based on ethics, integrity, and character. You see the quality of people that are sitting in this room, the quality of people that we've hired in the last 2 years, and the quality of people that we've elevated to positions of authority to make the changes in the sheriff's office. No, that's what we're really proud of. And I think like, we don't want to regress. We understand we're in a budget situation. We understand where we are, but I think the threat is regressing of the investment that we've made in the sheriff office the last 2 years, and we need to continue doing that.
I can appreciate that. And I'm looking at this spreadsheet and I see that in 2024, we spent $8.2 million. I see that we're projected to spend $9.3 million by the end of this year.
So I think the project 9.3 was the budget, right? I think we're projected at 9. So we're projected at $280,000 under our budget.
I might need some help understanding. When I see 2025 final, I see 2025 estimated. 2025 final is the budget number.
That's the 9.3 is what our budget was for 2025. And so if I'm right.
You're right. So the 2025 projection is the under.
Okay. So, so we're, if I do the math on the top of my head, $270,000 under budget right now.
So we're looking at spending $800,000 more this year than we spent in 2024. And we're looking at
No.
probably another $800,000 increase.
I don't see where you're finding the $800,000.
I see 2025 estimated is
Right.
9.06.
Yeah.
I see 2024 actual as 8.24.
And so, yeah, that was a question I have, was that our budget in 20, that's what we spent in 8.2.
And I remember you saying you returned a lot of money, like you underspent.
Returned a lot. We returned a lot because when I got here at the end of 23 to 24, we had everyone was leaving, right? So that a lot of that money is in vacancy savings, right? And so when you're looking, so, you know, and now what do we have here? We have Captain Ruben and we have Holly and we have Jenny, right? And we have some other, another sergeant, right? 2 other sergeants actually. And so,
There wasn't even a
that,
training budget for patrol.
that's right. There wasn't a training budget for patrol.
Patrol had 0 budgeted training dollars for 24.
So that explains
A lot.
75,000.
But I mean, if you even go back and look at the line item, right, in 2022, George, we're at 9.1, 9,163,000 in 2023 versus 2025. So we're actually estimated this year to spend less money than we did in 2022. So 3 years ago. And that's now, and then you add the inflationary costs in there, right? So
yeah,
that's so I'm pretty proud of that.
Yeah, thank you.
In 2026 dollars, the 2022 number was 10.3 million.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate that.
Sure.
Next.
Sure.
Any other questions on this?
No, but that was a good question. That helped.
Yeah, real quick, I just like to thank for the partnership that HR provided us to doing a lot of this study. Rachel with the finance side and Colton from this budget cycle has been so much a smoother process and being able to have clear communication, which is last year it was an absolute struggle. So we know there's some tough decisions to make, but having the time and the teamwork that went into this and the understanding has gone a long way. So we appreciate that. So.
It'd be great to understand how you would rank these reviews in terms of your priorities, because I just,
Yeah.
you know, at this point, every additional dollar is an additional dollar that's in a bank account that's not filling itself back up. And I know we all know that.
Yep. Take care of that.
Anything else?
Also add on the revenue piece, just to point out, there's just a reality of externalities that have nothing to do with that bottom line that you're gonna see as an overall county. We have the impact of lower grant funding that's coming out of our federal partners. We have the impact of new requirements in there also playing out. We also have the potential for 5.25% adjustment that is a new law this year that we have to apply to our property tax. Those will all affect how much new revenue we're gonna actually see. So not only, I just want to underscore that point of, it's not just always about the expenditure, it's also about the amount of money you had to do the work, and it will be reduced this year as opposed to what we had projected just because of those laws and the reduction of funding from.
Yeah. I walked away from a really great work session where we spent all day hearing the needs of every division in the county. And I was trying to put a number on it, and I know that we're not going to pass a budget that has a number that accommodates every request across the organization. I don't think so. I don't think that we'll be passing a budget that's that far in the red. So anyway, anything else? Let's move to FPPA, or
Let's take a break.
you want to take a break?
Yes.
I missed that. Let's do a break. We'll reconvene at 10:15 and we'll start with, actually, Colorado Retirement Association wants to go first. Is that right? Okay.
Yes. Oh.
Okay, thank you all. We're back on the record. The next thing on the agenda, we have two back-to-back presentations. First is from the Colorado Retirement Association. And then we have a presentation from the Fire and Police Pension Association. And after that, colleagues, is when I suggest we spend some time asking kind of general questions about how all this stuff might fit together. And I'm sorry, I don't recall your name, but
Mike Whalen.
Mike Whalen with the Colorado Retirement Association. Please proceed with your presentation.
All right.
And do you want questions as you go or after, when you're done?
I can go. You can take questions as I go. Absolutely.
Okay.
Comfortable with an interactive experience.
Oops.
No, you're good.
Okay.
So just a quick overview. We're gonna, just for the courtesy of the commissioners, go through who CRA is. We'll run through defined benefit plans versus defined contribution plans. CRA partial withdrawal, what that might look like for the county. And then some plan design and benefit levels, some details on that. I'll try to keep it moving. If you do have questions, let me know. All right, Colorado Retirement Association, established 1968 per state statute. We're an association of local governments, approximately 250 within the state. We are the plan administrator for a 401A money purchase plan and a 57B deferred compensation plan. Here we go. 52 of the 64 counties. We're about 35,000 participants. About 8,000 of those are retirees. They may actually be retired or they're simply with a separation date and they still have their accounts here. Could be 35 years old, could be 65 years old, right? The fact that they stick around is a sign to us that we're doing something right, that they choose to keep their money here. 2.9 billion in assets under administration as of last week. All right, our role as the association is really the plan administrator for those two plans. We use industry certified retirement counselors that come on site for group meetings like these, individual meetings with your employees for counseling and education on retirement.
I'm sorry, I must have missed the difference between the two plans. What are the two plans?
It's a 401A
Oh, that's
as
right.
an alpha
Sorry.
and 457B as in beta.
Thank you.
We contract with Empower Retirement as a record keeper for the system, second largest record keeper in the country, largest in the public sector, and they're based in Denver. So it's nice to have them in our backyard. Best in class institutional mutual funds. One of our primary objectives is economies of scale. We use those 250 employers, 33,000 participants to get access to the lowest expense funds available to your employees, which help them grow their retirement, right? Lower the investment costs, the better their performance. And one of the hallmarks for us is flexibility to customize employer plans. We have those two plans. Each employer completes what's called a participation agreement that allows them to create custom plan designs. So of our 250 employers, if they had both plans, and most of them do, we're really managing 500 different plans. Because while they're all operating under one document of a 401, there are 200 different versions of that document as far as eligibility, contribution rates, vesting, loans, so on and so forth. So being able to customize that and change it in the future is a key piece to how we operate. How do we do that? Through a well-known cost structure. 0.25% on account balances up to the first 400,000 or a minimum of $28 per year. Any account balance over 400,000 doesn't have any additional expenses that go with it. Our investment lineup, the 13 custom target date portfolios. Those are created using 15 institutional class investment funds, right? Leveraging that 2.9 billion in assets to get customized, low-cost target date portfolios. Our stable value fund, we also have managed accounts available through Empower if you don't want to select your own investments. And the last bullet is a self-directed brokerage account available through Charles Schwab for those who want to get into individual stocks or other investments that might not be in the lineup. All right, I like this slide a lot. It's kind of an overview of what the objectives are, regardless of the program you choose ultimately. The left side is the working years, or when you're accruing balance, right? You're contributing a set percentage every pay period. You're investing that money, getting returns. And at some point, we get to what we call the point of choice. An employee gets to make the decision, am I done working or do I want to keep going a little bit more and pad those accounts, right? Click, please. They stick around. That account's going to grow a little bit more. But at some point, they reach the top of the mountain. And for all the folks that like to do the hiking, you get to the top, you're only halfway there. You got to get yourself back down, right? So the income phase is a huge component of that. One system is very simplified. The other system here, it's a little more complicated. You have a little more latitude and right as to how you access your assets. You control that drawdown. We help you with that. But you can see this timeline for a typical individual, we're probably looking at 60 to 70 years here of 40 years of work and 20 to 30 years of retirement, all in one picture. So that's the objective. As a quick review, your two plans, the 401A plan is a mandatory participation for every employee working 20 hours or more, 12 months per year. The employer starts at a 4% contribution for the first 14 years of service. At year 15, that county contribution goes up to 6%. The duration for the employee under the current design is 4%. Okay, so your current contributions are 8 to 10%, depending on the tenure of your employees. You have a 4-year vesting schedule, 0% the first year and roughly 33% every year after that.
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand that. So if after, you mean like the employer's contribution and employee's contribution, if you work less than a year, then you don't get the employer's contribution?
No, the vesting
Yes.
question?
Yes.
Right. No, so an eligible employee that's in the plan, vesting refers to the amount of ownership in the county's contributions to their account.
Mm-hmm.
So the first year, they don't accrue any ownership. So if they leave within the first 12 months, the county gets all of their contributions back.
The employee's contribution?
No,
Oh,
no.
the employer.
Employer's contributions.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So the vesting only applies to the employer, the county contribution.
So then after the first year, you would get 33% back?
So between year 1 and 2, you accrue 33%.
Of
Actually accrue it on a monthly
employer's
basis.
Contribution. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, so if you were here 18 months, right, a year and a half, you would be, what is that, 16.5% vested,
Okay.
right? So at the end of 4 years, the employee is what's called fully vested in their account. They own all of the county's contributions from that point forward.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Yep. The second plan is a 457B.
Sorry, one more.
Sure.
Not to get too selfish about things, but you said you're 100% vested at age 55.
Yes.
What if you started work at 55?
You're 100% vested.
Okay.
Our plan is, our normal retirement age is defined as age 55. So
Interesting.
you have a 4-year vest or at age 55.
Okay, thank you.
457B is that secondary plan. It's voluntary participation. It's available for employees who want to save more than the 4% they have to do in the 401. So it's a secondary plan, same contributions as a 401k. So any of their friends in the private sector have a 401k. They have that same ability as a secondary plan. They can make contributions pre-tax or Roth, and there is no vesting in that plan. So it's all employee money, so they own all of it.
Can I ask one quick question?
Yes, sir.
401 plan, is that common practice for us? Is after 15 years, we have a 6% match by the employer?
That's an employer-defined contribution.
So that's something we do here?
Yes.
I've seen it in the 2% in my 457, not the 401. Am I missing something?
Nope, it's the 401. It's not the 457. 457 is voluntary. The 401 is not.
Okay. I think I'm a little bit different, but I'll check on that. Thank you.
And I was just thinking about this. If you all have questions, sheriff's office staff, please just give me the high sign. I'll make sure that your question gets asked.
Thanks.
No, you're good. That's encouraging more.
Yeah. So real quick overview reminder for the BOCC. Graphically, this is what that plan looks like, right? 4 and 4 for the first 14 years. At year 15, the county will add another 2%. The employees always have access to that 457. So base contribution is a range of 8 to 10%, depending on the employee's tenure, and leaving the 457 available. These can be changed at any time, right? All right, let's keep moving.
Oh, wait, no, go back. What's the additional deferrals allowed up to IRS limit?
Yeah, so the 457 allows baseline contributions per the IRS can go up to 23,500 if an employee is so inclined.
Oh, okay.
There's 3 other catch-up limits that could come into play also on that plan.
And you said base contributions 8 to 10? Oh, that's including the 401A?
Yeah, that's really just the 401A.
Okay,
Okay.
got
At
it.
8 and 8, or sorry, 4 and 4 is the 8%, and then the additional 2 gets you to that percent. So, yes, sir.
What's the logic behind the accelerator at 14 years? I mean, I guess it makes sense, but it seems like if you're trying to maximize returns over time, you'd actually want to invert those numbers. And why have they decided to stick with the later?
This was a county design plan. I think it was last updated in 2020. If I'm
This is our decision. This isn't the CRS.
correct.
Okay.
I remember a lot of conversation around that a few years ago.
Thank you. Yep. Lots of clicks. All right, there are 2 basic types of retirement plans out there, right? Defined contribution retirement plan is a promise that defines a current contribution invested by the employee to create a retirement benefit. Pretty straightforward. That's the modern day 401k. It's a 401a, like our 401a and a 457 are all defined contribution plans. The defined benefit plan is a promise that defines a future benefit in retirement based upon wages, tenure, and expected investment returns. Commonly referred to as that traditional pension, like FPPA, right? So 2 basic ways.
And like, this is pretty simple understanding. The defined contribution plan, all the financial risk is on the employee if the investments go bad. The defined benefit plan, all the risk is on the employer if those investments go bad.
Essentially, yes. Yep.
Next.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, just let me know if I've
Okay.
fallen behind. Thanks.
And so like, sorry, just to expand on that a little bit,
Yeah.
I remember back when I think it was the pilots union had a defined benefit plan in the 90s. and the investments went bad. And there was like a lot of noise about that, right? And I think eventually the pilots ended up not getting what they were promised because nobody had the money to pay the benefit. I'm just want to make sure some of the stories I've heard, I'm tracking right.
Well, it kind of comes into the next slide here, funding ratios for pensions.
Okay.
Is ultimately where it goes, right? As long as a pension is well funded, as long as the math works, the system should sustain itself, right? The problem is sometimes the math doesn't work. So.
Can I add a caveat there too?
Please.
And please correct me, but another risk to consider is that how pensions funds catch up when the math goes bad is largely to force the younger employees to pay more to pay their existing liability for less benefit. So it becomes a little bit of this kicking the can problem, is because you're now socializing the risk. What happens generally is that you have this existing liability that the fund can't pay for. So they generally, this is what happened in Denver, reduce the benefits and increase the expense on the younger
folks who are still working,
to pay for the existing liability. So it's a bit of a transfer, it's a wealth transfer system. And that's generally how that plays out. And that's just for transparency, right? You've got to make sure your math is right, because otherwise what generally happens is you're saddling your existing employees with the risk that your previous employees, the previous decision homeowners made and didn't do correctly. I mean, Social Security now, right? So, yeah.
All right, so this one's looking at funding for public pensions across the state. Colorado went into 37 in 2024. The large state DB is really driving these numbers. As an example, they're on table 9 of their benefits table currently. So there's been 9 iterations of what their benefits look like. And the trend is not to increase those benefits over those tables, right? Next slide, please. This one's dropped in here. CRA does have the ability to design alternative retirement plan options for specific departments. So common features would be different contribution rates, a discretionary employer match, a different vesting schedule, and other items. So next, please. All right. Defined benefit plans and their concerns, no local control of promised benefits and employer requirements. Potential reductions to future promised benefits we just discussed.
On number one, I think, and this is in the documentation of FPPA, right? And I think statute was recently changed. This is why we had to get on the ballot, because they can decide to increase the employer contribution and we have no say in that.
Correct.
And that would decrease the income of everyone participating, their take-home pay, because they would be forced to contribute a higher rate.
Right. There's a couple of different levers, right? You could increase contributions, you could decrease benefits. You can change different parts of the calculation. Instead of 3 highest average salary years, you could go to 5 highest average salary years, right? There's different levers available to that math.
Okay.
But the pension board will determine what that solution is.
Not us.
Correct. No ability to control investment performance, limited retirement benefit portability. You're pretty much limited to your spouse as to who would inherit that benefit, depending on how you choose the benefits when you activate it.
I want to speak to that for just a second. So you're saying that if someone were to be on FPPA and retire and they pass away and their spouse preceded them, that all of that funding is not accessible to their children or to any other beneficiary.
That's my understanding.
No, that's not correct. So, sorry. So basically, upon retirement, the employee will have the option to pass that along to a beneficiary, but their monthly paycheck will be increased. Does that make sense?
We can ask FBPA when they're
Yeah,
here for
okay.
clarification.
I just wrote that down, yeah.
Yeah, go to the source. Next one.
Oh, wait, sorry, no one was talking, so.
We were reading.
There is employer financial liability when the plan is underfunded, right? National trend is away from DB plans. There's a clear trend for that. And it's largely because the future is unknown, right? You lose options to pivot down the road. Next slide, please. All right, we're looking at corporations here, so private sector. But this trend is in the public sector also. We're looking at about 20 years of activity. And in the private sector, the trend is really clear. Corporations are freezing and closing defined benefit plans on a regular basis, on an ongoing basis.
What does it mean to freeze a pension plan?
So if you freeze a plan, you don't allow any new participants, but you still offer it for the existing folks and they continue to participate in it. But new hires essentially are in a defined contribution plan in these corporations.
So when you say that once we are locked into it, we can't opt out, there is this option to freeze.
I don't believe an employer has that ability under a PPA.
Oh, who has the ability under
The
FPPA?
pension plan has the ability to freeze.
Yeah.
Okay.
So FPPA has never froze before. And I just want to add that they've only raised their contribution rates for the employer once since they've been established. So
I would think it'd be highly unlikely they would freeze their pension.
I think just, and we can discuss FPPA when they're here, but I think I remember that it used to take an act of the legislature to change the employer contribution, and the legislature just gave that authority to the pension board, kind of with the anticipation that rate increases are coming, right? I think when we were doing our financial modeling, we were looking at a worst case scenario, kind of assuming that that employer contribution was going to be going up quite a bit.
yes, so that is correct. So they can raise the rates on the employer, but not the employee without a vote.
Right.
Oh, next slide, please. Just another DB example of 100 companies in the S&P, 27 had frozen, 34 did outright, 39 had still kept them open. This was as of 2 years ago. Next slide, please. GASB has brought up mentioning public pensions and the trends that they don't like to see. Pension obligations as a percentage are increasing, percentage of salaries and wages. Pension plan assets as a percentage of benefits are decreasing. Post-employment benefit liability per municipal employee is increasing. These are national trends. A couple of headlines. Many states and lots of private corporations are offloading those pension liabilities by shutting them down. You can click through, there's 2 or 3 headlines that show up. Florida and Texas have shut down their DBs. So large states. Keep going, please. All right, partial withdrawal. What does it look like for a sheriff's department to leave CRA? Board of County Commissioners may allow election for sheriff's office to withdraw from CRA. Current employees that are the peace officers are affected. The exclusive purpose of that election is to join FPPA. They can't go anywhere else per state statute. They have to go to FPPA. BOCC and CRA are allowed to present information to the peace officers, multiple presentations on advantages, disadvantages. And officer or sheriff's office threshold is a 55% affirmative vote. All current employees that are peace officers would vote. If the election is allowed, we would expect that threshold to be met, right?
This is probably actually a Peter question. What kind of action does the board take to authorize this election? Do we like pass a resolution?
You pass a resolution to approve it.
Have we done so?
For CRA?
No.
For FPPA?
An election to move to FPPA.
You have to, so you don't have to cause the election initially, but once the election comes through and you want to approve and transfer to FPPA, that is what requires that.
So this section that says the BOCC may allow for an election, what action do we have to take to allow for an election?
What I would argue is that the ballot resolution that you put in there and the resolution language that was in the whereas clause in that allowed for that. Because it described an intent of the board to allow for that should it be something that the vote would come through, what the election would state. The one that put the ballot on the agenda. Yeah.
So the resolution that put it on the ballot also authorized the election.
Yeah. I mean, if we needed something more formal and we'll know from FPPA, we'll find that out today. But they have not requested that of us. And as far as I know, I do not know if an election has taken place.
Thank you.
At that point, existing SO employees have options. They can either choose to stay in CRA or go to FPPA. Existing employees provide written notice prior to the effective date of FPPA. If they stay in the DC plan or participate in the DB plan, right? So at that point, it's another individual decision. Do I stay in the DC or do I join the DB? On the effective date, all new employees must go to FPPA, so all new hires are there. You would have the potential benefit disparity within the sheriff's department because of the two plans currently set up have different contribution rates. But over time, the entire department would be under FPPA if you choose to go down that route. If you join, you have no ability to cease participation. There's no mechanism to leave FPPA. You walk in that room, you're not walking out. DB plans present significant risk to the county in the future on unfunded liabilities. They land on your balance sheet and they could impact borrowing abilities. Next slide, please. All right, plan design and benefit levels.
Who determines an underfunded liability?
The actuaries on the plan, there's a formal calculation that they go through. Depends on the demographics of the participants, funding, a number of features.
Do you happen to know how many FPPA plans there are in the state? Is that?
I don't have hard numbers on it.
Half and half, or is there?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, there's different, there's a local division. There is a few different divisions, if I remember correctly. I think Colorado Springs has a carve out. Denver may have a carve out. So they have one set of plans, a couple of different ways to use those plans.
I was just wondering if we could reach out to somebody to see how well it's working.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. So they have two levels of their defined benefit plan, right? Their statewide DB is this contribution currently. 2025, it's 12% from the employee, 10.5% from the employer.
So,
Because-
we're looking at the social security component plan. I think if you're looking at the.
Yeah, this is-
defined benefit plan.
This is the full statewide plan. Next slide looks at the social security component, which is half of these numbers. So starting in 2026, if you were to move to FPPA, the employees have a 50% increase in their contributions up to 6%. And the county is contributing at 5.5% with 0.25% increases for the next, 4 years?
I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rate increases over 9 years. Just
We're
point,
about halfway through that, I believe.
yeah, 2014 to 2022. Anyway,
Yep.
to the employee.
Right. No, the employee is fixed at 6%. in
Not on this
the
chart.
Social Security plan.
I was looking,
Oh, yeah. Looking back at 14 and beyond.
and it looks like in 2021, they decided that they needed to ratchet up on the employer side, and I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 proposed increases between 2022 and 2030.
Yep. So these are in the books. These are scheduled to occur. Next slide, please.
So I'm sorry, I don't understand the social security component.
So that's intended to be a defined benefit plan for employers that have to participate in Social Security.
Okay.
Right. So you're doing 6.2 for Social Security already. The first slide for the statewide DB is really for employers that don't participate in Social Security. So it's intended to be the full solution. The Social Security component is to be added on top of Social Security. That's the intent.
Social security components added on top of social security.
Yeah, so you're participating in Social Security currently, right? And you'll stay participating in Social Security. There's no way that I'm aware of that a county can get out of it. Lots have looked from what I know. So this Social Security component is a defined benefit plan built on top of Social Security instead of replacing Social Security.
So employer contribution, 5.25% this year, that is on top of the numbers you just showed us earlier for the FPPA? Or is that, do you add them together for that total amount?
This is the Social Security component plan, which is
Right.
half of the contributions of the full statewide plan. That's the Social Security replacement plan. Does that make sense?
No.
Are you
So-
asking about, Rebecca, the contributions under the CRA plan that were early in the presentation?
No.
Okay.
You had the earlier slide, Megan. You could go back one slide. Oh, sorry, back again. Yeah, sorry. You had a chart showing like 13%.
Yeah,
And then this is another chart showing
Yes.
another percentage. Are those added together or are those?
no, they're two separate
Thank you.
tracks.
Thank
Two
you.
separate tracks, yeah.
Wait a minute, two separate tracks?
Yeah, so
Pay both or
this
is it?
one is,
That's what I'm looking at.
is the statewide defined benefit plan.
Okay. So does
Intended to
it,
be used in lieu of Social Security.
oh,
So Commissioner, we're looking at two completely different plans right now. So the plan the sheriff's office has set forth is a social security component plan, not this plan.
And it's one or the other.
oh,
It's one or the other.
Okay.
thank
But
you.
we're not pushing this specific plan.
Okay,
That's not what we're asking for.
all right. Okay, so I'm assuming the FPPA folks will be explaining that. Okay.
I'm sure it's.
Okay, thank you.
So that's just to show that it's half the contributions of the other plan. But benefits are really the end run on all of this, right? So in the Social Security component plan, with 30 years of service and age 55, the table will give 35% income replacement benefit for those qualifying officers. That's an important piece. Right? And then additional time or higher salaries can influence that, right? But 35% is the magic number. Next slide, please. The board has the authority to require further increases without employer approval, determine annual cost of living adjustments, modify benefits to maintain actuarial soundness, and control accounts generated by surplus funds. They can seed additional contributions to accounts. If investments returns are less than actuarial assumptions, FPPA can become not fully funded. If underfunded, defined benefit plans can increase contributions either side. They can go to the state and ask for funding, or they can reduce benefits.
Is para, so maybe this is a question for FPPA. What's the relationship between para and FPPA?
They're two state-based defined benefit plans, but yeah, separate.
But the county isn't in para, or are we?
No. Para is just an example of a defined benefit program that's had to have
It is
this
currently underfunded.
and pay
Okay.
additional money. Okay.
Next slide, please. All right, quick review of the current benefits, right? 4 and 4 with 6% at year 15. Next slide, please. All right, some Clear Creek County specific information. There are loans allowed on the 401 and 457 plan at the county. Here's some historical outstanding balances, total loans issued. One quick, we'll do year to date for 2025. Slight reduction compared to recent history, but loans are being used by your employees. Next one.
The balance is outstanding. Sums up, right? But the total loans issued is just in a given year.
Yeah, yep.
Okay. Okay.
Is that a good ratio? Is that usually the way it looks?
I mean, you can see there's some variation there, right? 2022 is almost equal. Usually the blue bar should be higher than the orange bar, right? New loans for any 1 year should be a portion of the overall.
All right.
Number of loans issued, 2025 through September is lower, so that's a good sign. Next one. And then distribution by age group, who's taking loans? This is a fairly typical breakdown. If you think about it, new employees less than 33 years old, they're pretty new to the job, their accounts are smaller. They probably don't qualify for a loan because you need at least 5,000 vested balance. So not uncommon, you don't see many loans there. Mid and late careers is usually where you see the loans. So 40% of the loans are in both of those age groups. And then late in the career, you don't typically see a whole lot of loans there. They're usually empty nesters.
Late career has a lot of loans, 47%.
Oh, no, sorry, pre-retirement. So 63 and older, the yellow,
Okay, thanks.
only 7%. Right.
And these are our employees
Correct.
taking loans on their retirement.
Yep. Yep. So that's important. Loans are being utilized. Loans are not available on a defined benefit plan.
Oh.
Those plans will need those contributions to invest to get the returns for those future benefits, right? Next slide, please. Other pieces, vesting and forfeitures. If an employee leaves prior to being here 4 years and under age 55, the county gets some of those contributions back. The last 4 years, you can see fairly significant dollar amounts that are returned back to the county. The county uses these to offset future employer contributions. Right, so $1,000 in the forfeitures are used to reduce your contribution payroll by $1,000. Right. One more click, year to date, we're just over 31,000 through September.
I imagine that maps pretty closely to turnover rates.
Maps with what?
Turnover rates.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, highly correlated to turnover.
When somebody quits and they have an outstanding loan, who goes after them? Do we or do you?
Ultimately, the IRS.
Oh.
It becomes the outstanding balance becomes a taxable distribution. They'll get a 1099 if they don't
Okay.
pay it off.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're gonna look at a couple of different projections, and kind of some of the conditions and math rules that come in, we'll say. When an employee retires, how long do they need to be employed to save enough money for retirement? Right, that's the basic question. They've got zero money when they start. They're gonna pay into Social Security and take benefits at full retirement age. Most of us are 67 at this point. They're not a spectacular investor. They're gonna get 6% average return on those contributions during their career. And we're targeting 75% income replacement. Okay, those are the objectives. Let's see what has to happen.
That's double, right? I just want to make sure I'm mapping to
Double.
FPPA chart was showing 35%
Correct.
replacement at retirement.
Yep.
Is it typical for people in your plan to target 75% income?
70 to 80 is kind of the target for the industry where folks come back and say that's really where they'd like to be.
Thank you.
So on this assumption, we're targeting 10 times their annual salary as a goal. Okay. So 10 times your salary.
So don't live too long.
Well, you'll see. All right, 6% rate of return. The red section is the 8%. Your current plan at 8%, the math would take an average employee about 37 years to hit that 10 times marker. At 10%, at year 15, we've shaved about 4 years off. We're about 33 years out. What we're showing here is the contribution rate really impacts how long it takes to get there, right? That's really the plan design tenure.
Question for somebody in the sheriff's office, if you know this off the top of your head. What's the average career of a police officer?
I was gonna say 20,
I mean,
20 years.
20. Upwards of, 38. Covers that.
I think it also varies state to state. I think a lot of states have their own state pension plans, right? Or city pension plans. Colorado does a little bit differently. So usually it's 20 years. I know NYPD just went to 22 years. So that seems to be the average rate. But it probably varies state to state based on the retirement plans. So.
Thank you. I'm just curious. Yeah. Dangerous career.
Next slide, please. All right, contributions by plan. Maybe this will help put it in perspective. This is CRA's current plan. No, we're replicating or FPPA's plan, right? And we're bumping it up to 6 and 5 1/4. Okay.
So this is an option where we just try to enhance what we're doing with you to match.
Right. We're trying to give you a apples to apples comparison. That third set is the full statewide plan. That's the one that's not under consideration, but those are the numbers that it would look like. Does that make sense? So employee contributions in the state and the Social Security plan is 6%, and the statewide plan it's 12%. at the bottom there. They're looking at the middle plan. So we're gonna take that math and use it in our system. Okay. Next slide, please. All right, we're still gonna compare those two plans one more time. All right, the social security plan's on the left, statewide is on the right.
So ignore the one on the right.
I'm sorry?
So ignore the one on the right.
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
All the numbers are important though, right? We're looking at 30 years of service, age 55. This individual made 70,000. So we're kind of looking at the bottom of the range, if you will. Monthly contributions, $656. Assuming no changes to benefits, that will generate a $2,041 per month benefit, 35% of their annual salary, right? Statewide plan just doubles those numbers. Next slide, please. All right, what happens under the defined contribution plan with very similar contribution rates, dollar amounts, and 6% rate of return? This individual would accrue $678,500 in retirement. Assuming they can get 4% on their investments in retirement, and they match that $2,441 benefit from the Social Security plan, their retirement account actually grows over the next 30 years.
And that, just to make sure I understand, that's an asset they own, right? So it grows over 30 years.
Yep.
They move on into a different version of existence and their family gets that.
Yep. Next slide. Graphically, what does that look like? Contributions, earnings at 6%, your 678,000. Pull out 2,100, 2,000 a month, and the account actually grows. All right, next slide. Next projection, we've bumped up the salary. We're at 110,000, looking at the upper range. Right, $3,200 monthly benefit on that 35% benefit there. Keep going. Do that under a defined contribution plan at 6%, same contributions. This individual is going to have just over $1 million in their account. If they do 4% rate of return in retirement, they can match that $3,200 benefit, and they're going to see growth in that account over the next 30 years. Graphically on the next
So
slide.
you're saying that there's no growth in the other benefit unless they pass a law saying,
COLAs would go along with that
okay,
as the board determines.
but that's the state board.
At PPA's board.
Thank you.
Sure. So that $3,200 a month, it's a great question. I want to make sure I understand that $3,200 a month would increase by roughly inflation.
I don't know what their historic growth is on COLAs. Next slide. Yeah. So same graph, but you're going to see a scale shift here with 110,000. So again, same benefit, assets continue to grow.
Yeah.
Next slide. With a plan, if an employee really wants an annuity, they can do that. We've teamed up with Hewler Income Solutions to offer wholesale annuities, which are really a tremendous value compared to a retail annuity. You would do that to achieve some lifetime guaranteed income, right? You could do it for time certain or lifetime, right? You want to secure some of that money. You can do that through an annuity. Most financial advisors in the industry wouldn't annuitize 100% of your assets. They might do 50% of their assets. So if someone in our plan wants an annuity, they can pursue it through a wholesale annuity.
Like, is the simple way I understand this is a way to turn a defined contribution into a defined benefit?
Correct. Yep. You can also annuitize your account in that you can set up those monthly distributions from your account, right? An annuity's definition is simply an annual payment. So you can set up a recurring payment. But the DC plan also gives you the ability to pull out money as needed. A defined benefit plan doesn't do that. Next slide, please. A little bit of CRA, our client service managers were really in it for the duration of the career. It's a good reminder that career phases change and your priorities and your education needs change. And so we address all of those through on-site group meetings, individual meetings for education and counseling. Next slide. We're almost there. FPPA plan provides promised benefits. Pros on that is steady lifelong income stream, can be used to create budgets. Cons, the only way to increase retirement income is to work longer or earn a higher salary. FPPA controls the investments, contributions, and benefit decisions. Can really only be passed on to a spousal beneficiary unless you tell us otherwise. Plan funding determines the level of future promised benefits. No increased benefits with positive market return, right? The table defines what your individual benefits are. In the defined contribution plan like CRA, you can diversify future income options in retirement. You can do an annuity if you want. Flexible income streams, withdraw what you need when you need it. When you need to replace that roof or furnace. Opportunity for continued growth in retirement. Inheritability, assets can be passed on to non-spousal beneficiaries, your kids, your favorite charity, whatever that looks like. Market performance determines account balance. Cons, no lifelong income guarantee. Annuity products are available to offset that. And ultimately, market performance determines account balance. Next slide. All right, defined contribution plan really allows the employer to design customized benefits, and the employees have control over their investment and income decisions. Historically, FPPA plans require higher contribution rates and in turn offer participants a guaranteed lower fixed income in retirement. I believe we have one last slide. Yep. Tim couldn't make it today. My apologies on that. Any questions?
Are you sticking around in case we have questions in comparison to the FPPA presentation?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. I think this kind of gets to the core of why we hear some folks in the sheriff's office say they would prefer to be an FPPA. What happens when someone wants to change their employer and their employer does not offer a defined contribution plan? What happens with your plan?
I'm not quite sure I understand.
How portable is our retirement if we move to somebody else? Is that?
As an individual, right, they own that account. They're able to keep it here if they like. They could roll it over to another provider, whether that's an IRA, an individual retirement account separate from their next employer. Most employer plans would allow them to roll that into the next employer's plan. Or they could cash it out if they want. Unfortunately, a lot of folks do that.
Ooh, and pay taxes immediately.
Yeah, and you've got that 40-year clock ticking, right?
Are you aware of any, and I can ask FPPA specifically about their policies, but are you aware of any defined benefits plans that will like let you buy years or something with that asset that you generated?
Yeah, at that point, it's an individual decision to see if the calculations are beneficial for you, right? What's the cost of that year of service? Most of them these days are a flat dollar to dollar years of service purchase, so.
But they can't take any of their CRA funds into FPPA to buy years.
Sure they can.
Okay.
And we can talk to FPPA about what that looks like. Okay, any other questions for CRA? Appreciate you staying in the room.
Not right now, but probably here.
I just have one question. What other sheriff's department in Colorado are in FPPA?
I think we should ask FPPA though.
Yeah, I don't believe any are. I could be wrong.
And you're 50?
Dallas or Denver?
No, none are.
Denver, if I'm not mistaken, I think we would be the first sheriff's office to roll.
So you're 52 of 64, and so there's another like CRA out there that are covering the others?
The other 12 are covered by either self-administered plans or defined benefit plans of their own.
Okay.
Also self-administered.
Those tend to be, when I hear self-administered, I think those tend to be the bigger.
Yeah,
organizations.
most of them are along the Front Range, larger counties. Yeah, there's a couple of outliers there.
Scale really does help with making your own plan.
Yeah.
Ultimately, they're pooling risk, right? That's the main objective.
Okay, anything else? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you short.
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna hear from FPPA next. While you make your way to this table up here, whoever is presenting, I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee.
Do we want to go off record for 5 minutes or?
Yes.
Let's take a 5 minute.
Yeah, let's do a 5-minute break.
We'll be back at 11:20. Okay, before I proceed with this presentation, I have a question for you, Peter. I'm looking at the agenda. Do you have a problem with us after this presentation, just having a general conversation, kind of discussing next steps?
Not at all. That makes sense. It's part of the work session, so factor it in. We're fine. We are fine just in terms of scheduling. Our public hearings in the afternoon don't start till 1:30.
Okay. Then we have here now presenters from the Fire and Police Pension Association. If you please would introduce yourselves and begin.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioner Lloyd, Commissioner Marlin, and Commissioner Hartman Ball. My name is Jay Andre Gonzalez with FPPA. Today I have our Director of Relationship Management, Beth Hemingway, Nicole Moody, Cameron Turner, and Scott Wilson. Thanks for taking time out of your day and having us come up here just to talk about what we can offer to the Sheriff's Department. They have expressed interest in affiliating with FPPA. So we're just gonna talk about what FPPA can offer them. Before we get started, everyone has a packet. I just want to cover what is in this packet. So on the left-hand side, we have our notice. Then we have our self-directed plans quarterly performance update. Just talks about our fund lineup and things like that. And then on the right side of this brochure is the statewide retirement plan social security component. So this is what the Sheriff's Department expressed the most interest in. So we provided brochures for that. Also in this folder has the relationship management team business card. That is our team today. If you guys do affiliate with FPPA, it will be the team that comes up here once a year, talk about retirement projections, things like that. So that's what's in this folder. Before we get started, we always like to display our mission statement and our vision, just because we like to use that as a compass that guides us and gives us a good reminder of the people we serve and what we're here to do today. So for today's agenda, we're going to talk about who is the Fire and Police Pension Association, FPPA, how we differ from other public pension plans, what is a defined benefit and why is it important to offer one, and then I'm going to hand it over to Nicole to talk about what is partial affiliation, what that process may look like, contribution rates and continuing rates of contribution, also known as CRC. And then she's going to give you an overview of the statewide retirement plan, a social security component. We did build in time at the end for questions and answers as well. Who is FPPA? We are a defined benefit plan, a public pension plan, and we are a plan created to address a pension crisis in Colorado in the 1970s. So a little bit about our history is there were public pension plans that were underfunded in the 1970s, and FPPA was created by the state of Colorado to address that pension crisis. We are not like other public pension plans like PARA, so we have had zero pension reform in our history. The contribution rates are a little bit different. And the big thing is we don't rely on state funding for our pension. And we're different than private sector defined benefit plans like United Airlines. We don't have stakeholders that we need to appeal to. They aren't in the pension realm, and this is what we live and breathe every day. How we differ from other public pension plans, we're a multiple employer plan. So what that means is we service multiple employers across the state of Colorado. Our plans are designed for the unique careers and retirement needs of police and fire and sheriff's departments. As you know, that is a very strenuous career. A lot of them may retire early in their careers, so our plans are set up for that. Our historical funding status, I'm going to cover here in a couple of slides. Another thing I'm going to talk about, our board composition, how that is made up. Our contributions collected have always exceeded the cost of benefits, which has led to us not having any sort of pension reform. So we've always taken in more than we've needed to pay those base benefits.
So your asset value is just steadily increasing.
Correct, yes. The contribution rates and plan design are set in state statutes. So what that means is FPPA can't just wake up one day and decide to increase those contribution rates. There is a process if we did ever have to increase that, but there's no plan to increase those in the future. Like I've already said, there's no state funding. We are funded by all member and employer contributions. So we don't ever go to the state of Colorado and ask for funding because we are a well-funded plan.
What is the current statutory cap on employer contributions?
For the social security component, 6.5.
6.5.
Correct.
And already in your plan is to get to 6.5 over.
Until by 2032 or something, right?
Correct, yeah,
2030.
2030 and beyond. So it will stay at, so for the employer, it's gonna be, like, there's no plan to increase those over time after 2030 or beyond.
How did that legislative conversation go? When you were
Advocating for a legislative change in the statutory cap, was that an easy conversation? Was that a hard conversation?
I'm gonna refer you to Beth, who will know that.
Well, it was, I would say, a difficult conversation, but there were a number of reasons why we decided to pursue that. So if we back up and go back to 2011, 2012, we had, even 2010, we had members, police officers, firefighters in our plan that approached the FPPA board and wanted to see if there was a way to increase their member contributions going into the plan. At that time, for the plan, it was 8% from the member, 8% from the employer. For the full, what was statewide defined benefit plan, supplemental social security was 4 and 4. And so we had to run legislation that would allow the members to vote to increase their contributions. So they voted and they approved the increase in the contribution rate. And so as a result, the member contribution rates from 2015 to 2022 increased by 0.5%, or in the social security component, 0.25% per year until 2022, at which point they capped out at 12% and 6% for the social security component.
So question, when you say the members voted on it, who are the members? Would it be
Sorry.
like all of the policemen, sheriffs, firemen?
So when we say members, yes, those are the individual police officers, firefighters, sheriffs, deputies, sheriffs themselves, if they're whoever's in the plan. And then when we conduct an election, it does require a vote of 65% of those that are active and eligible to vote, and who vote to pass it, plus 50% plus one of the employers. So the employer also has to vote. It's not just a membership vote. So this passed by both police officers, firefighters. We didn't have any sheriff's departments in the plan at the time. And so mainly police officers and firefighters across the state of Colorado, plus their employers passed it as well.
So counties, this is a really interesting thing to explore because, you know, counties have some interesting division of authority that you don't have any counties in your plan yet. Who would you give that vote to? Is it defined? Would that be the Board of County Commissioners? Would that be the sheriff?
Who's
the employer? That's the question.
Would be considered our employer. The Board of County Commissioners would be considered our employer.
Board would be the employer?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's the way we would look at it. So, yes. And so as a result of that election, there were a number of years that went on, and then 2008, 2009, well, actually 2008, 2009 hit. And so that's part of the reason the members wanted the increase in their contributions to basically protect the base benefits of the plan if something should happen. Also, the possibility if COLAs were granted that they could be greater in the future, right? Because they're not fixed and not guaranteed in our plan. So after that election and after several years and the economy seemed to recover, then there was a push because the employer contribution was still at 8% and 4%. There had been some changes to the benefits, enhancements to the benefits. And so it was felt when we studied other public pension plans and looked at employer contribution rates, we were the lowest in the nation for an employer contribution rate. Our benefits comparable to benefits. We're not a Cadillac plan. There wasn't a plan to be a Cadillac plan. We're a portion of a retirement, not the full retirement. So in going down to the state legislature, it was like, well, the members have been contributing the higher contribution rates and will be over their careers. And because the employers were so low, it was felt that the employers should pick up their contribution rates as well. So there were several groups that got involved, such as the Colorado Professional Firefighters, CPFF, as well as the FOP, state FOP, Fraternal Order of Police. Sorry, what?
The police union, right?
Yes, yes.
Layman's terms.
Yes, that went down to, at the Capitol to help with that. We also have a relationship with CML, Colorado Municipal League, and Special Districts Association. So for municipalities and for fire departments mainly. So there was a push, but those were the reasons why it was felt that the employers could pay more.
And so the health of that plan, the cost to need to increase employee contributions was because of the health of the plan in 2010. I assume that's part of the long tail of the Great Recession.
Well, so basically, we do have a slide, Jay's going to go through it on our funding status. So we have always been and still remain a very well-funded plan. It was mainly because in 2008, 2009, we were about 129% funded. Sorry, that was maybe back in 2001, before we implemented some benefit enhancements. And then 2008, 2009, about 112%, 119% funded. And so we lost that cushion in the markets because everybody lost in the markets. But we were still 100% funded. And then we looked at our actuarial assumptions and the number of things were projected. One was volatility in the markets going forward. So at that time, I believe our rate of return was an 8% rate of return. We also took a look at demographics such as longevity and those kind of things. Our members were living longer, and we'll talk about that in a little bit too. But as a result, we did change our actuarial assumptions in 2011, 2012. So that was the first time in our history that we went below 100% funded to about a 96, 97% funded. And then by statute, we are required to remain actuarially sound, meaning 100% funded and pay off any unfunded liabilities if we have them with the current contribution rate. So members just wanted to protect and build up that cushion to protect those base benefits. So we didn't have to engage safeguards, which would basically, there are still safeguards in the plan, and Jay can talk about those, but they wanted to protect the base benefits from having to roll back any benefits. So.
Yeah, like Beth just talked about, FPPA per statute is responsible for ensuring those contributions and earnings are adequate to ensure those benefits. The safeguards she was talking about, we could, if we ever had to implement those, we could roll back cost of living adjustments. We could change the tiers in our benefits, which would be a sort of pension reform. We could also increase the age of retirement, things like that. And then the last thing on this slide, just wanted to let you guys know that we are salaried employees. We don't get any sort of sales commission or bonuses if Clear Creek does decide to affiliate with us. So that is a common misconception, but yeah, we are salaried. We don't personally benefit from if you guys affiliate or not.
So it's not a for-profit organization, or is it?
No,
No.
we're a quasi-state.
Oh, thank you.
Nonprofit.
Next, we like to take a look at the actuarial cost of the base benefits for the SRP Social Security component. So as you can see at the top, that's the actuarial cost for 2025. It's 8.79%. And the total contributions that we collect at the bottom for 2025 is currently 11.25%. So always collecting more than it is cost to pay those base benefits, like Beth said, to help build that cushion or protect against adverse market impacts. Right here, this slide just shows our historical funded status of the statewide retirement plan. So as you could see, we've been well funded over our history. There's been a less than handful of times where we've fallen under that 100% funding level. You may have heard about public pension plans that are severely unfunded. While in FPPA's case, we are well funded across the board.
Let me just, I want you to, I'm probably missing something here. When did you start doing the employee rate increases? Contribution increases started in 2010,
2015.
2015.
We ran the legislation, well, the groups approached us in 2010. We ran legislation in 2014 to be effective 2015.
And when did they stop?
In 2022, they were fully implemented.
Okay. And then when did the increases on the employer side start?
Those started in 2021.
Yeah, 2021.
Okay, so
and will go until 2030.
I like just in purely analytical terms, I see a long period here where you're right at that 100% funded. When you're not 100% funded, you mentioned that there are several bad options. As you've been right at that line, we've seen 0.25% a year increase, either on the employee or the employer side in contributions. Help me understand how you don't need 0.25% increase forever to stay at that line.
So basically, and it really goes more to the cost of the benefits, not on funded status. So what we're trying to do is build up so that you've got that cushion well above 100%, because the cushion is what basically protects in adverse market conditions. And then the COLAs, if they're awarded, cost of living adjustments, if they're awarded, are also coming out of that cushion. So right now, the cost of living adjustments are minimal. And they're not fixed, they're not guaranteed. So they're very low. But it is a goal of the board to try and build up that cushion to be able to pay those cost of living adjustments. The actual cost of the benefits themselves is not at the levels. It's basically, we're collecting 11.25%, and the cost of the benefits is 8.79.
7.9, yeah.
Yeah, so not quite 9%, and we've got 11%. So that's helping to build that cushion. And then we're using a 7%, assumed 7% rate of return, smoothed over 5 years, right? So we're using a 5-year asset smoothing when we're running these projections. So if we were running them on an actual market value day by day or year by year, our funded status would be much higher than that, because we're actually, our rate of return is over 10%. Since inception, it's over 9%. So we'd actually be higher than these amounts. And then we've got that little bit of cushion that we're trying to build up that is still above 100%.
How do you get a rate of return over 9%?
So when we're looking at, so basically, because we're an institutional investor, we can invest in different investments that the individual cannot get into. So we've got investments in private markets, such as private equity, private debt. There's also your regular equities, bonds, all sorts of different fund managers that we can put money with that can invest in ways that you and I as individuals can't do our individual account. So.
Okay, so you are market dependent.
Yes, we have an investment team that makes decisions on behalf of the organization to invest those monies and which managers they place that with.
Okay, so they're, I'm trying to do a mental risk analysis between CRA and FPPA. Are you riskier?
No, I would say we're not, because we're pooling all of the assets And by statute, we are required then to be able to pay all of the liabilities that we accrue or are accrued by the members out of the funds that we collect with the returns on the investments that we get. And so we're able to diversify our assets into markets that may provide, so we do a risk analysis on the investments and we're able to put our money into markets that are less risky. That's also one of the reasons that sets us apart from other public plans such as, is that we're not trying to dig ourselves out of a hole. So we can put our monies more in some of the more illiquid markets. We don't have to have the funds available. We're not putting them into some of the more, like your equity markets, your more volatile markets, trying to make up and dig out of the hole with our investment returns. We don't have to get a 10% rate of return. We can invest. We're not trying to make up and dig out of a hole based on our investments.
And you mean dig out of a hole such that you don't offer loans like CRA does? Is that?
No, so, and the main reason, well, part of the reason that we don't offer loans in our retirement plans, we do in our 457 deferred comp, which is a voluntary plan, right? It's a separate plan that anyone could be in, right? It's not the pension plan. We offer loans in that one. We don't in any of our retirement plans because we believe that if you start taking loans, then you're not going to have the funds in retirement that you're going to need. And we want to make sure that our first responders have a retirement they can depend on. So we don't allow.
Well, you were talking about CRA in a whole versus you.
Not CRA, para, Colorado para. Oh, sorry. So because Colorado para is about 70%, 68% funded, so they have an unfunded liability.
Okay.
So
But we don't deal with para, so.
right.
Skip
So
over that part.
but they are a public plan, and I know we were being compared to another public health plan. I just want other public plans. We don't have to invest in a risky manner in order to try and make up and dig out and fund an unfunded liability with our investment returns. So we can be more conservative. We're investing into perpetuity. So we're in that way, we're also assessing risk into perpetuity because we'll always have new police officers, firefighters coming into our plan. It's not an individual plan where somebody will eventually then retire and what they have for a balance is all they're going to get. We're going to pay benefits to them for as long as they live, right? So, and to their beneficiary, which can be anyone.
Oh, so not just their spouse?
Not just a spouse. They can elect anyone to be a beneficiary, so we can pay it on for a second lifetime as well. Or they could take a refund only of their contributions and that would, and pay that to a charity or something.
Okay, can they do spouse, and if the spouse predeceases them, then to their child or multiple children?
So we do have provisions and Nicole might go into it a little bit, but we do have provisions where if they wanted to, they could elect a benefit that would pop them up to an unreduced amount for the remainder of their lifetime if their beneficiary passes away before them, because they would not be passing on to a second lifetime. So, but there's not a way, once a beneficiary has deceased, then anything that's in the defined benefit, then that benefit would only go to one beneficiary for their lifetime.
So they can't change beneficiaries.
Correct. So to answer the question, you can pass your pension on to cover a second lifetime, but that's it pretty much from there. So it stops with that second lifetime.
So you can't say, oh, because it's a set benefit for the retired employee's lifetime, you can include the spouse, but if the spouse predeceases them, you can't include the children.
Correct. It stops with that spouse. I mean, the active member, the active member will still receive it for the rest of their life. Once they pass away, since the spouse already passed away, the pension stops there.
Okay.
You can't pick a child.
So there's no lump sum available to your heirs.
There could be, yes. So whatever a member puts in to FPPA,
Mhm.
they will get out.
Okay, thank you.
So, if they have not received all of their member contributions before they pass away or before their beneficiary pass away, whatever's left of those member contributions plus 5% would be paid to their estate in a lump sum.
Okay.
So they get their principal back.
So essentially the members' money is always theirs.
Right.
Yeah. And that includes money, if somebody used funds to purchase additional years of service, those monies would be included with that potential refund in that scenario.
Let's say, what if somebody's not married when they retire? Can they pick a friend or a kid?
Yes.
It does not have to be a spouse. They don't have to elect a beneficiary. If they do get married after they've retired, then they have a period of time that they can elect to cover that new spouse with the benefit.
But you can't switch beneficiaries in midstream. You can't say, well, I like this son better now or something.
Right. Once you've elected it, basically, we're gonna, because there's a calculation that's done on what the monthly lifetime benefit's going to be, and that will be based on your age at retirement, your beneficiary's age at retirement, and which one of the payment options. There are several payment options to choose from. And so we'll calculate that monthly lifetime benefit based on that. So that's just going to be based on that one beneficiary's lifetime.
Okay. So if you elect your wife, you get divorced, you elect your new wife who's 30 years younger than you.
There may be a provision for that. It depends when all of that takes place, but there would be a calculation then from the original reduced benefit because you're covering two beneficiaries, right?
Mhm.
And then with the new spouse being 30 years younger, there would be an additional reduction from.
Oh, okay,
first
so you would
exemption.
recalculate.
So there is a recalculation in
So
some
the
of this.
benefit would be less for our staff if they had a beneficiary that was much younger. They would receive the payout that would be less because the calculation would be based on the lifetime of their beneficiary as well.
Life expectancy of both, right?
Can I ask a question about risk real quick? So would our staff have the option to, let's say they come in and they've got only 5 years left to retirement. Would they have the option to say, I want to be in a less risky investment pool because I want to make sure, that I have security, or is it completely determined by FPPA?
So they'll receive a monthly lifetime benefit, and the amount of that benefit is not based on market returns. So no, they wouldn't pick a risk tolerance because they're going to, if they have 5 years left until retirement, I'm assuming that they'll probably want to purchase service credit, which will then boost their benefit, right? Their monthly lifetime benefit. So they're not investing that money. FPPA is investing it to make sure we've got the funds to pay them over their lifetime.
Oh, wow, that raises an issue. So how much, if they join with only 5 years left, how much would they need to pay to have, a 30-year retirement?
So basically, it's going to be based on the individual. There's a calculation that's done. And the calculation takes into account their age, their highest annual base salary for any calendar year that they're in the plan, at the time that they purchase. So if they come into FPPA with this group, they'd have to be in that component for a year. Then they could purchase. So we're guessing that that's probably going to be their highest annual base salary at that time. Then we do that calculation on what that cost would be. So for each person, it's an individual. And then it depends on how many years they're going to purchase too. They don't have to purchase whole years. They can purchase in increments. They don't have to purchase anything. If they don't want to, they could just work the 5 years and have a monthly lifetime benefit.
Specific to the folks in our sheriff's office, they all will be facing an option like this should the sheriff's office join, right? They'll either purchase service years or face like an increased contribution over time to be able to try to catch up to the benefit? Or how does that work if you're in the sheriff's office and you've been here for 15 years? What option are you And if this, you know, actually, if this is in the presentation,
It
I can
is.
just like let y'all get to it.
A lot of
A
this,
little bit
yeah.
to answer these questions, but yes, no, because
Yeah.
we'll talk about it as
Nicole will
part of
get
that
there.
process.
Okay. Got that look. Okay.
So a lot of this will be repetitive now, so. It's good, it will help you.
Helps.
Exactly. So next, we want to focus on our board of directors and how that is made up. So we have 3 member representatives and 3 employer representatives. These members and employers are from across the state of Colorado. So it's not just from Denver. We have people from across the state of Colorado. We also have 3 members of the financial or business community with expertise in investments, insurance, and corporate administration as well. Our board members are not elected by our membership. They are appointed by the governor and then confirmed by the state senate. Representatives from these 3 groups provide a balance of power. All of our board members serve a 4-year term except for the retiree. The retiree alternates between police, law enforcement, and fire. They serve a 6-year term and can only serve 1 term. If Clear Creek County does affiliate, they may have an individual be part of our board as either a member or an employer if appointed by the governor. Next, we just wanted to highlight some differences between defined contribution and defined benefit. As you heard about an hour ago about defined contribution, that's what you guys have. That's what you guys are in. But with a defined benefit, members can plan on a monthly lifetime retirement benefit for the rest of their life. There is no question mark of what's that account going to be or how much can I plan on with retirement. We pool all of our assets together. So that just means that the risk is pooled over the long term. And like Beth mentioned, there is no definitive timeline. We invest into perpetuity. We have to plan for retirees that we're actively paying and kids that are coming out of the academy that are going to retire in 30 years. Why offer a defined benefit? We like to focus on this picture on the right-hand side. So as you can see for retirement, with that first pillar on the left, Clear Creek pays into Social Security, which is a monthly lifetime benefit. But the big question with that, what is Social Security going to be in the next 20 to 30 years? So that's unknown. The employer pension, that's what you guys have as your local money purchase. It is considered a pension. Same thing, we don't know what that account's going to be. And then the third thing is talks about personal savings. So what have they saved in a Roth IRA or 57 account, maybe checking on a savings account. But offering a defined benefit can give you a 4th pillar of stability. So if you offer a defined benefit through FPPA, that gives you a 4th pillar and it gives them a monthly benefit that they can plan on. As you may have heard, it's also important for recruitment and retention tool. And it can contribute to local and national economies, as Nicole's going to cover here in a little bit.
Ask about the recruitment piece, because my concern is, if there's no other counties in Florida participating now, and we are trying to get seasoned patrol officers, and we get someone from another county that has 5 to 10 years left to retirement.
Yeah.
And in order to be able to actually participate in the plan, they have to buy years. That will be a deterrent to recruitment because they might not have planned to be able to afford that.
So like Beth mentioned earlier, it's not mandatory to buy years of service. So it is an option, but they don't have to do that.
It could be a significantly reduced benefit to come into FPPA with only 5 to 10 years left of service than it would be if they could port over their IRA or.
Well, with their defined benefit, that will significantly be lower. But if they have an old 401k or 401a, they'll still have that account with that balance in it. They're more than welcome to roll it over to a 457 and still invest in that. So they'll still have that pot of money that they've had from previous jobs if they didn't want to purchase years of service through FPPA. If they convert those accounts and purchase years of service, then they'll have an increase in defined benefit, but then they're depleting that account.
And the other concern I have is the revolving door, right? As soon as you open a door, that means you can come in and out of it. So once we open the door to FPPA, wouldn't that increase the probability of our current staff now participating in it to go to another agency that has FPPA?
It also may give you the opportunity to recruit laterals from local municipality police departments. So within the statewide retirement plan, we have 3 different components that offer a defined benefit. There are 4 components total. And we'll get to this slide in just a few moments where it does show all 4 of those components. Years of service are portable throughout all of those components. So you may actually open up the door to be able to recruit from local police departments that are already in FPPA for a defined benefit, because their years of service in, let's use, for example, the defined benefit component would follow them to Clear Creek County Sheriff if your department does decide to move forward with the affiliation process. So that's another way to look at it as well.
Okay,
My
but
concern was that it would flip.
yeah, if another sheriff's department that didn't have FPPA, if somebody left that one to go to an FPPA sheriff's, oh, but then they'd still have their CRA or whatever.
Right.
in their back.
Local plan.
Right.
And there are a
concern is the opposite of what you said, which is it allows us to recruit from municipalities, but it also opens up the door for our people to leave to municipalities and now have something that transfers much easier than our CRA option to municipalities.
Oh, actually, I misspoke. So if you come from an FPPA and go to somebody with just, not just, but go to somebody with a CRA, FPPA is not portable, right?
It is portable throughout the entire state of Colorado for departments that are affiliated with FPPA. So
And if they're not, then
And
it's
those-
just your contribution you can take?
No, you can still receive a monthly lifetime benefit from FPPA. You would just stop accruing service credit in the plan, and then you would go to whatever plan is offered by the new employer.
Or you can take the cash out option.
Correct. So there's 2 options when you leave. So like, for example, let's use Idaho Springs Police since they're part of FPPA. If an individual leaves Idaho Springs Police and joins Clear Creek County, they'll have a defined benefit as long as they've worked more than 5 years at Idaho Springs. They'll get a monthly lifetime benefit for what they've accrued over those 5, 6, 7 years. When they come here, as it stands now, they'll just start with CRA, build up this local money purchase account. So when they retire, they'll get a defined benefit from FPPA and whatever they've built up into that account. Unless they take a refund of those member contributions from Idaho Springs, then they'll get their member contributions pay plus 5% simple interest paid back to them.
And that's like, if you get 5% every year in a normal plan, like if I just have those same dollars in a normal plan, that's kind of a raw deal, right? If I've got $1 and I get 5% every year, or I put that dollar into an account with you and then I get 5% once, that's kind of a raw
Or
deal.
you can take the monthly lifetime benefit, which will be,
So there's an
more than what
incentive
they put in,
not to cash, that seems like.
so.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be 5 years worked, it can be worked and purchased, so.
I have the general notion, and someone correct me if I'm wrong while we're thinking about this. I have the general notion that there are far more police officers in municipal police departments than there are in sheriff's departments. Do you think I'm misunderstanding kind of who's employed by who? Just when I think across the metro area, Lakewood PD, Golden PD, Denver PD, right? Aurora, Arvada versus Jefferson County, Adams County.
Yeah.
Anybody have numbers on that?
Are you talking about like patrol level officers?
I think what he's saying, like, for example, Clear Creek, there's 3 municipalities within Clear Creek opposed to 1 sheriff's office. And I think that's probably pretty standard. So there's probably more police departments than there are sheriff's offices.
Definitely more police departments. I'm just thinking about like all the people that are police officers sort of in the labor pool that we have access to, right? Like people that could drive here potentially. We have a lot more in a metro PD than we do in a sheriff's office that we could potentially recruit.
I think if you're isolating metro, if you're isolating Denver metro and including us in it, then I think that is true. Statewide, I don't know.
Anyway, that's, if anybody has that number, love to see it.
Google had it.
Yeah.
Well, it says Colorado had 2.2 police officers. Oh, no, that's per 100,000. Sorry. Wrong answer.
Well, I think there's definitely more municipalities
Right.
than there are counties, right, in the state. So per municipality, you're gonna have a local police department. Per county, you're gonna have a sheriff's office. So there's gonna be more police officers than sheriffs.
It's also, yeah, the municipalities are where the economic engines are placed, which means they have bigger tax bases and bigger populations, which means they need more police.
Right.
So I think largely that's true. The only thing that would give me some skepticism on a statewide is the lack of those things on the other side of the divide.
Yeah, and this is not a statewide analysis,
Yes.
right? We're
Talking about metro, yes.
here, right? And so you've got Summit County.
Especially if you're isolating it to patrol. The only thing that would throw that off is the size of confinement staffs in places like Jeffco, which work for the county.
Okay.
So,
Okay. I'm gonna get off of that rabbit hole there. We're out.
No worries.
I was just gonna say, so from our numbers, we have about 20,112 active members. Of those, about 43% are police. So
And the other is sheriff?
our fire.
Fire.
Thank you.
Yeah, we don't currently have any active sheriff's departments.
Okay.
You guys might be the first. So.
Quick Fire Authority and then FPPA.
Close to 50% would be around 10,000 active police officers.
Next, I just want to cover the impact on recruiting and retention. So we recently, there was a review done by the National Institute on Retirement Security, also known as NERS. And they did a review of 28 police and fire pension plans across the nation. And what they had discovered was that 75% of current employees plan to retire with a pension plan. They've also showed that the retention rates exceed those in the private sector. And over 97% of all respondents stated defined benefits are key for recruiting and retention. And we recently did a survey amongst our membership that we posted in our newsletter, asking them why they joined a first responder position. And as you can see on the left, there's the top 5 answers for firefighters and for law enforcement on the right-hand side. So they had a desire to help others, desire to serve the community. But as you can see, number 5, all of them were passionate about the retirement benefits or having a defined benefit. So.
Do you think that answer is specific to retirement, to define benefits? Because
amongst our membership, yes, since that's what they're in.
So I can tell you when we try to recruit, when we bring people through the applicant process, they're consistently asking if we have a traditional pension. So.
Is that?
I know. I haven't seen that. I mean, how many people about?
So I mean, like, Ryan Beal, one of our detectives, for instance, and then
Okay.
we have conversations with Idaho Springs Police Department
Oh.
with multiple of their officers who
Okay.
said they
Well,
would
I
like
don't
to
have
come
that.
over here, but their FPPA won't transfer.
Okay,
And
so
that's
you're,
my concern is once it does transfer, the door goes both ways, right? Then you could go to Idaho Springs easily because you can take that with you. And now
Yeah,
you
I
can go
would.
to any municipality.
I mean,
But you also.
can't you say that with any?
All right, excuse me, just for purposes of the record, we really only need one person to speak at a time.
thank you.
Sorry, Caroline, go ahead.
Obviously, I don't mean Idaho Springs specifically, but the concept is that once the doors open, we are now saying, yes, we can pull from those places, but we can also lose to those places now too, much more fluidly than we could now.
I mean, I get it. It does go both ways, right?
Sheriff Harris, I appreciate your modeling a good way to get the floor in a board meeting.
I think we're living that now. That's the issue we're living with. So the fact is, they could go to other departments right now that have FPPA and get FPPA right now, but those that are here are elected to stay here. So that assumption, Caroline, I think is that people would come here, get FPPA, and then they could leave and go somewhere else. I think they'd be leaving to begin with now, or they wouldn't be coming here. But, and so our issue is not people leaving and taking a pension with them, is to go get a better pension, right? That's our issue, or get a better salaries. So I think the risk of losing folks that had FPPA to somewhere else greatly are minimized to the benefits. That's my perception. And, you know, I've spoken to a lot of sheriff's offices in the last year that know they were going through this process, and they continue to reach out because they're waiting to see what we're going to do. Because they're interested in it. The deputies are interested and the sheriffs are interested. But I think the risk is certainly greater of not doing anything and not increasing the contribution or not going to a different plan than doing what we're doing now.
I think that it's difficult to say, right? Because we're in uncharted territory here. So we can't really predict what the risk is going to be. I'm curious though, because the portability is much more strict with FPPA. Why do you think that there aren't sheriff's offices that have joined? Why would we be the first when
It only started.
I wanna get us back to the presentation. Because I want us to be able to, if you would indulge me, I want us to be able to get through the presentation and then we can have the broad conversation. I do want to respect the hands in the room. Does anybody have a comment that's relevant to this slide?
Carolyn, keep that question for the end because I'd like to hear the answer to that. So
Yeah, definitely. Okay, let's keep going.
Yeah. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Nicole to talk about what the local impact is.
Yeah, so we did want to touch base on how a defined benefit, that economic stability, knowing what you can have in retirement on that consistent basis, how it can spread through the economy abroad, how it can impact purchasing decisions. So the example we're listing up here is if a retired deputy, they take their defined benefit money and they use that to purchase a vehicle, maybe another large purchase. How does that impact the rest of the businesses around them? Well, as a result of a sale or increased sales, the owner of a dealership may be able to hire additional services. The salesperson is earning commission, and you can see the trickle through of that additional consistent income throughout the economy. Now, we did want to also include some actual numbers to go along with it. So once again, the National Institute of Retirement Security does include some data specific to Clear Creek County. So these are already defined benefits being received by Clear Creek County. So from 2018, Clear Creek County received almost $9.6 million in defined benefit payments. Once again, this is consistent income retirees can plan for and use and know what they're going to have. If you want to compare it as a percentage of gross domestic product, it resulted in 1.91% of the gross domestic product for that year. And to compare it to total personal income, it's roughly 1.63%. So the county is already receiving benefits from defined benefits. And then another aspect that we get a lot of the time is first responder life expectancy. So one myth that we hear on a regular basis is that first responders do not live as long in retirement due to the high stress and physically demanding nature of their employment. However, our actuaries and some additional data from the Social Security Administration has shown that first responders are living on average 2.3 years longer than the average retiree. So we do have that broken down based on the graphic on the screen. It compares the Social Security population, and these expectancies are based for individuals who are reaching a age of 65. Folks with a Social Security benefit would live on average 17 years longer. And then public sector retirees, especially in public safety, are living 19.3 years longer past the age of 65. So this is one of those additional reasons why having a defined benefit that is tailored to first responders can be beneficial. Members are living longer into retirement. This gives them that consistent threshold of income, so they may not be as worried about managing large balances later years of retirement. If their family suffers from potential cognitive decline, having to worry about a balance running out long-term, or market stability into perpetuity as well. Now, what is this process? What is an impartial affiliation? It is the opportunity for departments that are paying into Social Security to join FPPA Once again, for supplemental benefits. So we've been talking about our social security component. These benefits are to help supplement that social security benefit. Joining FPPA does not remove your obligation to partake in social security. Members going through this process, they do have the choice. Would they like to stay with the local money purchase plan that they are already familiar with, or would they like to come into FPPA? They have that opportunity to receive a defined benefit, once again, also referred to as a pension. We do use those terms fairly interchangeably. That local money purchase plan does remain open for anyone who has opted to stay with that plan. And the employer gets to decide how many components of the statewide retirement plan that are offered through FPPA they would like to offer to the individuals going through this process. And then once we go through this process, members that are hired on or after the effective date or the filing of the certification of compliance, they will participate in the FPPA defined benefit component as determined by the employer. Once again, you are the employer, you would have the opportunity to decide which of the 4 FPPA statewide retirement components you would like to offer to your members. This process, we do want to stress that this can be a lengthy process. There are a lot of moving pieces that are involved with this. First and foremost is going to be education. We do a lot of education with the members, with the employers to facilitate this process. Once we get through this first step here, which are informational meetings, so we're already starting off with step 1. Then if we decide to move forward past this point, FPPA and the employer will work to establish a timeline. Typically, our general rule of thumb when establishing a timeline of how long this is going to take, we tend to say anywhere from 9 months to a year. Once again, there are a lot of moving pieces with that. We need to work with the employer on a pretty high level to make sure that we're receiving all the information that we need to complete this process. We would be working with the local money purchase plan to get all of the information that we need to line up fund transfers and everything along those lines. And this timeline would include time to conduct an election per state statute, if you're in CRA, which your organization is. So we do build that into our timeline as well.
That timeline, that first bullet is happening today, right?
It's part of this. We would also, if the department would like us to present individually to the membership as well, that would also be part of that. But really getting started with discussing the information abroad, we include that as part of our process because that's where most of these conversations start, is departments or individuals at departments reaching out to us and asking us to go over how do the benefits work, what is the process, things of that nature. So that's why we include these informational meetings in the first step of the process listed up here. But nothing is binding or anything along those lines right now.
It says the members choose the pension system.
That is their determination whether they would like to stay with CRA or if they would like to come into FPPA.
Oh,
So they get that option of where they want to move to.
thank you.
But that's not the with Social Security or without Social Security. How does that decision get made?
Social Security is going to be, there is no option pertaining to Social Security. You're already obligated to be in Social Security, so that will continue henceforth.
All right.
Is there a minimum threshold that you require for participation in order to actually transition?
No.
No.
We could have, the department may decide to move forward and every person that is active may choose to stay in the local plan. We may have one person, we may have every person move over. So once again, every individual can make that determination when they're going through this process, what works best for them. And that's why we do like to meet with the members too and help with that educational piece, because we just want folks to be really informed about what do our plans offer, so they can make an educated decision.
I thought it was all or nothing with respect to the sheriff's department. Yeah. Oh, all right.
With respect to people who
Would have
are.
to be in FPP.
Yes.
Except for new hires.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Once we get the timeline established and once that vote is concluded, then the employer files a non-binding resolution. Really what they're doing is showing us the intent to move forward with the process. After that, we will have more meetings with the members. Like I said, there's a lot of education that goes into this. So what we do next are disclosure meetings where we will do another presentation with all of the members. We'll help kind of go over potentially some individual projections, additional meetings, things of that nature. And then after those disclosure meetings, that is when the members will receive a form saying, would I like to stay in the local money purchase plan at CRA, or would I like to go into FPPA? After that point in time, then the certification of compliance is filed. Once that certification of compliance is filed, that means that resolution has now become binding and the process will continue to move forward.
Files that certification of compliance.
Employer.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. If a department is offering more than one component in the statewide retirement plan, which right now we are solely looking at the Social Security component, then that is when the enrollment meetings would be applicable, because then we'll sit down with those members who are coming into FPPA and we'll go through those figures and answer some additional questions and things of that nature. Where currently Clear Creek County is only looking at offering one of those components, this step would not be applicable at this point in time. The next major step of that process is the effective date of entry. So this is when those members who decided to come into FPPA, they become active in our plans and they begin to accrue years of service in our plans. And we will work to finish transferring their assets from the local money purchase plan into the statewide retirement plan money purchase component. So it is a 401A defined contribution account. And so for those who are going into FPPA from the local money purchase plan, those funds would transfer in kind. And then later on down the road, then those members could look at purchasing years of service credit to make it look like they've been in the Social Security component for a longer period of time.
Social Security or FPPA?
The Social Security component of the FPPA, sorry.
Just out of curiosity, if a sheriff's office employee decided to join FPPA, do they have the option to keep their money in CRA? And have that separate retirement? Those funds do have to move.
Yes.
Okay.
And that is part of the reason why we brought those additional resources pertaining to our self-directed investment accounts that are in the packet in here. So that annual fee notice and that core lineup of our kind of curated fund lineup as well. So that's why we brought those additional resources to help supplement that information.
So they could bring it over to purchase service years or put it in a self-managed account.
Yes, and then within Fidelity, Fidelity is our record keeper. So that's where that account would actually be held. Then they can go through and the default for any, well, not for this situation, excuse me. They could go through and they could select a lot of different various fund lineups. They could go through our core lineup. Those are the funds that are listed in here. There's an option for brokerage link through Fidelity, target date funds. They can do managed accounts through Fidelity as well. So there are a lot of different investment options depending on an individual's need, their comfort level with investing. As well. So they have a lot of options as far as how they want to invest those funds that would be coming over.
So we have the Social Security component plan plus the 457. Then you have the ability to move the money from your 401 and 457 here with CRA into the 457, or does it have to go directly into the Social Security component?
So the funds in the 457 those would stay. The funds that are in the 401A, those are the funds that would be moving over into a 401A defined contribution account under the statewide retirement plan.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Talk to me a little bit about this election. Who conducts it?
The employer determines what components are being offered.
Oh, I think you're talking
sorry.
about the election with CRA. That would be a question to ask CRA who conducts the election. We don't require the election. By statute, CRA required an election to allow to move out. And so I don't know, we don't require it.
It seems to me, just my quick reaction is that if you're requiring people to take money out of CRA and put it into a defined benefit, Doesn't that undercut CRA if all the sheriff's departments suddenly go over to FPPA?
So the money that moves is going to transfer from a defined contribution plan to a defined contribution plan. It will still be a self-directed account. They're not required, it's not going directly into defined benefit. They can use it to purchase service credit if they want to use it to purchase service credit, but they're not required to. So it's still gonna stay a money purchase. But yes, it will, I mean, if you had a number of, we can only cover so many, we can't cover an entire sheriff's department. We can only cover those employees that go through a fitness for duty. So we're not going to fitness for duty test. So we can't take the whole county. So you're still gonna have your county that's in CRA. You'll still have certain employees of the sheriff's department that cannot be in FPPA because that was part of the legislation with the sheriffs and the CRA statute. So so it won't take every person out of a sheriff's department and every person out of CRA. So
That is post-certified folks are eligible for FPPA, or is it a bigger
It's
circle than that?
not only post-certified, it's also those that work in the detention centers that may not be post-certified, so they don't carry weapons, and may not have the arrest powers yet, but they may become. So it's just I think, detention officers or jailers, plus those that are post-certified.
So it's for all sworn.
All sworn?
Okay.
So who's sworn on this org chart? This is a question for the sheriff's office. Is the evidence tech sworn?
Investigators, detectives, patrol.
George, is your chart highlighted with yellow versus white?
Yes, civilian versus.
It's not an answering question.
You can take that. I have one.
That's leaving.
Okay, I want to get back to this. I want to understand how this election works. So, Peter, would we conduct the election?
No, we don't. So it's up to, in terms of what, sorry, Beth? Okay, Beth was saying, so CRA would determine how that election is conducted. We don't conduct it. We allow it. But CRA, from what I understand, would actually do it. So I'd rather them talk to it.
Can you just speak to how the election is conducted for a moment?
It's a coordinated effort really between the employer and CRA.
Okay.
Historically, it's been paper ballots. Nowadays, it can be electronic by email. But it's usually a set period of time. Most of them are done within a day of the active sworn personnel.
And what are I'm trying to map this to an election to join a union. And there's a lot of rules around who gets to provide information and vetting the information and making sure that it's accurate and all that stuff. Help me, is that?
So the state statute does require group presentations, right, to the staff of here's the current benefits, here's the proposed benefits, how it might affect you, and then the election occurs. Once the election is done, you're one of two paths is cast for the short term.
Are there rules about management talking to employees during the election process, that kind of thing? I know there's like very strict rules in it.
Not that I'm aware.
It's not the same. It's much less.
Like a labor union kind of.
Yeah, there are not the same requirements. There are not that many hoops. And again, it's CRA's requirement. The board doesn't have to initiate that. The board can help. Obviously, we're going to help coordinate with the personnel part of it, but.
Okay, so
State statute defines.
CRA, back to my original question. As on behalf of everyone who has to or will be in CRA, if the sheriff department votes to go to FPPA, how much of a financial hit is that to CRA? Does that undercut your ability to provide for our retirement?
It would affect
our budget, obviously, but we're a pretty lean organization anyways, right? Our fees are capped at $1,000 a year. So 50 people leave the plan, there's 50,000 less in our budget.
Well, I was thinking of the money to invest too, to,
In my own plan,
no, let him answer.
Fund share classes is where it would affect, and that's probably not gonna make a material impact.
Okay. And if Clear Creek leads the way and all the other sheriff departments move,
That would definitely make a difference, absolutely.
okay.
and
Thank you.
so we could see that, struggling with language here. Our costs associated with your management of the plans on the other side of the house potentially increase.
I don't see that happening. We're pretty focused on our costs and we don't see it going up.
Okay.
You know, to counteract that, we've added 50 employers in the last 5 years, so
Okay,
we add more on an ongoing basis. So
okay.
Keep in mind that a lot of the larger sheriff's offices are part of those large communities that have their own investment plans that are not part of CRA.
Okay.
ASO, for example.
Okay.
Okay, other questions on this slide?
And then we did want to give a couple examples of first departments have gone through the affiliation process specifically. And then we also have another slide showing the departments who have gone through the reentry process. The reentry process is just for those departments who have had a previous affiliate relationship with FPPA in the past.
I thought once they're in it, they can't get out of it.
So when FPPA was created in the 1980s, there was a short window of time where the local department could opt out of the defined benefit if they decided to offer something different at the local level. Since then, there's been legislation to allow for departments to come back in to FPPA's defined benefits. And these are the departments who have gone through that process.
But currently, if we were to sign up for it, we couldn't leave it.
Correct.
How many departments left and did not reenter?
Oh, off the top. Is it?
Is it? That left and didn't reenter? I think, I'd have to look for
It
sure.
might be on the quick reference sheet.
Didn't Arvada leave?
Arvada,
Has a local money purchase.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're in our death and disability.
Yes.
Right.
No.
So they remained in parts.
But I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Roughly, it would be roughly around 30, just based off of some quick figures off of our, some of our references that we brought.
Thank you.
And then, so under FPPA, we have our statewide retirement plan. So underneath of that, we have 4 different components. There's the defined benefit component. That was the component that was referenced earlier with higher contribution rates compared to the Social Security component. We also have a hybrid component that offers a mix between a defined benefit and a money purchase. We have a money purchase only component. And then lastly is the Social Security component. Because of the expressed interest in the Social Security component under this plan, that is really what the resources we brought to focus on were today. And then contribution rates and continuing rate of contributions, we definitely heard this was a point that you folks had a lot of questions on. So we did want to touch base on that. And we do have several slides going over all of those. Before we dive into our contribution rate breakdown for the Social Security component of our statewide retirement plan, we did want to do a quick refresher of where the department is currently at with the local money purchase plan. So as of now, members are at a 4% contribution rate. The employer is also at 4% for a combined contribution total of 8%. On the bottom, you will notice a portion where it breaks out a pre and a post-tax split. This may also become a little bit more clear when we're looking at the next slide as well, because that's where we start looking over our contributions. The IRS says when members, so the individual employees, have choice amongst retirement plans, the lowest required contribution amongst all plans is what can go in as pre-tax. This is strictly only for the members. This is not for the employer. The employer contribution goes in pre-tax no matter what. So in this circumstance where, I'll go ahead and advance to the next slide, like was mentioned earlier, our member contribution is at 6%. That is 2% higher than what is currently required between this and the local money purchase plan. And like we,
Clear, when you say local money purchase plan,
that would be CRA.
The CRA plan.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. We work with a lot of different local record keepers, so that's where that would come into play. So member contributions, those are at that 6%. The chart goes to 2030 and after, because we already did touch base on this quite a bit. That is when the increase schedule for the employer of that 0.25% every year will top out. But we do not anticipate or foresee a need to increase those contributions. After the fact, we did touch base on what the process going through to change those contributions rates would be. And, we didn't want the slide going, 10 going down the road. So that's why it says 2030 and after. So on the bottom where it says member pre-tax, that 4% of their contribution would be going into FPPA, into that Social Security component as a pre-tax contribution, because that is what is required, the lowest required amongst most plans. The additional 2% in this scenario is going in as post-tax. So that portion of the members' defined benefit at retirement would be already tracked as we track that proportion is already being taxed. So that proportion of that 2% would not be subject to income tax at retirement because they're paying those taxes on those contributions in the front. One thing we also did get the question of are what is a continuing rate of contribution? That is also known as the affiliation cost. That is what our actuaries have deemed we need to go ahead and collect for departments who are coming through this process to help ensure plan stability. There are a couple different reasons for that. A lot of the time when we're having members and departments go through this process, a lot of the population of the members at that department typically are a little bit closer to retirement. We have not had their contributions as long to invest over the duration of their career. And what we're really wanting to do is make sure that those who are coming into our statewide retirement plan, one, they're not subsidizing the benefits of those who've already been in the plan, and two, vice versa. So those who have been in the plan are not subsidizing those benefits. So that continuing rate of contribution would start out at 1.9%. It can be borne entirely by the employer or the member, or it could be split 50-50. And that determination is made at the local level. We will reevaluate that rate in January of the year following the second anniversary of the affiliation, and it may be decreased. It would not increase. So this is the highest that rate specifically would ever be. And then just also to go back to the pre and the post-tax split, any portion that is paid by the member would be added to that post-tax contribution rate listed above. I know that's a lot of information. And this example is strictly for those who are hired prior to the effective date of entry.
You said that you highlighted the pre and post tax earlier. Help me understand the implications.
So this is really, the IRS wants to ensure that individuals are not able to game taxable income when they have plan selection. So when they have plan selection and there are different contribution rates amongst those plans, that is where the IRS determined, specifically in your scenario, if 4% is the minimum mandatory contribution amongst all plans being offered, That is what is allowed to go in as pre-tax. Anything in excess of that would go in as a post-tax contribution because they have that plan choice. And some individuals may use it to potentially gain their taxable income.
So to make this apples to apples, if the tax rate is 15%, and I think that's a reasonable baseline, that post-tax number would be 2.3%.
No,
Right? Because
no, we're just looking at, so we're looking at their compensation. This is a portion of their base salary that would be contributed. So it's only going to be 2.0% because that's, the total contribution is 6%. 4% will be pre-tax, 2% is post-tax.
right. And the impact of post-tax is that you've already had 15% of that dollar be reduced. Right? Because it's after taxes have been taken out.
Right, right. So,
Cool.
I mean,
Colton has.
The other benefit here is that if I'm understanding you correctly, that's essentially your Roth versus your traditional IRA. When that 2% gets paid out proportionally on the back end, that part of that payment is tax exempt at that point. Right?
it's tax-free.
It's tax free, so you're only paying income tax on the proportionality of the 4%.
Thank you.
Right? So it's a little bit of a diversification.
Post-tax is better.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then for those who go into the Social Security component after that effective date of affiliation, their continuing rate of contribution would be 0.8% of their pensionable earnings. So that continuing rate of contribution, once again, can be paid entirely by the member, the employer, or split 50-50. This rate shown here would not be reevaluated. It would remain in effect for all future hires because this component cannot participate in FPPA's statewide death and disability plan. Now we can go ahead and dive into how we calculate these benefits, how these benefits accrue, and things of that nature. So first and foremost, when we are going to look at how these benefits are calculated, members are earning 1% of their highest average salary for each of the first 10 years they are working and or working in this component. Once somebody reaches year 11, that percentage accrual increases to 1.25%. These percentages are prorated out on a monthly basis, so that benefit percentage is always increasing. If an individual is purchasing years of service, so they do decide to convert that balance that came over from CRA with that transfer of assets, those are purchased under the full statewide retirement plan defined benefit rate of 2% for years 1 through 10. So it's a little bit higher of a benefit percentage accrual, and 2.5% for those years 11 and forward. The example on the bottom is based solely off of years of service accrued in the Social Security component. So for the sake of example, this hypothetical member has worked in the Social Security component for 25 years. After 25 years of service, they would have accrued a 28.75% benefit. We will multiply that against their highest average salary, their highest average salary base years. So we won't, and those years do not have to be consecutive. They do not have to be at the end of their career. It's the entirety of time they've worked under the statewide retirement plan. So we'll look through the entirety of time that they've worked in through that plan, and we will average out their highest base salary. In this example, we're using a highest average salary of $80,000. We'll multiply those two together, that 28.75% against that $80,000 highest average salary, resulting in an annual pension benefit of $23,000. Then further, our defined benefits are paid out on a monthly basis. They're paid out every month on the 21st. So we will go ahead and divide that by 12, resulting in a monthly pension benefit of $1,916 in this example. We do want to highlight a couple of plan features that are, one, drop. It's also very common amongst a lot of other fire and police plans across the country. It is a plan feature that our team, when we're visiting all of the various departments, we get a lot of questions about this plan feature. And then we'll go over an example of how this plan works and then a couple other things to notate with the Social Security component. So when somebody is going to go ahead and get ready to enter into drop, what they're essentially doing is they are going to be getting ready to retire in the eyes of FPPA, but not the department. So it's a way for members to build up a reserve, an additional pool of cash towards the last 5 years of their employment. Members can only be in drop for up to 5 years as a maximum. But what happens when they go into drop, they're going to go ahead and put in their application to calculate their defined benefit with FPPA. We will go ahead and make those calculations. Their years of service at that point in time will be calculated. Their highest average salary is calculated. If they would like to make a survivorship option, that is also selected at this point in time. So that pension check is committed to, but their day-to-day at the department does not change. They're still receiving their salary, raises, promotions. They're still coming into work, everything along those lines. But what happens with that defined benefit while they're in this program is every month when we cut that pension check, it will go into a self-directed investment account that is held over at Fidelity. So every month on the 21st, that pension check that we've gone ahead and calculated, that is going to go into that self-directed investment account. Prior to a member entering into drop, those member contributions are going into FPPA's general pension fund. Because they're no longer accruing additional years of service in the defined benefit, then after that point in time, their member contributions, once they have gone through and they've walked through that door and gone into drop, every pay period, those member contributions are also being funneled into that drop account. So it has two funding sources. It has the member contributions and it has that defined benefit payment going in there on that monthly basis. So those account balances may accrue over those up to 5 years. They do have control over the investment lineup. Like I touched base on earlier, it would default to a target date fund, but they can go through, they could select any of the funds in our core lineup. They could go through brokerage link and select individual stocks and bonds. And then once they're exiting drop, they have several different options on how they would take distributions out of that account. They can either take it as a monthly distribution, however they would like to factor that out. They can take it out as an ad hoc distribution, or they also have the opportunity to convert that balance in their drop account into a monthly lifetime benefit to add in addition to their defined benefit through FPPA. I do have an example of how the math actually works for this drop account. So we do have two different examples. The first is going to be a 3-year drop. I do want to mention one thing I forgot to state on here is that when a member goes into drop, the employer contributions do cease. So that is one thing that a lot of employers do like about this. It helps one with succession planning. We kind of have an idea of who may be transitioning out of their role, and the department may be able to save some funds for members going into drop because those contributions cease once that member goes into drop. Back to our example on here, these are based off of those same parameters we talked about earlier with that example of how to calculate a defined benefit through this component. The first example is for that hypothetical member to complete a 3-year drop scenario. So same parameters, 28.75% accrued benefit percentage, highest average salary of $80,000, and 6% member contributions. After 3 years in the drop program, we are estimating an account balance of roughly $89,804. Members may take that out as an equal monthly distribution. So we did include that as an example here. So in this example, member terminated drop at the age of 58, and over the course of 25 years, they were able to add $423 per month in addition to their defined benefit through FPPA and their Social Security benefit, along with any other personal savings they may have through like a 457. So this drop account income would be in addition to all of those other revenue sources. We are including a rate of return because once again, these funds are in the market. They may be subject to market volatility, but for this calculation, the assumptions we used were a 5% rate of return while someone was still active with their department. And then we decreased those rates of return once they retired to 3%. If we want to compare that to the 5-year drop scenario, because once again, that is the maximum duration a member can stay and drop, same exact parameters of benefit percentage, highest average salary, and member contributions. After those 2 additional years, we're estimating in this example a lump sum balance of $157,406 in that account, broken up into equal monthly payments over the course of 25 years from the age of 60 to 85. That would equate out to roughly $741 per month. And they do not have to take it out as a monthly distribution. Once again, they can take it out periodically in lump sums. They can take it all out as one giant lump sum once they separate service, or they would have that opportunity to convert it into a monthly lifetime benefit once they terminate that drop program. Here is a glance at the overall of our Social Security component. We did touch base about the portability earlier. Just to re-highlight, our benefit percentage per year of service is 1% for years 1 through 10. It increases to 1.25% when somebody begins their 11th year. This is an opportunity to provide a monthly lifetime benefit that they cannot outlive. They do have the option to pass along a survivor option. They can pass along 100%, 75%, or 50% to a survivor. We already did touch on this, but it does not have to be a spouse. It can be any individual. There may be limitations if somebody is looking to pass along their benefit to a non-spousal survivor as far as how much they can pass along when there is a significant age gap. Cost of living adjustments, we also want to stress with that. Those are not fixed. Those are not guaranteed. They are based on what the plan can afford. Members do have the option to defer collecting their retirement when they separate service. We did touch base on the drop program. Purchasing service credit makes it look like an individual has worked in the Social Security component for a longer period of time. It's a way to increase that accrued benefit percentage if they would like to do so. Once again, it is completely optional, and they may have funds from additional sources that they would like to use to purchase service credit, like a 457, an old 401k, 403b, things of that nature. And then one last thing is that we did want to stress, we do not allow loans against the defined benefit.
What's the rule of 80?
The rule of 80 is our true definition of normal retirement. So what it is when a member's age and their years add up to their age and their years of service add up to 80. That is when they're able to separate service without being under what is referred to as an early retirement. Now, if we go to page 3 on the brochure, this actually, I like the visual aids myself. Yes. So, yes, it does have, the rule of 80 does have a minimum age of 50. But let's say in this example, somebody was hired on and enrolled into an FPPA retirement plan at the age of 20. They work 30 years in one of our components. And at the age of 50, they would be able to terminate without being subject to an early retirement benefit. They do have to hit that age of 50 before they could go to start drawing that benefit. The normal age of retirement for our plans without the rule of 80 is 55. So that is still a lower retirement age than like Social Security. So it does give members who may terminate prior to being able to collect their Social Security benefits, it may give them a revenue stream a little bit sooner once they terminate from a department. Early retirement is when somebody is terminating and they have not met the age requirement of 55 for a vested retirement or have met the rule of 80, those ages and years of service adding up to 80. They could still terminate service as early, or they could still terminate service and begin drawing a benefit as early as age 50, as long as they are not active with their employer or another FPPA affiliated department. So they can't be active in the plan. But the percentages in this green section are the actuarial equivalent of if we would have began to pay out that benefit at the age of 55. So that's the different types of retirement within the plan. Did that help clarify your question, sir? Perfect. Alrighty, and then we did want to go ahead and just kind of summarize everything that we've touched base on today. First started off with who FPPA is, how we do differ from other public pension plans, covered what a defined benefit is, the process of a partial affiliation, and what is a partial affiliation. We did touch base on the contribution rates and continuing rates of contribution. And lastly, we did conduct a brief overview of the statewide retirement plan Social Security component. Lastly, we would like to highlight that this is a plain language document. It is intended for informational purposes only. Official interpretations or determinations are based upon the statutes and rules and regulations that govern the statewide retirement plan.
You said that a lot slower than they do in the pharmaceutical.
And in a little bigger print, maybe.
Yes. Well, I don't know if I could get through all of that really quickly without just tumbling over my words. So didn't want to risk it.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you. Colleagues, I've put some time into thinking about how to finish this conversation. What's in my mind is to ask folks in the audience, sheriff's office staff to offer comments, offer questions, and then we can hear all of that and then talk about the next steps that we want to take. And by next steps, I don't mean, I don't think that today, I'm just speaking for myself, is the day for us to be making a decision. I think this is
We need
what
to
other information
absorb
do
it,
we
yes.
need, blah, blah, blah. So
You go first.
Well, could we respectfully limit it to 11 to 1:15? Because we have a hard stop for abatement at 1:30.
Yep.
And I just wanted to give some background. I think it's been mentioned, but there was a question as to really why we would be the first sheriff's office to do it. The legislation changed about 3 years ago, I think, to allow for counties to participate, sheriff's offices.
So if I,
Yeah, please go right ahead.
the legislation in 2019 basically allowed sheriff's departments to choose to go into any component at FPPA.
Okay.
Prior to that, sheriff's departments that paid into Social Security could only go into what is currently the Social Security component. So now a sheriff's department can go into any of our defined benefit components, paying higher contribution rates for those components. They're not just limited to the Social Security.
Okay.
So that changed that. And that was because of the Jefferson County sheriffs and I'm trying to think, it was Jeffco and Montezuma County and La Plata counties that kind of pushed that legislation. Prior to that, sheriff's departments could affiliate with us, but hadn't really looked at it because they were trying to get out of Social Security and found that they couldn't get out of Social Security. So then they decided, well, we'd like to just have the opportunity to get a higher benefit if we can. So.
And then
So just to make sure I understand, the option that we're currently evaluating is an option that every county has been able to get into since the 70s when FPPA was created.
No, that probably came about in, I think maybe 2003, 2004, somewhere in there.
And Huerfano County, I thought, would try to participate, but then I don't know if they exited or what happened exactly.
So we haven't gotten that far with them. The one county, so Montezuma County, at that time, the requirements were the same type of, well, it was a different process. We didn't have this partial process that allowed the choice between staying in your local plan, CRA, or moving to FPPA. So it did require a vote, and it required a vote of, at that time, they believed it had to be the entire county, and they did finally get the vote. And they did get the approval to move forward. However, then at that time, the effective date wasn't until they submitted contributions, which are the beginning of the payroll period. So I don't know who at the county made the decision, they would not fund the benefits. So we didn't get the contributions. That has since been changed in this process so that now we allow partial. So we don't require any kind of a vote. And once that certification of compliance is filed, so the certification of compliance basically just confirms that we've followed all the steps in the process and that contribution rates are what they're going to be, and you're going into what component, and the future hires will go into what component, right? So
why do you think more sheriff's offices haven't joined since 2019?
I think some of it right now, it's probably, they're looking at it a little more closely. I think they wanted higher benefits, and now that they have the ability to get higher benefits, it's maybe more looking at their budgets and can they afford it kind of thing, so, right.
I'm aware of at least 5 counties that are waiting on us in terms of to see if our board moves forward. They also, part of that is because Clear Creek took the initiative to do a ballot measure for approval, which I had thought was required, and we got a second opinion to confirm it was required. Most counties don't want to promote and put a ballot measure in this environment right now until they see how things move forward. Even though it's revenue neutral technically, it's still a TABOR measure from the standpoint of that you do incur an obligation to pay into the system in the future.
Okay, so I want to offer time for folks to offer comments. We only have 10 minutes. My clock on my computer is about 5 minutes, but we've got about 10 minutes by my clock. So I just want to ask you all, we're not making a decision today about where to go. If you have thoughts about what important next steps we need to take, I think the board would really like to hear them. The debate about what to ultimately do may be best reserved for another day. I'm going to reserve my own comments just about what to ultimately do.
Okay, Carol Ann, did you want to ask your question?
You asked it.
Did you? Okay, okay.
I'm probably the only person in this room who is actually a recipient of FPPA benefits at this time. So clearly we don't have time to talk about my situation, but I'll make myself available if anybody has questions of my personal experience with it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's talk about next steps. I've got
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, some of the concerns that I have are people that have been in service for 15, 20 years. How many people? Yeah.
Maybe 5.
Do you have any examples like you gave about, this certain amount of income and this is what their projected retirement would be? Do you have any examples of how much it would cost to buy a year score, like someone that has 5 years left? And
That was my question.
We actually, so in that sort of a circumstance, we do have a join calculator out there. So if you go to joinfppa.org, there is an opportunity to make sure you select the Social Security calculator when you're going through. But that is an opportunity to kind of plug in a couple different variations and see what that may look like based on what your current salary levels are, maybe different age groups, things of that nature. Off the top of my head, I don't have a one size fits all solution. There's a lot of different variables that go into it.
I don't know if you.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you have the capability and you may not have the time to access that website, that we could run one so that you could see what a cost might be, just a hypothetical, but.
Maybe we could ask, would someone in the sheriff's office run some examples through that calculator and get them to us?
Yeah.
Or we can, if you
Well, I
want
can
to
work
give
with you,
us the
Nick.
numbers you'd like to run, we can provide you with that information as well.
Jake, good job.
Yeah. Yeah, you and I can set up something together.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and maybe just like some representative examples of different people in different places in their careers on your team.
So I have another question too. With the CPA, the cap is, they can add another $23,000 a year, correct?
The CRA?
The CRA, I mean.
Yeah, the 457 plan, it's gonna apply to both plans. It's an IRS limit. So all employees can defer 23,500 this year, assuming they have that much in compensation. There are 3 other catch-up levels that go above that.
And that's if you're like older.
Yeah, age 50, age 60 to 63, and then there's a 3-year catch-up or a special catch-up is what they call it.
And then, so is that the same as what you're calling the purchasing service credit? That's different.
No, so that's a completely different plan. The 457 deferred compensation plan would be an additional plan to either CRA or to FPPA. Another way to save additional money for retirement, yeah.
Okay.
But I was understanding it the same way. The buying years of service is a way to catch up.
Right, you can use funds that you have in a 457 to purchase service credit. Yes,
Or money I have in my pocket.
yes, you can use checking savings account. There again, it's after-tax money, so it will be tax-free in retirement.
Roth dollars cannot be used to purchase years of service. That's one type of funds that cannot be used. And
That's an IRS regulation, yeah.
What happens to your forfeitures?
Forfeitures will stay in the plan. So if a member decides, so a forfeiture in our eyes is different than a forfeiture in a defined contribution. Forfeiture for us would be where a member is entitled to a retirement benefit, but then decides to take a refund and they take their member contributions out. The employer contributions stay in the defined benefit.
And then the plan does offer the opportunity for anyone working in the sheriff's office to join as well, not just so like administrative staff.
No, we can't.
Okay.
So for somebody like Ruben, would he have to go into the drop program if we were to, but he stayed working? Because you're already collecting, correct? But since we don't have that program, and if we were to adopt that, how would that affect somebody?
I'm not sure how that would work.
Right. So basically, that would be a unique situation. We would consider that a return to work. He would have the option to stay with CRA and wouldn't have to change anything. And then he could continue to receive his benefit. If he decided he was going to go back in, and there are different return to work scenarios. So we'd have to talk to him about what kind of retirement is he actually under, whether he did enter drop. Drop is just a feature of the plan. It's not a requirement, right? So we'd have to talk to him and determine how we'd handle him. He may not, he may decide to stay with CRA so he can continue to get his benefit from FPPA.
Okay.
I would certainly say that there's nothing about my situation that should adversely affect your decision-making on this whatsoever.
One thing I think the board needs to address in the near term in conversation on how to, when we go into budget, on how to price these out is that 1.9%. Who's paying it? How are we splitting it? Because it really does substantially change the benefits line item in the budget compared to, I think what was calculated in the past for this.
30% impact. So I just really quickly, because I just had a light bulb go off based on Carol Ann's question. In the CRA plan or in a defined contribution plan, the employer contributions go into a person's account that they own that they get to keep forever. In your plan, those employer contributions go into your account and the employee can only get them back out by receiving their benefits over time. They can't take them out when they retire early or move to a different employer, right? So you keep all
As
of them.
long as they're taking a monthly lifetime benefit, they'll get those
That's the only
funds back. Right.
Okay. I had that light bulb go off. I want to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding.
That's why I was wondering if we have people that have been there for 15, 20 years, how that's going to affect them.
Well, they would still have choice to stay with
Stay with
CRA.
CRA.
If they came over to FPPA and, let's say they continued to work for 10 years and didn't purchase any service credit, they still have that account that's, and they have that monthly lifetime benefit that they can choose to take, or they could take the refund and just get their member contributions plus 5% as interest, right? They also have the choice as to whether they want to use that account with CRA to purchase service credit or not. If they use that account to purchase service credit, that's all considered a member contribution, even though it's made up of member and employer contributions while it's at CRA. Once it transfers over to Fidelity into that money purchase component, it will transfer all as member contributions, employee contributions. So it will also be member contributions in retirement as well.
I, recognition of time, I know how important it is for us to be able to not have to sit here without a break and that we have hearings starting at 1:30. I just want to suggest some next steps and ask you what's missing. First off, we need to answer this question about the continuing rate of contribution. I'm just going to share my perspective. I don't think that we should be offering that the employer pays that. I'm curious what you both think.
We can't afford it. Can't, 100% fund it.
So you agree? And so I think like for the purposes of like a next step is to understand our costs, right? And understanding our costs, we have to answer that question. So do we want those costs modeled based on the employer that's trying to decide their option will know that they will have to pay that additional 1.9% and not us?
Does that change down the road too, if it goes to a statute or something?
So basically what will happen is, so if the member is going to pay the continuing rate of contribution, their contribution rate will then be 7.9%. And then as of January 1st, 2 years following the anniversary of the effective date, we'll do an actuarial study on just this department. And basically what we're going to look at is how many members purchase service credit. If they purchase their service credit, and that's why we wait 2 years, because we give them, they have to be in the plan for a year, then they can purchase service credit. And then we want to give an extra year just in case people haven't finished their service credit purchases. But if they purchase their years of service, then that's going to lower that continuing rate of contribution. So it could be lowered. It can never go higher than that. If members decide not to purchase service credit, which is fine, then they would continue with that additional 1.9%. So then they'd have basically almost 4%. They'd have 3.9% of their base salary going in after tax. So coming out tax-free, right? And have 6% going in pre-tax.
Okay, so if we're good on that, then an obvious next step is for us to understand the cost, have that recalculated. I know we saw a presentation late last year. I know we'd like to see that be recalculated.
Yeah, if the board's decision is they only want to see costs where the 1.9 is, then it's from the countywide cost, it's the same. Right? There was just never a discussion.
Is that around the 300,000?
We never saw, we never calculated in our budgets for 24, which FPPA was budgeted for, that additional 1.9%. It was only the delta between the 4% contribution to CRA and the maximum with the 2029 contribution level of 6.5%.
And I know the last board got that presentation and I remember generally what those numbers are, but I think that this board,
we need
needs
new
to see
numbers
that again.
because salaries have increased and things. So we need to recalculate that number, but generally speaking, it'll be approximate, be close. The only reason why I bring that up is because if there was a desire for the county to pay the 1.9, that essentially is almost doubling our contribution, right? So that's why we need to make that decision. I mean, I think with the three, what I would suggest is that we model 1.9 member and a 50-50 split, just so y'all see, just so because it's just transparency of information, right?
I can live with that.
Okay.
Okay, so then.
Good. Just one thing I would like to clarify is that our contribution rates are only based on a base salary not on total compensation. So we don't include overtime as part of base salary. So if you're
We calculated based on salary. Yeah.
on base salary,
Base salary.
not overtime.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because sometimes CRA might be on a total salary. We're only base salary.
Thank you. I also, colleagues, if you would indulge, I would like to understand, just like in the last presentation, the cost of increasing the employer contribution on the CRA plan for everyone else. Equity is important, I think. And if we're talking about retirement and we're talking about turnover, I think we should be talking about it in a way that at least we need the information about organization-wide impacts and see all the options. Does that
Good point.
sound
Yeah.
reasonable?
Mhm.
Okay. I think one of the things that's in my head is that FPPA is a forever decision. It's a decision that we cannot undo. And so between now and making a decision we can't undo, we have the opportunity to pursue any other option that we can undo. And so I think the next step is for us to understand any other options out there to improve recruitment and retention in the sheriff's office that are not forever options. And I think that's an important next step for us to consider. I wonder how you feel about that.
Can you give us an example?
Well, I want to ask the sheriff's office and our team to bring examples. I mean, here's an example. Increase the employer contribution in CRA and see how that affects recruitment and retention.
Whose rule is it that once you go in, you can't get out?
It's by statute.
Yeah, state statute.
And I imagine you would oppose a change to that rule.
For the most part, because it adds stability to the plan,
Right.
because we're studying based on our demographics. And if you have people coming and going, it makes it very difficult to plan for stability.
Just point of clarification for the all employee CRA increase to match the employee cost for the employer cost to whatever we pay for FPPA.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. And I think the presentation last fall had that information. So I'm basically just asking to have that be replicated. Is there anything else? So like, what's missing? What next steps are in your mind that I didn't mention?
Yeah, I just need to get a handle on how much more this will cost the county.
And then we'll keep thinking about risk. And that's where, that conversation can go on for a long time. There's what's riskier and then there's who owns the risk, right? And we're talking about adopting a lot of risk. Anything else? Mr. Rubin.
What we discussed earlier. Moderator.
Yes.
I just have one thing to add. So this is a huge discussion piece in academy classes. I mean, like the new future of law enforcement, like retirement's a huge component of that. I mean, Matt and I were at the sheriff's conference. There's at least 5 sheriff's offices hindering on what we're gonna do. So like it is a very vocal piece for this new generation of law enforcement coming in to be able to do that. So I mean, I think we've explored a lot of options internally about what works, but we keep delaying the one thing that seems to fit both the county's need and the sheriff's office need, progressing that forward. Because there's a lot of people that stay in this situation that as they start to grow in the career path that they're going through, start to see the importance of retirement. So I mean, it prevents that plan from them from day one.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So ending this work session with Eric Rubin asked me to you have 30 seconds on some new information about a topic that we were discussing hours ago. Right? This is radar ticket enforcement.
Just a heads up, I received information during this meeting that is far more or far less expensive if it turns out to be true regarding a different vendor to promote the idea of photo radar. There needs to be further investigation. I will be doing that. There's more information for you, but it could, I just want to give you a heads up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All that said, appreciate everybody's time, appreciate everybody's passion.
Yeah, thanks for your time.
We are on recess until 1:30.
Thing is, it's an impediment to coming here.
I guess that's the same here. I'm not coming.
Gotcha.
If that's happening to them, I would like.
I mean, I thought it's an open, I mean, Matt, I mean, they've been saying that for 6 months. Right? It hasn't been.
You asked about it, it was a very big deal. No, he's trying to say, like, Ryan's. He can't. I don't have a license.
I'm training, hell my lunch.
Yeah. Suck it down.
Yeah.
That's what the, right.
Oops. That is.
No, because they've not.
Probably Monty Python.
Yes. Okay. We are done with our quick lunch recess. We are back. I think we're sitting now. Is this Board of Equalization?
No, we, for abatement hearings, we remain as the Board of County Commissioners.
We remain as the Board of County Commissioners. We're here to conduct abatement hearings. Assessor G. Do we have, are we going in order? Are we going by who's online?
Who would be first?
First would be case 2563, Washington Mills LLC.
Is there a last name that they might be coming from?
Geisness. Geiness.
I do not see that person yet.
Okay, let's try Selco. CEO.
That's who they would be under on the,
Correct.
not seeing them yet. I see Youngblood and I see
Do you see Idaho?
Gerdhar, I see. Idaho. No.
What's the name under Idaho 103?
Idaho 103 is
David.
Goodhart.
I do see him. I do see Gerhard.
Okay, let's go ahead and pull him up. And we'll begin with him.
And just to clarify, as a starter,
Refund abatements are different than the appeal process. Because they're refund
of taxes rather than getting corrected before the tax notice goes out.
with the same process.
Otherwise, like same criteria, same.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Colleagues, do you have any questions like generally about the process before we begin?
Yes, I can pull up the listing, but I don't have comparables. So.
If you scroll down, let's see.
Yeah, I tried to scroll, it wouldn't scroll past the first page for me.
That's true. I don't see.
Okay, there is no comparables on this one.
Oh, well, that would be. Okay, so we have here Mr. Verdar. I'm sorry, I probably got your name wrong. We're taking up your case first, sir, so a little bit of a longer explanation. The way that this is going to proceed is we will give the Assessor G, up to 3 minutes to describe the case. She rarely takes that long. You'll have up to 3 minutes to offer anything the board needs to know. And then the board will ask any questions of either of you before we deliberate. So if you would please, Ms. G. Oh,
pull it up.
And he's here. Should we be asking whether they've received the comparables and feel competent to proceed?
Yes, we want to make sure they have this.
Okay.
Of course, and that they've received the information that's going to be discussed.
So, sir, if you could just please start kind of a yes, no question. Have you received the information you need to receive, and are you comfortable with us proceeding with your case?
I did not receive any information. I'm not sure. Is that the comparables that was sent to me?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
I didn't say that.
Okay. I might be missing those, but
They were emailed August 6th, 2025 from Jolene Swanson, and they were mining claim sales used to determine the value for 2024.
I'm a little confused because I hear you say there were no comparables in this case?
That's correct, but we sent him the mining claim sales
Oh, okay.
used to determine his value. And he was on the list.
I did type Swanson. Could you say the first name, please, again?
Jolene Swanson?
On August 6th, 2025.
Did you receive an acknowledgement or a response? Did Jolene receive one?
That I don't know.
But it wasn't returned.
That is
Do
correct.
you want to confirm his email address with
I
the
will.
gentleman?
Yep.
I have DGIRDHAR@gmail.com, which
Yes,
is the same email I've been communicating with him from.
that is my email.
Okay.
Is there something I could search for specifically that might help me look for maybe the email of the person?
It's JSWANSON@ClearCreekCounty.
.us.
Yes.
And it was emailed August 6th at 12:15 PM.
August 6th. Yeah, ma'am, sometime this emails go to spam and stuff as well, so I'm just checking that as well real quick. Give me a second, please. And then, ma'am, could you please say what would be the subject? Would it just say sales comparison?
Yep, the subject would be 2024 abatement.
Sir, if you're unable to find that email, I might just take up a different case while you look at it, while you look for that.
Yes, sir, I can keep looking for it.
Okay.
You can.
Let's go ahead and let's move to Mr. Youngblood. I believe he's also online. That's case D. Or, sorry, D on the agenda, is 25-66.
Also, I'm told that a Roseanne Weegrich is there as well.
Okay, I'm moving in order on the agenda, so.
Yeah, no worries, I was just saying.
Hi, my husband Ian Duran is also, I think, waiting as well.
Same case?
Same case.
Okay, excellent. So let's see here. Were you able to, Miss Youngblood, did you receive the information that you need and are you prepared to proceed?
I didn't receive an email. I just also looked for the name. This is my first abatement hearing, so I'm not really sure how. I guess I didn't know how to prepare. I wrote in just to say that, so this property has been in our family since like 1980. We bought it from my husband's grandmother, Barbara Young. And so we know what the taxes were prior to us taking it over. And it's gone up like substantially from the time that we purchased it from her for like $500, which was just the transfer into our names, basically. We haven't developed the land at all. It's
let me, sorry.
Okay.
I want to ask the assessor to describe the case first. and
Sure,
we
go
can't
for it.
Begin unless you say that you are comfortable proceeding.
I'm comfortable proceeding. Like I
Okay.
said, this is my first time, so.
That's fine. I'm happy to talk you through it here.
Thanks.
So Assessor G, if you could please describe the case for us.
Great. This is a request for an abatement for year 2023 and 2024, which is within the same base year based on sales that occurred July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022. We do have this property as based on characteristic as a fair location. We do have it as 4-wheel drive. We do have the front, middle, and back as steep. We have a current value of $26,940. We ran the comparable sales for that base year. The first one came in at $67,740. The second one came in at $67,740. The next one came in at $19,630. And the fourth one came in at $22,640. And the first two listed on the comparable sales have very minimal adjustments, except for the acreage, which is going to be adjusted for in most cases.
Okay, thank you. And now, and my apologies for interrupting. Please proceed. You'll have 3 minutes to offer anything that the board needs to know.
Okay. Also my husband, Ian Duran, I'm hoping, I don't know if he's on or not, but we went on Saturday just to fill everyone in that we are no longer even able with a 4-wheel drive vehicle that we just bought to access the land. We're no longer able to get to it because on the section off of North Spring Gulch Road, there's now someone has put up a chain keeping us out. That's on, I'm pretty sure, public land. It's a sheep keep according to your Clear Creek maps. So I think, like, I don't know if we need to schedule another meeting for that, but I do want to be able to access the land that we has, like I said, been in our family for a very long time. Trying to kind of figure out what we need to do next for that. Again, it hasn't been developed. The road has been very challenging to get to. We are hoping to be able to get there. Like, we want to sit up our chairs and hang out on our little piece of family land. And at this point, the taxes are getting higher and higher without really anything happening to the land. I know that there are people who have greater means, which is wonderful for them, but we'd still like to be able to access what's a part of our family history.
Thank you. And I'm told that Ian Duran is online. He's on his phone, so he's not appearing on screen.
He's crossed over, yep.
And so do you have anything that you would like to add at this time, Mr. Duran?
Ian, you'll probably have to unmute yourself.
You might, R6.
Ask him that.
He said he still can't hear anything, so I'm not sure what's happening, but I think, you know, he and I both he looked at the map separately yesterday. We just discovered that the road was chained off on Saturday. I'm not sure what else he would add, but Ian, are you unmuted now? Is there anything you would add if you heard anything that I said? Just trying to make this as awkward as possible.
Happens all the time.
We're just fine over here. No worries.
Looks like he's unmuted, but not saying anything. So, and also he said he wasn't hearing anything. So I think he might be experiencing some tech difficulties. But again, I'm not sure that he would have anything else to add aside from kind of what I've said.
That's, thank you then. Colleagues, what questions do we have before we deliberate on this case?
I'm a little concerned about somebody blocking your own road from your use. Do we have?
We would need to look into it.
Yeah.
Right? If it's not a public road, or if it is not a designated public road, then whoever the landowner is, which sounds like might be us.
Okay.
If it's sheep keep, but I don't know. We need to look into this. So I'm sending an email off right now to find out.
Perfect.
Thank you. That would be wonderful. And if it turns out that it's not on public land, which I'm pretty confident it is based on kind of the maps that we looked at, is it possible to is it possible to connect with us so we know like how to proceed with just gaining physical access?
I want to encourage us. I don't think that this case about your property taxes hinges on this conversation about your road access. And as Commissioner Lloyd stated, it's not that it's not of interest to this board. I just want to make sure that we don't assume that this is one of the criteria we're looking at.
That's correct.
So, and I know that trying to, like, if there is a private property owner that has gated a road that you perceive as a public road, I think that your recourse is between you and them. And the county tends not to intervene in neighbor to neighbor disputes. And I think any speculation about who the property owner might be at this point, like, I don't want us stating here on the record that we think it's us, because I know we're not in the practice of gating roads. But so I just wanted to kind of say that, put a bow on it. Definitely definitely can appreciate that that's not something that you're happy with. As far as this case in the value, Donna, I have my question for you basically is you are recommending denial, correct?
Correct.
And you're recommending denial because you've got comparable sales that support the value.
That's correct.
Could I ask you to look at the fourth one over on the first page and discuss that one? Why you
Yes.
reduce that value 35,000?
Because it's $42,360 worth of adjustments.
And we're making 3 adjustments, so it's not as comparable as the first 2 with 1 adjustment.
Okay.
Any other question? Okay. I don't either. I think, I mean, I can see here that I'll say this hopefully once during these hearings. We get this a lot where someone has owned a property for a long time, and because of property speculation, the assessed value of that property goes up. It probably also hopefully means you could sell it for more. I do recognize that results in an increase in the tax payment, and I can commiserate as someone who's been trying to hang out here for a long time too. However, none of that can be considered by statute. We have to look at comparable sales, and the math just kind of tells us what the value is. And colleagues, I think in this case, the math seems to be adequate.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's whatever you guys decide. I think, again, we'd invite you to come up and see the space and how you can access it or not. But yeah, I do appreciate you looking into it.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Appreciate you as well. And colleagues, I don't hear anybody saying anything other than let's accept the assessor's recommendation.
Yeah, I agree. All the comparables are 67,000, you know, they're up there. So I don't see anything that would bring this down. I don't see, they're all very comparable as far as description.
Are they all comparable as in being mining claims that crisscross each other as well? Okay, where people don't have like full access to their acreage?
We adjusted for that.
Okay.
We just,
Okay, thank you.
That shows up in the location rating, correct?
that shows up with the acreage adjustment, which is that very first line under the word adjustment,
Okay. Got it.
where you see those negative values.
Okay, I think we're ready for a motion.
I would like to make a motion to deny the request by the petitioner and approve the assessor's recommendation for abatement or refund of taxes.
I'll rephrase it
To
for you,
deny.
just to make it easier, because I realize that I tried to write it out so that you could read directly from it. Are we on Youngblood at this moment?
Yeah. Yes.
So would be a motion to approve the assessor's recommendation to deny petitioner's request for abatement or refund of taxes.
Okay, that's the motion.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Can you give me next steps on what I need to do for, should I just email you, Donna?
Yeah, email me and I'll
Okay.
take a look
Okay,
at it for you.
all right, thanks so much, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jamie.
And with respect to your road,
We'll follow up.
we will follow up. We have your contact info.
Okay,
Someone on our staff team will follow up.
great, thank you so much for your time. Take care.
Yep.
Thank you, Jamie.
Bye.
Let's go to Mr. I'm not remembering the name.
Girdar.
Oh, and you are here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you found that email?
I did.
Okay, excellent. So you are prepared to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is case number 25-65. We're considering the assessor's recommendation to deny. Assessor G, please describe this case for us.
Yes, this was a
Base year purchase. It was purchased on July 22nd, 2021, within our base year for sales, July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022. We did provide a copy of the sales to the petitioner. So he could see what the sales were looking like during that period. So we did not have to run comparables on it because it is a base year sale. It was purchased for $120,000 and we had the value at $120,010.
Okay. Sir, now is your turn. You'll have 3 minutes, please. Anything the board needs to know?
Yes, sir. So first of all, thanks for having this hearing. I do appreciate all the, great work the county guys do. I'm a county employee as well. I work for Boulder County. I did purchase this land and this was like a owner carry, so I'm kind of like still kind of like making payments on this for 4 years as I try to put something on it. But for the last 4 years, I've been trying to get some work done, but I've not been, and there has not been any development. The property value drastically increased 94%, and I'm talking about the assessed value, not the sales value of the market. I personally do believe that that data point is a little bit, not accurate because we are getting percentages of the assessed value and not the sales value of the market sales. The second point I want to make is like that market was at the highest in the 2020-21 period because of the COVID impact. And it really does not show the true market value. If you look at the market now, it has drastically gone down in 2025. So I also compared some existing mining claims, which were just across few blocks from me, like an RV park. And it was a similar zoned lot, also a mining claim, but the taxes on that specific lot was very low. So I did a comparison of, that's what I do, data analysis, comparison of similar properties across the zip code or across the same, and saw quite a considerable variance in terms of how they were assessed. And I think just because how they're assessed is how they're taxed, I think that sales comparison might not be the best reflective factor. And thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions?
I'd like Assessor G to respond about the years that you have to look at.
Okay, so this was an abatement for 2024. So 23 and 24 values are set by sales
that occur in a base year. And this base year was July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022. And the sale did occur within that base year, which sets the value of the 120,000 for that period.
Okay, and that is by state statute,
It's by step.
but you have
by
to take
state.
those years?
Correct.
And so there's nothing, there's no other option, right? We are required by law that this is the value.
That's
The value is set with the purchase.
Thank you. I think in this case, I support the assessor's recommendation. I imagine
Yeah.
you both will as well.
I do too.
I think we're ready for a motion.
I would like to make a motion of the approval of the assessor's recommendation to deny the petitioner's request for abatement or refund of taxes.
And I don't have a case number here.
There's 2565.
Thank you.
Yeah, 25-65.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye. Will you show me where this number is?
I'm finding them on the agenda, on the printed
Oh,
agenda.
Okay.
I mean, they're probably on the digital one too. Okay, so I know that
Attachment that has them too.
case E has a last name Wegrich, case number 25-67, and I believe that person,
Oh, there it is.
Yes, I see,
Heather.
Roseanne.
Roseanne?
Roseanne, I'm gonna add you as a panelist and just click yes. Hi, Roseanne. Just ask her to unmute.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Thank you and welcome. Before we proceed, I just want to be sure you have received the materials from the assessor's office and you feel comfortable proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
great.
Assessor G, you'll have 3 minutes. Please describe this case for us.
Okay, great. So this is property in Silver Plume, a residential property. And we did run the comparables. This is a request for 24 abatement, which would based on sales that occurred July 1st, 2022. Wait, excuse me, July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2024. We did run comparables on it. We do have it at a fair location, average condition and average quality. And the first comparable sale came in, and these are all in Silver Plume. We had a good number of comparable sales to run for Silver Plume. So we have a value of 309,210. The first one came in at 298,136. The second one came in at 427,844. The third one came in at 414,982. The fifth one came in at 306,898. And the next one came in at 323,372. And the last one coming in at 426,844. Looking at the least adjustments, which makes it the most comparable. We have one coming in with just the square footage adjustment and the land adjustment at 306,898. And then another one, which is account number 008103 on the second page. It has 3 adjustments within a total adjustment of 1628.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed, Miss. I'm probably not saying your name right. Miss Wegrich?
Yes, that's correct.
And there are photos, excuse me. She did provide us with some photos of the property for you to review.
I'm not seeing those.
They are in the packet.
Thank you.
Pages 10 through 14.
It just wasn't scrolling down for me. Thank you.
Okay, we are ready. Miss Wegrich, please proceed. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Based on what I think, it was a family inheritance as of, I think it was 1983. But the challenge that I have is not so much the structure, although we haven't done anything to the structure, but the fact that there has been a solar panel installed without consultation from which blocks our view from our property to Sunrise. The other, so that's an eyesore, number one. The eyesore number two would be what I would call a clutter yard on 915 and 945 Main Street in Silver Plume. I believe there's one RV there. There's a bus that's been converted to, I guess, to an RV that's stored there, and the shipping container that's there. And this has to impact our property value. And so that is really what my biggest complaint is that the solar panel was not even run by us or our neighbor. And it's an eyesore. It no longer works as far as I know, doesn't track the sun, and it was a detriment to our property value. And the other thing is we haven't really done any upgrades to the property other than paint in at least 10 years. And I just don't know if the value that the tax personnel determined is reflective or commensurate with our value. And I know this, just in closing, on this form that I had to fill out because of the solar panels and being the eyesore, and then the junkyard that's really in front of our property, slightly southwest, I dropped our value to $259,000. So that's the end of my request. And that's what my complaint, or not, it's not a complaint. I just want to present my case. And I know what our taxes were in 2023 all the way to 2025. And now it's increased $401 in 3 years. That may not be much for you, but I just, with no changes to the property, I wanted to give my request. Thank you.
Would you give me that? Thank you, ma'am. Colleagues, questions?
Assessor G, it looks like you rated the location as fair.
Correct.
And then the next level down is uninhabitable, right?
Correct.
It's poor.
Oh, for location, there would be a poor location.
Right.
Typically, the value for the land are typically the same because
Land is still land.
Okay.
And there was a $55,000 adjustment for 2024. That was from a Senate bill.
that was transparent to the property owners. She's not seeing that. She's seeing the increase because of that $55,000.
Oh, that's no longer applicable?
That's no longer,
Correct.
and the value did,
So the value would have went up. The taxes went down, let's see. It did go up from 22 to 23. The value did.
Oh, the year
That's correct.
19, 20,
22 to
23.
Yep.
Okay.
23, 24.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing, I mean, it looks like a nice house. And I don't see where you would increase the value of a home because a neighbor stored something on their property. Right?
You could
look at the ordinances for Silver Plume.
We have
Well,
in the
we
past.
can't. but
No,
the
we
homeowner
can't.
could.
A
Yeah.
homeowner can.
Yeah.
In the past, we have downgraded the location rating, but you already addressed that, of course.
that was-
Ma'am, I have a question for you. I'm looking at these pictures. This blue house, is this your house or is this a neighbor?
Yes. No, that's the house it's 725 Jefferson Street. That's the house I'm talking about. It's our house.
That's the blue house.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How would you describe the condition of your home? When I look at the inside, it's when was it built? 1878.
Yeah, no, it's in good condition.
I think, yeah, average.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions, and I think I agree with the assessor on this one, colleagues. Questions for you? From you, I mean?
I don't, I mean, everything on here is fair. The condition of the house itself is average, so I don't see why we have room to drop anything down.
Right. Have a nice level lot, like.
I think we're ready for a motion.
These people are.
Oh, good.
Warn you, ma'am, you,
Careful what you say.
Okay, sorry. I'll make a motion for the approval of the assessor's recommendation to deny the petitioner's request for abatement of refund of taxes for case 2567.
I second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
motion passes. Any other comments?
no, last time she talked about having trouble paying. Didn't we talk about there's an assistance program or there was something?
No.
Maybe not because it's a primary residence, it's secondary residence.
Not sure how that works.
I live in California, and so I would call it secondary residence for, we visit it once a year and usually in June.
Gotcha.
Okay. Okay. Well, then, thank you for your time, ma'am. Let's proceed to the next case.
Is that Whitson?
I actually do see Matt Whitson.
Okay.
Matt is joining now.
Question for you, Megan.
Sure.
You do have the ability as the host to mute people if needed, right?
I do, yes.
Okay. Just
Sorry,
no. You didn't do anything wrong. I just want to know if I ask you to mute somebody.
I
if you're
can,
able to.
yep, I can, and I can request them to unmute too.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Whitson, do I see Matt is your first name? Yes. Before we proceed, I just want to ask you, did you receive the comparables from the assessor? Do you feel comfortable proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. Assessor G, please describe this case for us.
Okay. So this is a request for a petition on vacant land for 2024. So we would be looking at our sales that occurred July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022. This land was purchased outside our appraisal period for $37,000 on January 29th, 2024. We do have quite a bit of sales up in Winterland and St. Mary's area, and people are paying premiums for them. We did run the comparable sales based on his topography being level, sloping for front level, middle and back sloping. We do have it at an average location up there. It is 4-wheel drive. The first comparable we ran came in at 35,630. The second one we ran is 44,560. The third one we ran was 32,550. The fourth one we ran was 23,350. And then the last one we ran was 25,970, showing that this is in line with the comparable sales that occurred. We're looking, the first one had 2 adjustments that came in at 35,630, making it pretty comparable. And then the fourth one on the second page has 2 adjustments as well, and that came in at 23,350.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Whitson, you will have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Okay, so essentially, from what my understanding is, the property tax is based on the actual value that you guys had assessed, which is 23,320. And the property tax that was assigned for me this past year was $629, which, based on the value that you guys appraised the land for, that would be 2.7% property tax based on the value. And from the research I've done for Clear Creek County, the average property tax is 0.54%, which would be 126 for property tax. And if you go off the national average of 1%, it would still be only 233. So essentially, I'm just a bit confused why my property tax would be about 3% of the value. And even if you go off of the actual price that I paid for the land, it would still be well over 1%. So essentially, I'm just confused on why the percentage of the property tax would be so high.
Thank you. This is Donna, the county assessor. We are governed by statute how we calculate property taxes. The whole state of Colorado looks at the value. Vacant land does have a high assessment rate, and that is 27% for 2025. Previously, it was 27.9% for 23 and 24. And then we multiply that times the mill levy. So it's the value times the assessment rate, which is governed by the state. They set that rate times your mill levy gives you your taxes due.
And so I think just to add to that, properties that have a home on them that are not vacant have a much lower assessment rate. It's about 5 times lower, and that might help explain the difference here. I want to ask you if you have any comments on the comparables or the characteristics of your property.
Not necessarily on the comparables, but I guess one other thing I would like to add is there was a couple of charges in there. One was for like city water, and one was for road maintenance. And that property does not have access to water, and the road that it is on is not maintained in the winter or in the summer. It's only 4 wheels. So I don't know if that makes any difference, but there was I'd say about $100 or so just allocated for that.
The comparables we used did not have water available.
Okay, so why, just help me understand why there would be a charge for water if the property doesn't have water?
I'm not sure. We don't have a charge for it on our end.
It's on he's in it sounds like the property's in a sanitation district, which all properties inside sanitation districts are assessed the sanitation. I think
Okay, that I.
St. Mary's, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
And,
not our
and,
charge.
yeah, that's not a county charge. That would be a local charge.
Yeah, it's a charge to the St. Mary's Sanitation District and Road to Metro District, basically. And that's an additional mill, not an adjustment to the value. Does that make sense? So you live inside some other, or your property is inside some other taxation districts that make their own decisions about whether to plow your road or, provide water. I think you probably have availability of service if you're inside the district, but I'm not on that board and can't really comment on it.
Okay.
So colleagues, any questions?
No.
After review, I'll just share, I think that the characteristics look accurate. They match what was stated by the applicant. I agree with the assessor on this one as well. And if you both agree, we might proceed with the motion.
Okay, I move that the board accept the assessor's recommendation for property 25-68.
Peter, any concerns with that motion?
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry, I
I
missed.
said I move that the board accept the assessor's recommendation for property number 25-68.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you for your time.
Oh, I missed it. Motion passes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So let's go back to the top. We have, I don't know the name of the applicant with case A,
Or Washington Mills.
yeah, Washington Mills.
Geisness, Marvin Geisness.
Marvin Geisness. Do we see a Marvin Geisness online?
No.
If I could ask the assessor, is it possible that Mr. Geisness did not think he needed to appear since this was agreed?
He did confirm receipt of the meeting.
Invitation.
Okay.
He did not indicate that he was not going to appear. I assumed he was not going to appear.
Okay.
Since we are approving this.
Okay.
So then if you would, please proceed. Describe the case for us.
Great. This is a vacant land,
Which only contained 0.019.
acres, but it's in city limits.
We did have it outside of city limits. So when we did correct our records, the value that we currently have is $154,050 for 0.019 acres. But correcting it, we are reducing the value down to, let's see, 26,400, which is in line with properties in Georgetown.
Okay.
So we are requesting an approval of this one.
Questions, colleagues?
And on the abatement form, on page 1, you'll see the difference in taxes for that.
Don't hear any questions. It seems pretty straightforward to me.
Yeah, I move that we accept the assessor's approval of the change in assessed value for property number 25, or for case 25-63.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Let's move to the last case. Selco.
Yeah, Selco online.
I don't see a Selco.
And we have been working together on his property.
Totally fine.
Okay.
Okay,
And that's their last name is Selco.
correct.
Okay.
Can we get a first name just in case there's somebody on?
Kirk.
Kirk?
No, everybody online, most of it is staff.
Okay. Then can you confirm that this person received notice?
Yes, I can.
And I think we're prepared to proceed. Please describe this case to us.
Right. This is a base year sale. The property was purchased March 8th, 2022. Our base year is July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022. It was purchased for $401,000. Our current value that we have for 2024 was $383,330 with the adjustment. Now he did bring to my attention that there was some square footage differences, so I did make those square footage difference corrections. And that would bring the value down to $344,970 for 23 and 24, so I'm requesting a partial adjustment.
Okay. Colleagues, questions? Seems pretty straightforward to me. Are you in agreement?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm happy to read the motion on this one. It's a
Sure.
little complicated. It's okay. A motion to approve the assessor's recommendation to partially approve petitioner's request for abatement or refund of taxes in order, directing refund of 2023 and 2024 taxes in the amount of $200 each year for a total of $400 pro rata by all jurisdictions receiving payment thereof.
I second the motion.
You make the motion would be.
No, you.
I read it, but I can't make a motion. I just was helping out.
Moved.
Perfect.
Thank you.
And
And I.
Bye, Rebecca. Thank you.
Now, all in favor?
All right.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. I want to thank you, Assessor G. I love it when everything is so well prepared.
Thank you.
Board, I want to do a quick break and then we'll finish up the agenda.
Thank you.
So 5 minutes, I'm looking at my computer clock. It's 2:35. We'll be back at 2:40. Okay, we are back on the record. We now have a work session to discuss the early childhood council selection process. Oh, look, that's my name on the agenda. Oh, no. We have here Sarah Casano, who we're going to ask to participate. Colleagues, I trust that you've read the memo. I've been working with Jefferson County and Gilpin County, Commissioner Zenzinger and Commissioner Berman specifically, to seek agreement from all three counties that we would open an selection process to consider who should be the early childhood council for Clear Creek County. Just by way of background, in 1997, the legislature created early childhood councils. They gave counties the authority to select their early childhood council. We selected an organization at that time called Triad Early Childhood Council. It has been 28 years since then, and none of the counties have reopened the selection process. A lot has changed in the landscape of regional child care and early learning collaboration. There is also an organization that was created by the legislature called the Local Coordinating Organization. There's a lot of overlap in the scope of work between these two state contracted organizations. In fact, of all of the regions around the state, and I can't tell you off the top of my head how many there are, because they are multi-county regions in most cases, all but three have one organization that holds both the local coordinating organization and the early childhood council contract. There's also a lot that may change in the future. Even this legislative session, last legislative session, we saw a proposed change to the way that local coordinating organizations work, et cetera, et cetera. So in light of the amount of time it's been since the three counties have considered this selection, the systems change that's happened between now and then, and the systems change that maybe happen in the future, Commissioner Brewer, Commissioner Zenzinger, and I believe that it's in our best interest to open up a selection process, and invite anyone who thinks that they can do a great job serving us in this role with the state's money to apply. This is not something that we pay for, it's something that the state pays for. So the way the process would work is if we, by the end of the year, notify the Colorado Department of Education that we would like to make a change, they would proceed with whichever organization we want them to contract with to make sure that they're qualified and that they've got the right childcare plan and all of this other stuff. And then beginning in July, on July 1, that contract would begin to pay whichever organization we select. So between now and December, you can see an outline in the memo of the selection process. Jefferson County is staffing it. They are going to treat this like a request for applications. What you kind of, and I know in layman's terms, as a grant process. It's not as strict procedurally as like a request for proposals. What we're going to do is trust the expertise of the Jefferson County staff to make sure that that process is fair and comprehensive. I'm in receipt of, and it's not in your packet, I'm in receipt of a whole scoring matrix and instructions. What we're being asked to do today is say that we agree with the general outline of the selection process. That general outline is that each county will send a commissioner and a representative of the Department of Human Services to a selection committee, a temporary selection committee, that would review applications, score them, make a decision. that decision would result in a recommendation that would go to all three boards. If all three boards ultimately agree, then we would need to write a letter to CDEC, basically write a letter to Colorado Department of Education saying, here is the early childhood council that we wish you to proceed in contracting with. I do know that at least one other county is currently reviewing its selection. And so it's not unique to us that all of this systems change is resulting in a reconsideration of who our early childhood council should be. So let me stop there. What kinds of questions do we have before we jump right into who we want to send to this process?
I recommend we send George since he's on top of it, unless Jody wants to help.
So I know I had asked before, like, is there a presentation that each side would have, or so, because I'm new to this, I don't know what the other side is versus this side.
Yeah, because I got this yesterday, I'm just gonna read what Jefferson County staff has produced. 4 steps in the process. Eligibility screening. County staff will verify applicant eligibility, make sure that the application is basically complete. All applications are provided to the selection committee, and only eligible applicants advance to scoring. And then each reviewer reads the full application and assigns scores for all the criteria using a scoring matrix. The criterion that are being suggested as of right now, and I don't think that this is open for feedback. I presume the people named to the selection committee would be providing that feedback. Eligibility and organizational capacity, strategic priorities and areas of focus, collaboration and public engagement, equity and inclusion, funding strategy and accountability, and completeness and quality of the application. So I don't think I hear in that process presentations from the applicants. I think I hear read an application, make a score, have a meeting, discuss the applications, see if we can make a consensus recommendation. Does that answer your question?
Okay, so does this change anything, like Amber Troutman would still be working with us with EECL?
Amber Troutman is not an employee of the Early Childhood Council. She is an employee of the local coordinating organization.
She's a Bright Futures, right? So then we would sever that relationship?
No, this
On top
decision
of that.
would not affect the contract for a local coordinating organization is a separate contract.
Okay.
And we actually don't, in statute, tell the state who to contract with for the local coordinating organization. They run their own RFP. They certainly care what we think, and we can comment on those RFPs. Yeah.
I feel like in all the groups that we belong to, this is like the most confusing, besides the fact that there's 2 triad
Right.
groups, which is tough, but it's like, can't we just all get together and make one, group instead of there's this, and I could see why the people that are volunteering their time get confused too, because we're meeting with Red Rocks, we're meeting with, all the participating partners, and then there's the people at the state level.
There are a lot of E's and there are a lot of C's in this conversation. There are a lot of triads and so yes.
Bless you. So would this move us to more of an organized solution, do you think?
I can't predict that, because I don't know who would apply and how they would be scored.
So if we choose this to send, and this is where we get our money from the state, or how?
We would basically be saying that to CDEC, here's the organization we prefer.
So it's like a pass
And then
through.
CDEC would then contract directly with them. And so that contract that's in your packet is not, we're not party to that contract. That is a contract between the Early Childhood Council and the state of Colorado. Our only role is selecting who we want to the state to contract with. And we do have, in the current ECC, there is one person from Clear Creek County who is on that advisory committee, which may or may not act like a board. I don't know. I don't know if they actually have fiduciary responsibility or not, but it is a member of the school district. And so, like, without jumping into who might apply, I think if the two questions are we okay with the process? Do we think that our voice is adequately represented in that process, et cetera? And
What is a possible downfall?
I don't see a downside to asking people to apply and seeing what's interesting that's out there. I just don't.
But this would, if we did this, this would change us from the Triad Early Council?
This doesn't change anything. The change would, if there was a different organization that was recommended, that would come back to you.
Does it change our relationship with Pat Bolton?
Pat Bolton is the director of of Triad Early Childhood Council. Potentially could, if that committee, if someone else applies and the selection committee recommends someone else and we agree, then Pat Bolton and ECC would, Triad ECC would, no longer be our early childhood council. That organization has other contracts with the state to serve us.
But they would just continue on.
And so I
with
think
their
like
groups.
licensing, but these are all, I think, important questions for the selection committee to wrestle with as they think about who the best fit is.
But once we decide, say you, then you'll take these two. We as a board won't do that anymore.
This board would still retain the ability to say, yeah, we accept this recommendation, or no, we don't. We always have the option to make our own selection for who we want, like to decide, we're not going to do a 3-county early childhood council anymore. I'm not, for what it's worth, too keen on that option, because the amount of funding that would come to just Clear Creek County is not enough to pay even one person. And so I think that's why we chose this model in 97. I think that's why, for example, we're in the gateway to the Rockies opioid region. It's why our community mental health center is a 3-county community mental health center. So this 3-county collaboration thing that we got going on between Clear Creek, Gilpin, and Jeffco, I think is it's by and large a good thing. So especially when we keep our eyes on it. So what do you think? Do you agree that this is a process that we should engage in with our?
I'm gonna guess Rebecca is completely lost.
No, I'm not completely lost. I'm thinking that we can't step aside or that we'll get walked over like we are in other things. So I want us to still be involved in knowing what's going on, and particularly since there were community members that were working really hard to get more childcare for us, we can't step back. We have to keep working on it.
It's a really important issue, and it has renewed focus, especially in this county, but statewide. I know in 1997, my mom ran a childcare center, and there was a lot of energy in this county around constructing childcare systems.
Huh.
There's been a period of time where there wasn't much energy around that, and I think that period of time is over, and this is one example of that. So, I mean,
So just to be clear, are you looking for one consensus on who would be appointed?
I'm looking for one consensus on, yes, we want to participate.
Yes, we want to.
Yes, we want to participate.
Right. And then
And
I also need consensus as to who's going to be the point person.
yes, and so I think I heard Rebecca, I think you heard say, yeah, I'm no, you said yes, I think. And Jody,
I just want to make sure that we're not severing something by going this route. So like it's this or this, if this is an addition to what we're doing.
So what if, and I may be able to answer this, just but you correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding, but essentially, so the process, the structure wouldn't change. What changes is what entity, the three counties essentially, the process they use, but how they go about selecting what entity contracts with the state to do what. Right now, it sounds like, is it ECL?
ECL is a local organization.
The local,
Not
but,
attached to it at all.
okay, so am I thinking ECC?
Yeah, the Triad Early Childhood Council
Okay,
is the organization that currently holds this contract.
and it is confusing, but,
And so what would change, what potentially could change is if someone else applies and is selected, there would be a different organization getting the same amount of money for the same scope of services. And so this selection committee would have to wrestle with, in considering any applications, is that organization able to take on this work or not?
by analogy, it's the same thing as if you have a vendor that provides trash services for the county, terrible analogy. But let's say you have a vendor that all three counties use to do the Republic services, to go do the trash services for the counties. And we decided as an entity, all three counties decided to get somebody aboard together that they wanted to essentially determine who else can provide those trash services. This is the process. It's changing what forms that committee, right? That's what I think.
I hear it as like a pass through. It's money that comes from the state to them, to us.
No, it's money that it's the state paying someone to provide services to people in Clear Creek County.
And so what exactly services are we going to get more than we're getting now?
Without seeing the applications, I struggle to answer it, right? Because this is like the application process. We'll ask organizations that want this contract.
So
To
are
say-
there a bunch of groups out there that would be applying for this? I guess I
I think there
it
are
would be
groups out there
minimal.
who would apply, yeah.
And I'm
Um,
sure you have somebody in mind. No,
I think that this process should be objective and fair, and I don't think we should speculate right now about who might apply.
Right, and you don't.
I'm just wondering what the pool is, are we talking 10, 3?
I'd be shocked if we got 10 applicants. I would not be shocked if we had 4.
Okay. I mean,
Um,
I guess it doesn't bother me to have people present themselves if they can do a better job, and
Yeah.
there's no harm in that.
Yeah, and we can think about governance structures and,
How long has Triad Early Childhood Council been doing this for the county?
since 1997.
So typically, just by comparison, anytime we have a vendor doing any services, it's our process generally not to let those relationships go on beyond 5 years unless we go back out. Because we always want to make sure we're getting the best service. And that's why you do it, because new entities come along, new vendors come along. So that's how I would state.
That's why I'm surprised there's not like a presentation or, especially for like what, in my position, what that vendor is providing.
Well, and the frustration is you've had them since 97 and we still don't have a childcare center?
I don't know I mean, the scope of work is largely around leveling up existing providers, trying to help train people into the workforce so that providers can thrive, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I mean, I think, I'll just stop that there.
So when is our agreement up with that other group? Are they 5-year contracts?
Once a year, we can decide that we want to, basically on any given December, we can tell the Colorado Department of Early Childhood, CDEC, I'm just going to call them CDEC now because I'm struggling. We can tell CDEC as 1 county or 3 counties or 17 counties that here's who we want you to contract with to be our early childhood council.
And back to how we're gonna tell our constituents. Because we both ran, I mean, I'm sure all three of us ran, well, maybe you didn't, but back in the day. We ran on childcare. I mean, that was one of big topics that it was urgently needed. And, yes, great, we've got the scholarships. But we can't point to a building and say, look, we supported this, it's up and running, and we're providing childcare for 69 kids.
We are like working on other things, like with Mitch's group.
Right,
So
right.
there are
Yeah.
things moving forward.
But what does this group and what does this contractor since 97, what have they done for us?
I think those are the kinds of questions that we should be asking. And what can you do for us in the future? And I think to Peter, I mean, it's a good analogy, even though this isn't our contract. It's a good analogy to a best practice is every once in a while reviewing this. I think in any scenario, if we undergo this, whoever comes out on the other side will have recently made precise commitments about exactly the kinds of services they might provide. And so I don't see a downside. I can't answer the question about that. I see upside. No
Well, I
matter
just
who makes it
remember
through.
Jessica Trivett coming before the board saying, it's really hard for working families in this county. And, we've been talking about this for months now, and I want to see something,
Well, maybe it's time to pivot then.
I think it's definitely time to ask who's interested and what kind of value propositions they might have. And so I think then it sounds like we're in agreement. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Jody, but it sounds like we're in
No.
agreement that.
Yeah, that's fine. I
putting
just
this up
didn't
is
want to like burn bridges and upset people.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they haven't done anything since 90s, I mean, I want to know what they've done.
And the only thing I would say right now is rather than, just as a caution, is not to really discuss the current entity
Okay.
or prospective entities that may apply for it, as that's something that ultimately go to this board that gets put together, or the council.
No, I was talking about past public meetings.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. And I am now, it's kind of like the wildfire conversation. Sure, the US Forest Service has been hanging out with money to do wildfire mitigation. And they've even made some attempts here in Clear Creek County. And I think that we own a significant portion of the blame for not much having been done.
Because of neighbors NIMBYing or?
That, because I think it takes an interested and competent local partner for things to happen locally. That's what I think. I think that investments and interest happens where investments and interest are happening, right? And so anyway, but that's just waxing philosophical. And regardless of the outcome of this, we're still going to need to be focused on what we're doing with our dollars and our time and our staff resources.
I do have a question, and this is more for Sarah, because you did say that we would send somebody from Human Services to be on this board as well. Are you on board with that?
Yeah, I definitely want to be, I want to participate in the process.
On this selection committee, it's a temporary assignment, couple of meetings, look through the applications, make a decision, at which point it would come back to this board. Here's the recommendation from the selection committee. And then we can ask questions like, well, who else applied and why did you land on that? And what is the vision? And like all that stuff, that's going to be our moment to really make sure that we're getting this right.
Good.
Okay. I heard you say that you prefer to send me. I'm happy to do it.
Are you good with that, Jody?
I think probably we should send George.
Okay. Thank you. And Sarah, do you want us to name you or someone on your team?
I want to be one that participates, maybe just in case there's conflict down the road, would it be better just to name somebody from, just in general, can we say somebody from Human Services? I think you don't participate.
Like, as far as board direction, I think if we say, and we might as well list an alternate for me too, if we say it's George, and if something comes up, like, even something terrible, that it would be Jody. And then same thing, the direction coming out of this is that it would be Sarah. And then Sarah, can we give you a little bit of time to name an alternate?
I would just say probably Dr. Gillingham, and hopefully she's okay with that.
So one of the two amazing Sarahs on the team. Okay, that's great. So then what I'm going to do as a takeaway, Peter, should we just go ahead and formalize this in a motion?
Isn't this a work session? You may not do.
We have to do
motion.
it at the next meeting.
Yeah. Okay. It's just consensus only on this. I mean, you can give direction, but.
So then let me make sure I understand the direction. And I think the direction is to me, I'm going to reach back out to our partners in Jeffco. I'm going to let them know that, yes, Clear Creek County is committed to this process. And George is the primary, Jody is the alternate, Sarah Casano is the primary, Sarah Gillingham is the alternate. To make those introductions.
I just asked for a clarifying kind of question. In the process, can we add just a step that if somebody is applying that already has a contract with another county or even triad early childhood council applies, that we can request to see their annual reports?
Yeah, I mean, are you talking about like, is there a specific annual report you have in mind? Like, do they have a reporting requirement to the state?
Guess so, but I can't find it online, and so I would love to see it, assuming triad early childhood council applies again. I'd like to see the report that they've been submitting for the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Council applies that represents other jurisdictions. I'd like
Kind
to
of
see those.
lets us know what they're doing.
Right.
So we would just have anybody that applies have that information.
Yeah, I mean, and yeah, I will mention that.
I can request it on my own if that's okay, and we can just share it outside of something that's more formalized.
Well, I do think that this process probably everybody should be viewing the same thing. So if there's comments that we want to make as far as a selection process documentation we want to ask for, I think we make them to Jeffco staff so that everybody sees it. And so, okay, then I think we're good. Thank you for your consideration of this, colleagues. Any other comments on this?
Nope.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's keep moving down. We have a communications update with Megan Hyler Wilson.
Hello.
Name.
I know, it's hyphenated. I'm not getting rid of Hyler though. All right. Hello, my friends. I got a few updates for you. If you live in the Dumont area, the Silver Lakes Drive Bridge is officially under construction. That's Dumont area, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I was
DLD.
DLD. So sometimes I say DLD and people don't know what I'm talking about.
Or some people call it Tri-City.
The Tri-Cities, yes. So it's currently under construction. That actually started yesterday. There is a detour right now. So if you're heading over there, plan for like 20 minutes extra when you're going over there. This will be under construction through the month of October. You can always get updates on the engineering page on Clear Creek County's website. It's just clearcreekcounty.us/engineering, or you can just Google Clear Creek County Engineering and it'll pop up. Also mark your calendars. Wednesday, November 5th, we are having another blood drive in this room, in the BOCC room. This is with Vitalent again, and this is also in conjunction with Clear Creek EMS. I think this will be the third one that we have done in this room. And we've gotten a lot of people that have been coming and donating their blood, so that's been great. So you can sign up.
The date?
That's November 5th, Wednesday.
And
It'll most likely start at 10. I haven't gotten the official start time, but it is on that date, and it'll likely go 10 to 2, 2:30.
okay, where will we be doing the county manager interviews? Because the blood drive's usually in here, right?
Yes.
So first of all, I don't think, presuming that we narrow down a list, the initial interviews will be an executive session.
Okay.
And as the board determines any finalists or a finalist, that would be a public meeting.
Okay, so the one on November 5th would be in there or somewhere.
Presumably, yes.
Somewhere else, we could go upstairs or wherever.
Yeah.
And November 5th is a Wednesday. I did it on purpose on a Wednesday, trying to avoid any public meetings.
Oh, that's great.
So,
and it may, if there's, I don't know if there's out of town people that will be zooming in, so.
Okay.
But it'll likely be in person.
Got it. Those have been really well attended. So, be sure to sign up for that. You can just look on Vitalent, type in 80444 in the zip code, and you can sign up already. Also, update, public health now has updated flu and COVID-19 vaccines for the flu and COVID season that is quickly approaching us. So if you want to make an appointment, you can make an appointment online. Just Google Clear Creek County, make an appointment, and you can do that online. Or you can show up and walk in, but they like you to make an appointment just so they can make sure that they have the vaccines ready to go for you.
Did they say if they had the Pfizer as well as Moderna?
I believe they only have Pfizer. Wait, I believe they only have Moderna, but do not quote me on that. I can reach out to Dr. Ryan and ask. But yeah, I think that's what it is. But I do know they have updated ones for this coming season. So
I think Pfizer, I think Safeway has Pfizer. That's where I got mine.
Moderna was my favorite flavor.
really, I've gotten both.
I've always gotten Moderna, but
I've always gotten Pfizer.
Last but not least, this is very exciting for me. And if you ever do business with the county or ever visit the county website, I'm so excited to tell you that we have a new county website that is officially launching this Thursday. So it'll be, the website's getting a facelift. It's going to look so nice. It's going to be easier to navigate, updated ADA. So I'm very excited for this. I'm working on a fun video for the launch of this, but myself and IT have worked very hard on this. So we're very excited for everybody to see. And I would like to also shout out people who sent in their photos for us to use on their website. That's going to be on the homepage. It'll be a rotating photo. So keep sending those in. I'm happy to update that, but we're very excited for you to see the new county website. Let me know what you think. If you don't like it, I don't want to know because I'll be offended. So I'm just kidding. But that's all I have today.
That's good. Yep, my husband sent photos in.
I did. He's got 2 of them on there.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
I'll let him know.
Okay, thank you for the communications update. Next on the agenda, County Commissioner updates. Who would like to begin?
I can.
Okay.
In addition to all of our public BOCC meetings, I attended the CCHAT coffee at Frothy's last month and got to meet the team. It was very good. Megan was there.
Yep.
And then I went over to the Senior Resource Center for a meeting. I met with the I-70 consultant, Cindy Neely, to discuss Clear Creek County and I-70 issues, ongoing issues. Attended a special BOCC meeting. We had an executive session on I-70 issues. And last night I attended the Clear Creek Regional Housing Authority meeting. Thank you.
I also did the CCHAT. That was a really cool place that they have. I think people are gonna be pleased with it. There's, it's more lit up. It's, just a very friendly place. I attended NOCO last Friday at the Echo Lodge, which is up, by Mount Blue Sky. And we got to do a tour of it and the next plans for the Echo Lodge, which is they're going to invest $7 million into that place. It is going to be paid for by a bond. Their bond, I think, is expiring, so they're hoping that the Denver taxpayers will renew a different bond that's like hundreds of millions of dollars, and $7 million of it is dedicated to the Echo Lodge. So they're gonna make it a gift shop, information center, and then there's rooms upstairs. I don't know if anybody here has been there.
I've been there, but I didn't know there was an upstairs.
You got to do a tour of it when you can. I don't know, it's like 20 rooms in a circle. They're pretty small, but that's where the staff, the J1s used to live in not the best conditions. But they're going to redo those. And so they can have educational like campouts and stuff. And that's where the kids will be able to stay. So I thought that was pretty cool. Mount Blue Sky, I believe, is done. So it should be scheduled to open next spring. And the one thing I thought was interesting, instead of having a food prep area in, they're going to rip that out and they're going to encourage like food trucks. So, because it's seasonal, they don't need something that's open, 24/7.
Colton has something on that.
Yeah, it's also because the septic tank up there can't handle a restaurant.
That too.
It's
Oh,
right next to a very sensitive habitat in Echo Lake, so the more responsible thing to do is to have mobile food preparation.
Yeah, and then it can just all shut down and they don't have to worry about, you know, a bunch of winterizing, that kind of stuff. So, also on that, the Clear Creek Trails, I went to the rebranding, information. They're going to change. It used to be formerly the Greenway. I think they're gonna change to more neutral colors like browns and greens. And the green is supposed to match more of like the Colorado license plate. So that'll be kind of cool. And they're gonna coordinate with
I'm sorry, who's the they? Is this?
the Clear Creek
Novo?
Trails.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Clear Creek Trails, which is formerly the Greenway.
All right.
There will be some signage that you'll notice going up here when they get this done. It's in the final stages of the signs. But I think they probably need more money, to finish more of this. So
So in our 1041, we specifically put in, you know, the Greenway and everything. That's the same
it's
thing?
the same. Yep.
Okay.
And they're rebranding all of it, the name, the colors and the logo is going to be different.
Okay.
And I mentioned, we've been talking about this when I go to NOCO with Sandy, is if we could get some signage that is universal. So people are in different counties, they understand this is what it means, no matter where you're at, you know, clean your trash up, just. And then I guess that's it for me.
Quick
Oh,
question.
the shooting range. The shooting range has been getting trashed. Vandalized, not our shooting range, but Devil's Nose.
Oh, no.
They've had to do 2 shutdowns to clean it up. And so they sent out, a thing to NOCO, and I got an email personally, you guys might have on input of paid entry, timed entry. If they do paid, then they'll have somebody on staff too, but if people don't play nice, then they're gonna shut it down more.
Or they're just gonna have somebody there to charge. I support paying to keep the bathroom clean and keep it safe and cleaned up, so.
Yeah, so that was kind of a bummer to find out something brand new is
I
not
know.
being respected.
I thank you for bringing this up. I just got this letter today. I saw the stuff online. I would love to see us make comment as a county on this, if possible.
I did individually, but
I
I don't mind doing it as a county as well.
I know it's just commissioner update and we're not supposed to get too far into the weeds here, but I would love to when is comment closed by?
October 31st.
October 31st.
We have time.
Um,
Um,
I mean, and I know staff has a bunch going on. Do either of you have capacity maybe to like prepare us for like a quick work session on maybe a potential board comment?
Max may have something for us. Oh, but then they're not working. Shut down.
Right.
So we're on our own.
I mean, maybe I can just let this one go and comment on
No,
that.
I just commented on my own saying, you know, I've had a tour of it. It's beautiful, but we need to protect it. And I'd be willing to pay if I want to go target shoot.
Where did you comment?
I got a solicitation for a comment.
You got emails.
Do they?
Okay, that's why I wasn't clear on that.
I have not sent out an email yet, but.
And the board can certainly, even now during commissioner update, if you want to, there's a consensus to give direction to staff to prepare some comment, but if you want to have further discussion really in depth, that would be different, but it sounds like you have a unified position already.
I mean, the depth that I want to go into is that I think that they should be charging because having it staffed is worth it. I prefer the staffed scenario in the reservation system. There's 2 options that they're asking for feedback on. And I would love for us to encourage them to think that $22 may not be enough.
So I can say something about the staff.
Can I make a copy of that letter?
If they do go the staff, was brought up in NOCO. If you look at the time of the year, these shutdowns and it's hunting season. They probably couldn't staff it right now because of the government shutdowns. So
That's
then the shooting range would be closed.
Well, excuse my ignorance, Devil's Nose is not in Clear Creek County, right?
Yes, it is.
It's in Idaho Springs.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we have a photo of all of us up there for the.
So maybe if I could offer a suggestion to the board, the common is that they RFP out vendors, and I think we have one
The
in the county that I
concessionaire,
think would bid on it, who's
Okay.
already interested in ours.
Okay. That's awesome.
I'm all for including that in a comment. I think that we have an interest in them setting a fee that actually approaches cost recovery on that site. Because we're gonna be under the same regulations for our site. Whatever fee they set is gonna be the maximum fee we can probably set. I'm speculating a little bit here. But I think we have an interest in saying, we're not sure $22 is enough.
Excuse my ignorance. What is a usual fee for a shooting range? Has anybody done that lately?
Depends a lot, right? If I had to guess.
It depends on the law.
I think it depends a lot on the level of service, where it is, is it inside, right? It's just like anything.
I'd rather have outside to avoid all.
Yeah,
I think
I
they
don't know.
have somewhere, it was in that email or something, they have somewhere, some schedule.
Not to discuss too much on this, but I do think, costs are comping to private might not be the best thing because they're making a profit. If we just
Right,
break
right.
even, that's
Yes,
different,
yes.
because there isn't a positive externality about the existence of this shooting range. Right? Which is that it restricts shooting in the forest, right?
Right,
If we
right.
cost it out to where the feds then say, well, this isn't public or it's too cost prohibitive, then we potentially lose that.
Yes.
So it's a balance here. So I think with us not getting fully in the weeds, if I have consensus from the board, I will write a comment to that extent of saying some nuanced version of we support B. We would like a public RFP on operators if that's required, and that we want fees to be as cost recoverable as possible to the extent that we would still maintain the public requirements for the forest prohibition of shooting.
Good point. Okay.
Love it. Okay.
Thank you.
Just for reference, we had a conversation, never mind, I'm not gonna say that. Okay,
Oh, could I get that email from y'all? So I can click on the link and do it?
yeah.
There's a letter.
It's in the letter.
But I had an email earlier, so I'll try to find that.
So somebody's gonna forward you an email. I have a quick question before, are we done with your update? Cause we kind of,
Yes,
We-
we are.
we
Because we
Yeah.
discussed it a lot.
I don't know if there's an update on the Clear Creek shooting range. I have not heard. I'd heard that we got the money, but
that's the last I heard
there's a
too.
grant. We were waiting on a grant for.
Oh, for ours? Yes, we got it finally.
Okay.
They released it
think it's early 2026.
for opening, yeah. So unfortunately, because we had such unknowns with the grant, we went ahead and started improvements that we could afford, right? Later than we wanted, and now we have this additional funding. We can modify those improvements and do all the things we wanted to do, but that's just pushed the opening date past another season because we were holding until we had knew what the grants were, what was happening with the grants. But now, pretty solidly on track, and it's gonna be a nice facility now, because we were able to buy back some of the stuff that we weren't able to do before. When we
Great.
didn't have the additional funding.
Anything else on your list?
No.
Okay. Apologies, colleagues, I've got a handful of things here. First off, DOLA has released a draft of a strategic growth report. They're asking for comments. CCI and CCAT have been tracking this closely. I know CCAT is providing comments. I contributed to what CCAT would say. I intend to provide a comment. I don't know if they allow me to make a distinction between myself and the board, but I wanted to give you a preview of the comments. This is about sort of what needs to be done to enable growth in Colorado and what the barriers are. And this long report has 27 iterations of the word capacity. A lot of those refer to local government capacity to process applications well and have modern land use codes and all of this stuff. And so the breadcrumbs are there, but it's not identified as a theme. And I think it is a theme of like, if you're looking at the barriers in Colorado, local government capacity to have modern zoning and modern processes that for people that want to change their zoning and get building permits, et cetera, is a theme. It's not something to be just sort of scattered through a report. And so that's going to be kind of at the center of a comment I'd like to provide. They mention a lot that 1041 regulations can be a barrier, and I want to mention that we find our 1041 regulations to have resulted in a better process for infrastructure improvements on I-70 than what we saw in 1960. So I want to make that. And that is, I mean, those are the highlights. I just wanted to ask you for any feedback.
Right now, or we can get back to you.
Give me a specific question here.
I mean, without having read the report, I think it's, your specific question, is there anything that I just said that you disagree with?
No.
No.
Okay.
It sounds like a lot of people were not happy with it.
There's a theme in the state of Colorado, which is local governments are in the way. And a lot of local governments are pretty upset with that theme, and it's been going on for a long time. I might be in the minority of local elected officials that agrees with parts of that argument. I think local government capacity is definitely in the way. Oh, I also want to ask them, they have this like future next steps research areas to focus on, and a research area to focus on is how to enhance local government capacity. Right. So also, protection of public lands has a lot to do with Colorado's growth and is mentioned very little in this report. It's mentioned twice.
The other
And so I
thing that
wanna
I was
include
worried
that.
about is the water.
Yep, water is
water
mentioned
is-
a lot in the report, and I think largely in a way that is okay for Clear Creek County's interests. Western Slope folks are like, wait a second, Intermountain diversion, but we don't really face that risk.
Well, I even wonder about like Grand County and
Yeah,
them losing their water to the Front Range.
exactly. But I don't think that's our comment to make. I know that it's going to be in there. So, okay, I'll get off of that. That's what I intend to put in. Next, I just want to run you through, you all, thank you. You appointed me to go be our voter at the CCI Legislative Committee on Friday, where we chose our priorities. I just want to report back on what those priorities were. How much depth do you want me to go into? Do you want me to list all 10?
There's only 10.
Okay. The proposal from Yuma County to list EMS employees as essential services was accepted as a CCI priority. This doesn't have any measurable impact immediately, but sometimes funding shows up for essential workers. And if like firefighters are listed as essential workers, if paramedics also are, that will go a long way.
Yeah.
So I supported that one. Eagle County brought a proposal to allow counties who do not have a periodical newspaper in their county to not have to publish. Right now, Eagle County is publishing their notices in a periodical that doesn't even circulate in Eagle County because they don't have one. It's silly. And so that was selected as a priority. Two proposals related to Proposition 123. This is a tax increase for affordable housing were accepted. One is to allow AMI flexibility for affordable home ownership in rural and rural resort communities. I did not, I abstained from this vote because we don't have a missing middle problem. And but it passed. The other one is, and this one is good for us directly. It allows us to, it smooths the process for us to work with our municipalities. I think part of what happens in Prop 123 is you have to show continued progress on expanding affordable housing supply. And there's this whole conversation in the law about who gets credit when something is built inside a municipality. Like if the county and the municipality work on something, who gets the credit?
Oh,
And this is making it a more simple process for us to decide who gets credit at a high level. I shall lead with this. Our top priority as a county that was in there, granting excise tax authority with voter approval to counties, did make it as a CCI priority. I think it has a long way to go to become
That's
law.
shocking.
yeah, that's
But,
great.
Yep, it made it as a CCI priority. Park County brought something that is about getting funding to local governments to support construction and maintenance of county roads that provide access to state-owned parks and state wildlife areas.
Oh, yeah.
It utilizes overages in the Keep Colorado Wild Pass. This one, I like the rhetoric. I like the concept. It has no impact on us. We have no state parks in Clear Creek County. Every time this comes up, I say, hey, what if we wanted to just.
Okay, so we have state land, but not state parks.
No state parks.
Okay.
We have a state wildlife area, but no local roads
Would
that
be our
are used
friends
to
in
access
Gilpin
it.
that do.
In the state wildlife area is not a state park.
Thank you.
It is paid for by, it is run out of the same division
Right.
of Colorado Parks and Wildlife, but it's not a state park. It is a wildlife area.
This proposal is seeking to get counties funding to provide access to both. But
County,
counties
Give counties.
give county.
or local governments.
Okay.
Funding to local governments to be able to maintain access. I continue every time this comes up to say, I don't know if the focus on state parks is the right focus. I think the focus on just management of and access to recreational areas writ large is the right way to include all 64 counties. I have been ignored. And so I am going to continue to at CCI as this
What do
bill
you
is being
think of
drafted,
that,
et cetera.
Granella Pass Road? We drove, of course, that's our road.
Not a
And then
state
it
park.
then it becomes,
National Forest.
but what about all those Forest Service part,
The US Forest Service.
a US Forest,
Yep.
not.
So I want to encourage you both to join me in continuing to advocate for, as this bill gets written, an expansion to include a fund that we could also apply for. Because we've got the same issues, it's just owned by a different person. So rant over on that one. Two huge ones for departments of human services. One is revising the child welfare prevention and intervention services cash fund. This is a big detailed thing that I would have to go reread it to be able to give you the details on, but it's really, really important to departments of human services. The other one is revisions to the legislative fiscal note process for bills that affect departments of human services. Basically, when a bill is proposed, it has to get a fiscal note. The fiscal note says, here's what the cost would be to the state. Doesn't say anything about counties. It speculates a little bit, kind of generally, maybe. This would make a much more robust process for us to understand county impacts on departments of human services bills, which is
Very
a
good.
huge deal.
Good.
Because we always underestimate the impacts to counties when we pass these bills. And then it affects the state's budget and it affects our budget, blah, blah, blah. The last one, Peter, you'll be excited about this. County Enforcement Authority actually was 100% support.
Wow.
This great. This is enhancing our ability to enforce our zoning codes. And it's
Wow.
huge.
Yeah.
And we're going to
Yay,
want to testify on it.
CCI.
We've
Okay.
got some stories that the legislature is going to want to hear. Tier 2, criminal penalties for the sexual exploitation of children made it to Tier 2 because it's an issue we care about, but it's an issue that district attorneys should lead on. State funding availability for emergency management is on Tier 2. And amending utility condemnation authority from Elbert County is on Tier 2. What you don't hear on that list is our code, our electrical inspector process. It had support. People really wanted it to be a Tier 1. I did not think that the idea was mature enough to either pass or fail in a way that it can come back successfully. And so it's not on the list. I intend to continue to try to get potential supporters to the table, the Home Builders Association, others. There is a lot of interest from CCI counties in this. They just, basically they wanted to say, George, either say this is going to be a Tier 1 and let's go fight the fight, or nothing at all. And I said, okay, fine, because this is not going to pass. So that's the CCI report. Thank you for hearing my long ramble.
Thank you. No, that was good.
Clear Creek Fire Authority maps. I've had a hunch, colleagues. The maps, the unincorporated, our ability to nominate an unincorporated representative to that board is dependent on this map in the IGA that was not drawn correctly. It, instead of being an even distribution of the populations of the unincorporated area, it's an even distribution of the populations that include the cities. And so we have a Western district that has, by my count, maybe 30 people that are eligible to be there. And then the other districts have way more. And so with your consent, I want to bring this up at the next mayors and commissioners meeting. This is what I was trying to remember the other day to bring up at the next mayors and commissioners meeting. And B, bring it to the fire authority, show them this discrepancy. And what we're gonna have to ask for is an amendment to the IGA. Really
The
simple
IGA
amendment.
just among all the municipalities in the county?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that creates the fire authority. You're right on track. Simple amendment, just changing out that exhibit. Here's the new map. No other changes, no changes to any of the language. Here's the new map. I don't think, Colton and I looked at this, I don't think this changes our ability to review and select applicants. Because the worst thing that would happen is someone that gets appointed into the central district would end up in the western district where we have no applicants. So I think we can proceed with our appointment process in the midst of this. But with your consent, I think we should begin discussions around amending the IGA.
Okay, so we, just so you know, Colton and I discussed this. It's a pretty cumbersome project just to amend it for the exhibit and go around and get all of the boards to approve it. We can do that, but I also think it's probably within our discretion to make the appointments and just notify the other parties of the change in the map. And the reason I mentioned that was from a timing perspective, just the amount of staff time just to take care of this and organize it. If we just notify them, chances are the IGA is likely to see amendments in the future.
Are you, I know that IGA says that there are no side agreements.
There are no side agreements. No, that's absolutely correct. It's the way I view this, and Colton and I talked about this, was a matter of just putting the practice through, advising the parties, but putting a pin in terms of ultimately when we actually do a subsequent amendment. If we don't think it's likely to have an amendment in the next 5 years, then by all means, we can update this one thing. At the end of the day, the county is the one that makes the appointments. And if the parties nominates them, and therefore if the board of the CCFA has a concern otherwise, then I think we would go through the process.
Well, then in that case, I'll get to the CCFA board. We'll mention it in mayors and commissioners. If we don't hear any concerns, we'll just proceed.
Because ultimately, it's not affecting any proportionality of power within the agreement. It's our ability to nominate who district is what is largely an internal county issue, and we feel like we can just let them know and,
There was an intent that was clear.
Yeah.
When that IGA was negotiated, and unfortunately, the exhibit just didn't reflect the intent. And
okay, that's fine. If you're good, I'm good. You good? You good? Okay.
For the public, might add that the real change to the map is that the Western District now includes DLD.
Oh.
Right, and that population base helps even out the numbers.
For some
Yeah, that
reason, and
makes
maybe
sense.
this was just because it was part of a presentation during the fire authority meetings, but I remember Rebecca questioning some maps that showed like heat spots and stuff, and they said, well, actually, there's revised maps or something. We can't just put like, there's a revised map to that. As an addition, you'd have to totally go back to the IGA.
I just want to make sure we're not conflating two things. The map relating to the representation of our appointees versus revisions to that the fire authority and Evergreen Fire Protection District use to determine roads, emergency exit rows.
Yeah, and it wasn't part of that. It was just part of a risk.
Yeah, I thought the insurance company was using kind of maps that showed the whole county is red or something.
Oh, gotcha.
I just wasn't sure if like that was something we could just put there as just a revision instead of changing everything.
Right. This is just the map that's the exhibit to the IGA that is specific only to population for those appointments. It doesn't relate to risk or anything else.
Right.
So
I just wasn't sure if we could use that same thing that they used in that presentation.
no, because then essentially for example, if the entire county's in red, which it would be in terms of potential fire dangers and things like that, I don't think that would assist in determining the representation that you all wanted.
No, I mean, just like the process of this map is incorrect.
Right.
There is a revised map that is correct.
Oh,
Instead of going.
And I think no, that makes perfect sense. And I think in the communication to the fire authority board, the new map is what would be presented to them. You know, we absolutely can go through the IGA amendment process.
As of
There's
right
a
now,
preference.
I'm curious if we're okay with just proceeding with the conversation, asking the parties if they intend to protest, if they'd like to see an IGA amendment, or if they just want to see some nominations.
I'm just curious who's still on board because they applied.
Yeah, this is what's
Way
been
on.
behind my lack of looking at those, because every time I go look at who's applied, I end up rabbit holing on the fact the maps are wrong. So, and so I know I also owe you feedback. I owe this board feedback on who I want to interview, and I assume that both of you have done it and you're waiting for me. So that's the CCFA maps. Unfunded mandate letter. This conversation around letters to the state about unfunded mandates is continuing to proceed. Continue to get outreach. Rebecca, I know you brought it up. I started to draft one last week. My goal is to finish one for your consideration on the 15th. To give you kind of a high level of what I'd like it to say and how I'd like it to be different is that I think a lot, like if you look at some of the letters from some of the counties, they've opposed like the principles and the goals behind these unfunded mandates. I think we have not. I think like the Louis Code Board is a great example. I know the last board supported it. I think this board would too if it was legislation this year. Enhancing wildfire mitigation codes in every county is an important thing. And so my letter is going to reflect that we, with your consent, that we supported a lot of these concepts, and the state needs to know that we have a capacity problem now as we try to implement all of this and make 3 specific asks. And a lot of the letters also don't include specific asks. Instead, they spend time talking about legal threats. The specific asks are, please pause this process of thinking about how local governments can do better. Please consider how you can pause existing legislation requirements and deadlines in existing legislation to give us time. And please consider carefully how we can enhance our own capacity through better tax proposal opportunities.
That's good.
So if you like the outlines of that letter, I'll deliver you a letter that's in keeping with that by next meeting. And we could either throw it on consent or have it be a work session, and it doesn't matter to me which one. Thoughts?
Yeah, I'd like to see those 3 things fleshed out. So I would probably work session to look at the letter.
You good with that?
Yep.
I have a question. When you said about CCI, are you talking about on the 17th or the 10th? The voting?
That was last Friday.
Okay, so already
It
happened.
was on the 3rd.
Okay, because I don't have my next on my schedule until the 17th.
Yeah, and I don't know what that is.
It says non-session, so I don't know what that is.
Oh, they have steering committee meetings for us to like think about letters and blah, blah, blah. And so, also CCI, there's going to be a conversation about political violence and resolutions condemning violent rhetoric by elected officials. I know this board is not in the habit of using violent rhetoric, and might support a resolution like that. The conversation in a bipartisan room was fairly interesting. I'll just leave it at that.
First Amendment rights.
Yep. So, which we all support. Okay, next, I just want you to know, I had a great meeting with Jess Jones, the new director of the Clear Creek Tourism Bureau. She's very curious to know our thoughts about our visions for Clear Creek tourism, about, how these three marketing entities can work together. She asked me to mention to you about that she would love to talk to you. And that if you haven't already, she sent a survey asking for feedback on the Clear Creek Tourism Bureau. It's in your inboxes. It was sent quite a while ago. You
I
may have already
did-
responded.
Yeah, I did see that. Wasn't sure if that was individually or as a board.
I interpreted it as individually and I provided a lot of some very thorough comments.
I think it's more individual.
So, Jess would love to talk to you if you,
Well, what's her full name? I don't have any emails from Jess.
Jess Jones, info at
Clear Creek Tourism.
Thank you.
I want you to know that I'm continuing to push for consideration of a forest improvement district. We would ultimately have to approve the creation of a new special district government with a tax increase on the ballot. It would be a tiny one because it would include the metro area sales tax base, so that we could have the metro area help contribute to wildfire mitigation funding up here. I'm working with the Clear Creek Forest Health, Clear Creek Watershed Forest Health Partnership to ask the Trust for Public Lands to invest some energy into mapping this out and doing some polling and figuring out if it's even possible. So that's just a quick update. Stainless steel water lines. I know we're all three aware that Freeport is looking for some communities to pilot stainless steel water lines in. I've introduced them to the St. Mary's Water District. I've suggested to them that that may be a great fit because that's a water system that is really underperforming. They initially have had some interest, both parties, and they're talking, and that's what I know, and that's about the level of engagement I'm going to do. Just want to let you know. Lastly,
There's been some interest on the Grand County side too for the same program.
yeah, I'm sure. I mean,
I was gonna say, why wouldn't Idaho Springs or some of those, I know my parents just changed some of theirs out last year that were lead pipes in all those old houses.
I don't know.
I mean, St. Mary's is a newer development to me, and I know they have water issues, but it wasn't the water issues that was presented to us that at the CPP, remember? It was about changing out lead pipes to steel.
I don't know. I mean, I think that if you've got ideas for folks that I think I encourage you to make introductions. I know they're soliciting ideas. So then the last thing on my list is, we're being asked by the Jefferson Conservation District to provide a letter of support for a mitigation project. You might recall, I sent you all an email asking if you were interested in touring some work that they're doing in kind of the evergreen side of Highway 103. They have scoped out a mitigation project that crosses county lines, so I think this is a particular interest to you. And they're asking for a letter of support. With your consent.
Sure.
I was going to ask in my updates.
Oh, perfect. There you go. I think we'll just sign it. Okay, that's all for me. I thought you were gonna get out early.
You still have a bunch of stuff to sign.
Very productive.
Oh, you're supposed
will
to
you hand
send
those to
those
us?
down. We can do that while we're talking.
Awesome.
So is it plan manager updates?
Yes.
Okay. So biggest update.
Yay!
She comes to us as our new deputy clerk to the board. She previously worked for 28 years in Commerce City in a similar role. And now she lives in Georgetown.
I do. Yay! Excited.
So if you guys are scheduling questions, whatever, please include her. So she can help keep everybody's calendar straight and all those clerk duties are now hers.
Thank you.
Help me manage the chaos. So
Thank you. I would really like to understand, and it might take a board conversation, just to make sure that we all understand kind of what to expect and not expect as individual board members, and as a board, in terms of services she's providing. I don't want to over ask. Actually, I'll probably lean towards under asking, but that's just me.
I haven't asked for anything yet, I don't think. I would love to sit with each of you and get to know you a little bit better and find out how you've been serviced in the past and what some of your asks are going forward.
You know, I'm so new that I never really took advantage of Beth. I mean, I know she could do a lot for us, but, you know, she resigned in, what, July? So,
I mean,
we can start fresh.
That'd be great, and I'd love to have Colton in, you know, and
Colton, if
help
you,
define that.
if you could sort of maybe bring some thoughts about what was on your mind. We don't have to dive in right now, but like the range that's in my mind from maybe every bit of your energy being focused on us would be like doing scheduling for us all the way down to, we do our own scheduling, we sign up for our own hotels, you know, you're here for the board meetings. And then I assume with the rest of your time doing other really important things that are a need. So does that seem reasonable that?
Sure, and we can include it on the conversation with the BOCC communication protocols when that comes back to the board.
Yeah.
As far as, because she is in me and Peter, you know, the main touch point for y'all on staff. So to have we have very detailed clarifications on us. So I think maybe her being included in that would be good.
I am curious, Carol Ann had sent you out those proposed, what do we call it, board rules, communication protocols? Are we intending to have an executive session on that at some point or a work session? I didn't know. I saw the email go out, but I wasn't sure what next steps were.
That was pretty basic. I mean,
Try to print them out, but
Is that our printer?
no, it's mine. I literally printed them right before I came, so if we were to discuss them, but
I would like for us to be able to discuss them as a group at some point in the right setting.
Okay. So.
I thought it was kind of, you know, professional 101. I mean,
let's talk about it.
If it's the same thing I'm thinking about, it was basically be professional in your communications, right?
No, she created a tiered system where there was a red and a yellow and alerts.
Oh, okay.
And it was in the document, maybe.
I think it's probably worth our time to review.
kind of like gave examples.
Okay.
We'll set something up. We'll find room on the agendas.
I mean, it kind of was what Brian said. Don't go telling Sandra to go prepare a report for you without going through.
It came out of the work session we had a couple months ago about board dynamic retreat.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Rebecca, that email's under Quick Creek County. It wasn't under Jesse's.
Yeah.
That's why we didn't see it.
Yeah, it was info at.
It is.
I found it. Thank
Okay.
you.
What?
How busy is the place?
I was wondering if it made you already.
I feel like we're adding.
Yeah. We can talk about it.
Maybe you know what I mean. What's next?
So, new dates on the basement remediation that we talked about last week. It is now November 10th to November 21st. We had got pushed back from contractor availability, unfortunately. So that's all likely gonna push the reopening of the basement to next year. I think in best case.
And that would include our offices? I mean, just-
The remediation contractor, says your offices will be fine.
Okay.
I would encourage you still not to use them.
Because of asbestos?
Just because it's gonna be loud down there. It's gonna be crazy. They're gonna be working, they're gonna be grinding, not out of any health concern, just because
But if
it's.
we wanted to go put our purse down there during a meeting.
Yeah, I think that's probably okay. I just, but it's up to you. You know, it's just gonna be a lot of noise down there. It's gonna be pretty close to it where your offices are.
Okay. The warning?
I want to thank, Carl's team, Public Works, and Logan, the Trails team. Over 350 tires were dumped into Clear Creek. This last week, partially on open space land. So they spent an entire week manually dragging tires off a cliff into basically a 40-yard roll-off box full, a semi-truck full of tires were dumped in the creek. We feel like someone just pulled off and dumped them.
And no.
Do you know where the concrete batch plant is?
Yeah.
Near Martin Marietta, right? That open space land that's just like kind of next to it, along the creek. That's where someone pulled off and dumped them. And that whole embankment was covered, plus there was tires in the creek. So Public Works and Trails winched them out, walked them out, everything they could do. Just for information to the public and the board, you know, between the staff time and the disposal fees, that's probably going to cost us $25 to $1,000 in time. So it's not an insignificant amount of cost.
$25,000.
Yeah, between the time, all the staff that was required to remove them, the disposal fees, I think it's 50 tires at $4 a tire. Right? So you're talking, so
They like literally just barely got into the county.
I think they found any place where someone wasn't walking and just dumped them, right?
And we have no flock cameras yet on I-70 area or anything to
No, I mean, it's
identify it.
difficult to, I don't want to speak for the sheriff's department. They took a report, but those things generally require someone to have seen something
Right.
to be helpful. But regardless, they're cleaned up. Staff really broke their backs doing it, so I wanted to thank them.
Thank you.
And if you see that kind of stuff, please say something.
It sounds like a commercial
Because
outfit.
that is not, it's the amount of tires it had to have been. I mean, it was a semi truckload for sure.
And once they found that spot, they may be back again, so it'd be nice to
Uh-huh.
keep an eye on it.
We're keeping an eye on it. We're aware, but I just wanted to thank them because that is going above and beyond in a real way, because that where those tires were located was a nightmare to get them out.
And is that part of the river rafting route?
Yeah. You could. Generally, they take out at Two Bears.
Okay.
But they can get down there.
The advanced section is down
The
there.
advanced section is down there, right?
Run trips all the time.
So we needed to pull them out either way. We got a CDPHE complaint about it. That's how we found out about it.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, you know, the right thing was done regardless of whose responsibility the river really is.
So we don't know how long we were down there.
No, they were only down there a day or two.
Okay.
We got the complaint like the next morning, we think. But it did take a lot of staff time and vehicles and equipment to get them out.
Huge gratitude.
Yeah. We talked about
Let the river rafters know too, that we took care of that. Just let them know.
fire letter of support. George briefly talked about this. I was looking for consensus from the board. The Jefferson Conservation District, yesterday asked for a letter of support for a fire mitigation project. That's basically, just north of Brook Forest.
Oh,
Kind of in like the Buffalo
Creek area.
Creek area.
Okay.
I obviously, any fire mitigation, whether or not it's on our side of the border or their side of the border, helps us.
Right.
The forest doesn't stop at jurisdictional boundaries, so we're looking for consensus from the board for me to sign on behalf of the county because the deadline is Thursday and
Yes.
got it
Yes.
the 6th, so. Yeah, okay, that's what I figured. Last thing, and slap me if this is appropriate or not. Georgetown has requested to use this parking lot for fireworks. For their Christmas market fireworks to shoot them off because of its proximity to
Adding
70.
fireworks to their Christmas?
Mm-hmm.
We have
No.
drones.
We don't have a policy on this other than a liability waiver and stuff. So I wanted to try to get board consensus if that would be okay if we got the fire department and the sheriff to say it's fine. To use our parking lot for them to shoot them off.
And this depends on if there's enough snow and, I mean.
They would still have to get the permits through the fire authority to do it anyway. This is really permission to use our property.
They just want to know if they can use the parking lot
To
as a
shoot 'em off.
staging area.
Because they feel like the lack of vegetation and the freeway is the safest place to do it.
Oh, the freeway. I've seen some in Idaho Springs go onto the highway.
Well, I don't have to lead with my opinion. Colleagues, what do you think?
My gut reaction is, isn't it time for fireworks to be retired with all the fire danger? But
In
I,
the winter, I'm less concerned.
Georgetown,
Yeah.
it's an interesting request only because Georgetown does have with their helicopter landing spot along the frontage road. That's right along the highway. I mean, there's a little brush there too. I'm just offering that. I think it's a curious
So you
request.
can see it right from downtown,
Probably.
not.
I mean, if the fire department signs off on it, I guess I'm okay with it, but I just, it just makes me cringe, but
My own thoughts, if, I'm like thinking about our building. I think we have metal roofs and I think I see stone siding in some places. I don't know that I want to raise any objections that facilities wouldn't raise if asked, that the fire department wouldn't raise if asked. My general reaction is, are you kidding? December, the Marshall fire happened
oh,
in
right,
December.
that's true too.
2 days later, during a windstorm, we had a fire. We should have been in a fire. We may be in a fire ban in December. It's a dry time of year. Fire season is close to year round now, from my perspective.
Yeah, I
so-
agree with George. I'd say no.
All of that rant aside, like, I don't know that I'm not motivated to say no based on all of that. I'm like, kind of like,
I would assume they're just gonna do it. It's not gonna stop them from doing those.
So what I asked is for a qualified approval if facilities, the fire department, the sheriff's department with jail operations, everyone else says don't have an issue, that we would allow that.
And that we could say no the day of if there's a high wind event.
I don't feel like we need to, because I feel like the fire department will say that, but
Well, they delayed a fire ban in my area that they said they were going to impose. And it was a hot, windy, dry day, and they're like, well, no, we're gonna wait. The weather service said blah, 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 blah. And we're like, we're standing right here. So I want them to take a good, serious look at. And they can't just give a permit, a month in advance or 3 months in advance. It's gotta be 2 months in advance.
well, it would be for December 31st. They would want to
it's
know
New
to
Year's.
see if it would work. December 13th. October 31st would be the demo to see if it would work. But I don't know what
A demo in a parking lot on October 30th,
it's just to set it up, to see how they could set it up, but I can confirm.
but they're not gonna fire anything off.
I don't like asking liability questions in recorded meetings.
I can tell you that I've already advised Colton that we would do an indemnification and waiver requirement. They'd have to sign that.
Do those kinds of waivers hold up when you have like?
The waiver, I term it waiver, but it would be an indemnification that anything that happens, they're responsible for. Keeping in mind, though, that they are a municipal entity, there are still limitations under governmental immunity. So even if they indemnify us, if you were to ask my.
Even
legal
Breckenridge
opinion,
cut off all fireworks.
No, I mean.
They had a New Year's fireworks and they stopped it.
Right. If you were to ask my legal opinion, I would tell you, I do not believe that it is a benefit to the county to do that, and it is a legal risk if something goes wrong. I mean, the correct answer might be, what could possibly go wrong from firing fireworks?
If you shoot fireworks and it hits a car on the.
Exactly.
on our
That's
property.
my point. I'm being facetious when I say that. It seems to me that there's any number of legal reasons not to do it,
I would say no then. I'm voting no.
but
We could bring this back if you'd like. I was hesitant to agree without port.
yeah, I don't want to be the Grinch.
Yeah, me either.
If they have a lovely Christmas market, they don't need fireworks.
I don't think that'll stop them, but I'm just curious as to why right here.
And why our property versus their property?
I can't speak to the logistics.
And furthermore, this will take up parking. This is where I park for Georgetown Market.
I can't speak to why the site was assessed other than Georgetown asked.
Yeah.
So
Maybe they're asking a lot of people.
I mean, my instinct is to say that, like, not make board approval contingent, but if the experts on the team all look at the risks carefully and say, fine, then I could live with it.
But the lawyer is one of our experts. And
Just one, but I mean, the reality is that, I mean, if something were to go through the court system, for example, I think ultimately both the entity that is putting on the fireworks, like the private company, which I forget the name of it, but it's well known. And then Georgetown would presumably be the focus of that, but understand that the county given consent to use its land does bring us into that as a potential defense.
Georgetown doesn't have any money to indemnify us anyway, so.
Well, and I remember when we went to the CTSI, I think it is, there's certain coverages, like if we were to have a fair, or I would think that would
Right.
fall under that kind of a.
Yeah, and they have insurance through there. I mean, they have an insurance provider.
The fireworks
So,
vendor is the one that
Yeah.
Idaho Springs uses and the Rockies use for all their games.
Yeah.
So it's a professional outfit.
And we wouldn't necessarily vote on this today because it's not on the agenda.
And we're not asking for.
We're not asking for a vote. I just wanted to test the water with that and update. We can definitely bring it back.
I mean, I hear one strong opinion, like I have this kind of wishy-washy, I'd be okay with if staff can see through to saying, okay, fine. Like, as in like the board not being in the way, not expressing an opinion, leaving it to your authority. But that's not like, if there's a strong opinion here, just say no, I can go with it. What's your opinion?
I'm like really on the fence, I guess, because I don't think it's gonna stop them, but I'm curious as to why they need this property when they have many
Their
other
own
properties.
property. Yeah.
What the reasoning is for that. Maybe there's a good reason, I don't know.
So could potentially I have your approval to do follow-up conversations, and if I feel like there's logical reasons there, update y'all individually and then
Yeah.
see if we want to bring it back or if we're okay with staff making that call.
This is like, let's put it back in your car. Are you okay with staff making the call, or are you wanting to say no now, or what do you prefer?
I vote no now. That's just, I think it's a risk we don't need to take.
No vote, just, I mean, again, just be.
I know it's
clear
not
for
a
the
vote.
record.
You're asking for my opinion.
And
And that's.
I would just
my
like more information.
Okay.
So what does that mean?
It
I-
means we can bring it back.
I'm with Rebecca because I don't think it's, I don't, frankly, we've got a lot going on.
Okay.
And I think an easy way to just say, you know what, the direction is, we said no. If they really want to reiterate the ask, maybe they can provide the board without tasking you with an extended rationale.
Because we don't have the money if something were to go wrong, for one.
Rather, keep in mind, I don't think we need to go into that part of the discussion or in
right.
terms of the money or liability from that standpoint, understanding we're insured, but my recommendation would be consistent with your opinion and what your thought process is. But if we come back and we get more information, if there's pushback, then we can, not pushback, but if they elaborate,
Provide more information.
we can come back.
Okay, what else?
That's it for me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, now we have time for Peter to do an update.
I don't think we get legal.
There is a reason we don't have them on the agenda. I have considered it, but no, I can always
Stretch it out
update you in
till 5
executive
o'clock.
sessions. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thanks, team. We are adjourned.
Thank you.